Chapter 40. With regard to the arrival of Jiang, He, and Xiaoshan, Feng Chun was very happy. After all, these two had entered the inner sect, and their strength had improved a lot. After chatting for a while, Jiang, He, and Xiaoshan went to rest, while Feng Chun continued to cultivate. One day, the ninth elders found Feng Chun. Feng Chun, I have already told the sect leader about the matter you mentioned. The sect leader said that the reason why we were able to obtain 60% of the Yuan Meteor Stone mine was because of your contribution. Therefore, when I made that request, the sect leader agreed without hesitation. The ninth elders said with a smile. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Feng Chen's face. With the Yuan Meteor Stones, he could absorb an unlimited amount of Yuan Meteor Stones, allowing his golden heart to evolve once again. These are the Yuan Meteor Stones that the sect has bestowed upon you. If you want to obtain more in the future, you will have to rely on your own efforts. The ninth elders passed the Yuan Meteor Stones that he brought with him to Feng Chun. Feng Chun counted and found that the ninth elders had brought a total of 100 Yuan Meteor Stones. Many thanks, Master. Feng Chun was overjoyed as he thanked him. All right. You should cultivate well and prepare for the trip to the Clear Wind's secret realm in a month's time. The ninth elders said as he turned around and left. After returning to his room, Feng Chun started to absorb the Yuan Meteor Stones once again. He sat down cross-legged with a Yuan Meteor Stone in his hand. The golden heart began to beat rapidly, and traces of energy flowed out from the Yuan Meteor Stone and into the golden heart. After a while, the Yuan Meteor Stone turned into powder. Continue, Feng Chun said softly. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the night had passed, and the sky was bright. And at this moment, Feng Chun finally stopped absorbing the Yuan Meteor Stones. In a single night, Feng Chun had absorbed a total of 50 Yuan Meteor Stones. Finally, the golden heart reached a state of saturation and could no longer absorb. After stopping the absorption, Feng Chun looked at the golden heart and realized that the silver luster of the golden heart had become much stronger. It is indeed useful. Feng Chun was overjoyed. Within the inner sect of the Azure Edge Sword sect, in an independent courtyard. Brother White Ape, are we just going to let this matter go like this? Chongyu's face was a bit angry as he spoke in a low voice. Forget it. Of course I won't let it go just like that. That scum Feng Chun dared to humiliate us in public. He's courting death, White Ape said coldly. But Feng Chen's strength, Chongyu said in a low voice, slightly afraid of Feng Chen's strength. Although we are no match for Feng Chun now, we will have a chance in the Qingfeng Mystery Land in a month's time, White Ape said in a low voice. Qingfeng's secret realm, Chongyu said, puzzled. Chongyu, you haven't been to the Qingfeng secret realm, so you don't understand. I've been there once, so I know the Qingfeng secret realm like the back of my hand. 1 month from now, Feng Chun will die in the Qingfeng secret realm. White Ape laughed eerily. All right, I'll listen to Brother White Ape's arrangements, Chongyu said. After reaching an agreement with White Ape, Chongyu quickly went to challenge 2 of the top 10 inner sect disciples. As everyone expected, White Ape and Chongyu once again entered the ranks of the top 10 inner sect disciples. As for the disciples who were originally ranked 9th and 8th, they were very regretfully eliminated. Time passed little by little, and Feng Chun had been cultivating his swift sword all this time. Right now, Feng Chun could swing his sword 500 times in a single breath. Of course, Feng Chun was still not satisfied. It would be great if he could swing his sword up to 1,000 times in a single breath. One day, Feng Chun was cultivating when a panting Xiaoshan suddenly ran in, interrupting Feng Chun's cultivation. Feng Chun, bad news. Jiang, he is fighting with someone. Xiaoshan exclaimed, panting. Feng Chun stopped cultivating and abruptly opened his eyes. There was a look of confusion on his face as he quickly asked, "What's going on?" Jiang, he and I went to the cultivation tower to cultivate. Because of the fight for the cultivation rooms, an inner sect disciple attacked us. We just entered the inner sect and could not beat him. So we came to look for you, Xiaoshan said. Take me there, Feng Chun said coldly. At the moment, 2 figures were fighting inside the cultivation tower. However, the battle was one-sided. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of collisions, Jiang He's body was sent flying and he fell to the ground. Jiang He's face was pale and his aura was weak as he vomited blood. Humph! You're not even fully grown and you dare to occupy my cultivation room? You really have a death wish. Zhang Yi sneered as he looked at Jiang He on the ground. Zhang Yi was one of the top 20 inner sect disciples. Although his strength was average, he was arrogant. Since his father was the third elder of the 9 grand elders, Zhang Yi was even more arrogant and did not give face to anyone in the inner sect. Even the white ape, Chong Yu, and the others were not willing to offend a profligate like Zhang Yi. The cultivation room belongs to everyone. I went in first, so I should be the one cultivating. What right do you have to say that the cultivation room is yours? Jiang, he said unhappily as he lay on the ground. Ha! Are you joking? Who in the inner sect doesn't know that this cultivation room belongs to me? Zhang Yi. You're really bold. Zhang Yi sneered. Apologize or I'll cripple you, Zhang Yi growled. I didn't do anything wrong. Jiang He was stubborn and refused to apologize. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll count to 3. If you don't apologize, you can crawl back today, Zhang Yi said. Humph! My brother will avenge me, Jiang He said. 1, Zhang Yi said with a cold laugh, ignoring Jiang He. 2, 3. Just as Zhang 1 said 2, a voice suddenly said 3. Zhang Yi was stunned. He immediately turned to look and was about to curse out loud. However, when he saw the person who came, a trace of fear appeared on his face, and he was actually speechless. I've already counted to 3. Why aren't you attacking? Fang Chen asked as he walked up to Jiang He and stared at Zhang. Fang Chen, this has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere, Zhang Yi whispered. Clearly, Zhang Yi had heard about Fang Chen's deeds and was very wary of Fang Chen. He did not want to offend Fang Chen. It has nothing to do with me. You injure my brother and threaten to make him crawl back. You're actually telling me that it has nothing to do with me? Fang Chen wanted to laugh. What? He's your brother? Hearing that, Zhang Yi's heart was filled with fear. He hurriedly apologized. Fang Chen, I think this is a misunderstanding. Since he's your brother, let's just forget about this matter. You beat my brother up to this state, and you're just going to forget about it? To think that you can say that. Fang Chen was truly enraged. Jiang He and Xiaoshan were his best friends. He did not expect that they would be beaten up by a profligate son like Zhang Yi right after entering the inner sect. He wanted to make an example out of them. Fang Chen, don't go overboard. My father is the third elder. Try touching me if you dare. Zhang Yi growled with some displeasure when he heard Fang Chen's words. Bang! Zhang Yi had only just finished speaking when he heard a loud boom. Immediately after, Zhang Yi discovered that his body had been sent flying. Ah! Zhang Yi cried out miserably. He did not expect Fang Chen to dare to hit him. Fang Chen, my father will not let you off. Zhang Yi roared furiously. Fang Chen did not care about this. He walked over and gave Zhang Yi a good beating. In the end, he left with Jiang He and Xiaoshan, leaving Zhang Yi alive. All the disciples in the cultivation tower exchanged glances. They had already made up their minds to never offend Jiang He and Xiaoshan in the future. Fang Chen was too scary. He even dared to hit the third elder's son. Inner sect, third elder's residence. When the third elder saw Zhang Yi covered in injuries, his expression changed slightly. He asked what happened. Father, you have to give me justice, Zhang Yi said miserably. Speak. What happened? Who dared to hit you? The third elder demanded coldly. Father, it was Fang Chen. That fellow Fang Chen relied on his strength to snatch the cultivation room from me. I could not defeat him and got beaten up to this state, Zhang Yi said. The third elder, who was originally furious, shook his head helplessly when he heard the name Fang Chen. Zhang Yi, of all the people you could have offended, you had to offend Fang Chen. Father, although Fang Chen is strong, he is still a disciple of the Green Edge Sword sect. Could it be that you, as the third elder, cannot avenge me? Zhang Yi asked. Don't offend Fang Chen in the future. The third elder turned and left after saying that, leaving Zhang Yi looking at each other in dismay. On a mysterious mountain outside Flowing Wind City, there was a sect. This sect was the Flowing Wind sect. As one of the three great sects of Azure Cloud County, the Flowing Wind sect had always been very powerful. Their disciples were also stronger than the disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. Today, the entire Flowing Wind sect was very happy and full of jubilation. In a large hall of the Flowing Wind sect, a purple-clothed woman stood quietly. On the throne of the hall was a middle-aged man with a strong aura. Yi, you are indeed a once-in-a-century genius of our Flowing Wind sect. Reaching the 7th tier of chi refinement at the age of 15 is truly amazing. The Flowing Wind sect's patriarch smiled. Many elders stood around the hall. They were all the upper echelons of the Flowing Wind sect. The reason why the upper echelons were gathered here today was because the most outstanding disciple of the Flowing Wind sect, Yi, had successfully reached the 7th tier of chi refinement. Yi's achievements today were only possible because of the sect's full support. Yi said modestly, "Good. Yi, you should consolidate your cultivation and strive to take first place in the 3 sects martial competition in 3 months. Show the might of our Flowing Wind sect." The patriarch laughed heartily. With Yi's current talent, she might even reach the 8th tier of chi refinement in 3 months. At that time, no one in the younger generation of the 3 sects will be her match. Yes, Yi's potential is too strong. Who knows what will happen in 3 months? Chapter 41. Half a month later, Fang Chen's quick sword had improved by a lot. He could now wield 800 swords in one go. The power was incomparably tyrannical. However, just as Fang Chen was about to focus on cultivating, the blood skeleton in his spatial ring sent out a signal. "Master, I need some spirit pills to recover my strength." Upon hearing the bloody skeleton's words, Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "What do you need? Tell me, and I'll get it for you." Fang Chen had his own plans. After all, the blood skeleton was his trump card. If it was a bit stronger, it would be beneficial to him. The blood skeleton had been heavily injured when the ancient sword continent's powers had exterminated the Yellow Spring sect. It still hadn't fully recovered. In just a moment, Fang Chen received a list and carefully looked it over. "Speaking of which, are there any surviving members of the Yellow Spring sect?" asked Fang Chen. "Master, many of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect from back then have been hiding in the dark. Some have even gone into hibernation. However, in recent years, many of them have been secretly carrying out some things in an attempt to revive the Yellow Spring sect," the bloody skeleton said. From the blood skeleton, Long Chen learned that it was just one of the 108 captains of the Yellow Spring sect during its peak. The Yellow Spring sect's hierarchy was very strict. The sect master's strength was monstrous, and under the banner of the Yellow Spring sect, there were 108 captains. They were all at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, and they were invincible within the Qi transformation realm. Of course, above the captains were the 72 hall masters. Each hall master was at the Qi Si realm. It was said that above the 72 hall masters were the 36 protectors. The protectors' strength had already surpassed the Qi Si realm. They had reached an inconceivable level. After learning this, Fang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the Yellow Spring sect to be so powerful in its peak. Other than that, there were also many corrupt experts within the Yellow Spring sect. In any case, the Yellow Spring sect had almost taken control of the ancient sword continent. "Master, don't worry. All the experts above the captains were heavily injured in that battle. Most of them are still sleeping and haven't woken up yet. The only ones that have woken up are the captains. They're actively trying to summon the hall masters and protectors in hopes of reviving the Yellow Spring sect," said the blood skeleton. Fang Chen nodded. If all the members of the Yellow Spring sect who were in hibernation woke up, the ancient sword continent would suffer another catastrophe. Fortunately, only the captains were awake. "Are there any other captains within Qingfeng City's territory?" asked Fang Chen. "No, but there are still 2 captains in Cyan Cloud County. We've contacted them before, but we haven't met them yet," the bloody skeleton said. Qingfeng City, Qingfeng Branch. Every time the deacon elder saw Fang Chen, he was extremely excited. This time, Fang Chun had come to buy medicinal pills. Fang Chun handed a list of medicinal pills to the administrator elder. The administrator elder looked it over and said, "There are a total of 18 kinds of medicinal pills here. Our Qing Feng branch has 17 kinds. As for the fantasy spirit pill, we don't have it." "We don't have it?" asked Fang Chun. "The fantasy spirit pill is a high-tier mortal pill. Only a true alchemist and someone infinitely close to becoming a grandmaster alchemist can refine it. A small branch, like the Qing Feng branch, doesn't have such a pill," said the administrator elder. "All right, then go look for these medicinal pills," said Fang Chun. It didn't take long for the administrator elder to return with all the medicinal pills. In total, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Chun handed over 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and took away all the medicinal pills. Before he left, the elder suddenly thought of something and said, "Young Master Fang, I've suddenly thought of something. Perhaps it can help you obtain the fantasy spirit pill." "Speak." Fang Chun stopped and asked. "Although the Qing Feng branch doesn't have the fantasy spirit pill, there is a great alchemist living in Qing Feng City, Grandmaster Qing He. He is the only alchemist in Qing Feng City who can refine the fantasy spirit pill. If," the deacon elder said. Fang Chun's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately asked, "Where is Grandmaster Qing He?" "Grandmaster Qing, he is on the mountain peak in the deepest part of Clearwind City," the managing elder said. Fang Chun thanked him and quickly left the Qing Feng branch to find Grandmaster Qing He. Not long after, Fang Chun arrived at the peak of the mountain. He saw that there were many warriors on the mountain peak. It looked like a sea of people. "They're all here to ask Grandmaster Qing He for help." Fang Chun was a little confused. "Brother, you're also here to ask Grandmaster Qing He for help, right?" At this moment, a cultivator whispered. "That's right," Fang Chun said. "Do you see the sea of people here? These cultivators all want to ask Grandmaster Qing He to refine pills for them. But Grandmaster Qing He's requirements are very strict. Ordinary people can't satisfy them." The cultivator continued. "Oh, have any of these people succeeded?" Fang Chun asked. 3 days ago, a cultivator succeeded. But in the past 3 days, no one has been able to move Grandmaster Qing He, the cultivator said. "What are the conditions for Grandmaster Qing He to help?" Fang Chun asked. Grandmaster Qing He said that if he meets a fated person, he will definitely help. Of course, he will also give other cultivators chance. As long as someone can successfully pass his test, he can make a move, the cultivator said. Fang Chun nodded. It seemed that Grandmaster Qing He's reputation wasn't small. So many people wanted to ask him to refine pills for them. "What is Grandmaster Qing He's test?" Fang Chun asked. Grandmaster Qing He's test is one's control over flames. Fang Chun had the urge to give it a try. Then, Fang Chun walked to the straw hut on the mountain peak. "Halt!" Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was one of Grandmaster Qing He's guards. "I would like to ask Grandmaster Qing He to refine a pill for me," Fang Chun said respectfully. "Grandmaster Qing He is very busy. He has no time." Just at that moment, a faint voice rang out. "Let him come over," Grandmaster Qing He said. Fang Chun was overjoyed. He walked in front of Grandmaster Qing He. Grandmaster Qing He was an old man. He had a white beard and his face was full of wrinkles. He wore luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary aura. "You know my rules, right?" asked Grandmaster Qing He. "I know. I'm willing to participate in Grandmaster Qing He's test," Fang Chun said. "All right, let's line up then," Grandmaster Qing He said. Fang Chun looked over. There were already 9 people lined up at Grandmaster Qing He's place. Including him, there were exactly 10 people. "All right. Next, the 10 of you will control the flames." Grandmaster Qing He said. The first warrior stepped forward. Following Grandmaster Qing He's instructions, he began to control the flames. His palm gently touched the flames. However, in the next moment, he let out a miserable cry. He was unable to control the flames. He failed. The second warrior also failed. Time passed by slowly. The first 9 warriors all failed. Finally, it was Fang Chun's turn. Fang Chun walked in front of Brazier. Looking at the raging flames, He gently pressed his palm against the flames. Suddenly, a burning aura came. Fangchen couldn't help but want to scream. However, at that moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. In the next moment, Fangchen couldn't feel the burning pain. On the contrary, Fangchen could control the flames. The flames shuttled back and forth freely in Fangchen's palm. Upon seeing this scene, Grandmaster Qing's face was filled with astonishment. "All right, you pass." "Grandmaster Qing," he said, "what pill do you need me to refine?" "Grandmaster Qing, I want an illusory spirit pill." Fangchen smiled. "All right, it will take 3 days to refine the illusory spirit pill. You can wait here." "Grandmaster Qing," he said. Many warriors were envious of Fangchen. However, they couldn't do anything about it. During these 3 days, Fangchen had been watching Grandmaster Qing. He refined the pill. "Grandmaster Qing, he's refining technique," shocked Fangchen. For the first time, Fangchen felt shocked. Grandmaster Qing, he's control of the flames was too strong. After 3 days, Grandmaster Qing, he had already finished refining the illusory spirit pill. "This is the illusory spirit pill you want. Although I can help you refine the pill, you will have to pay a certain price." Grandmaster Qing, he stopped refining the pill and said to Fangchen, "What price?" 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Grandmaster Qing, he said, "However, if you can promise me one thing, the low-grade spirit stones will be waived. You can come find me to refine pills at any time." "All right." Seeing Fangchen's puzzled expression, Grandmaster Qing, he said once more, "Take me as your master." Hearing Grandmaster Qing he's words, the entire mountain was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. Grandmaster Qing, he actually wanted to take Fangchen as his disciple. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. Grandmaster Qing, he was the best alchemist in Clearwind City. He had never taken in a disciple before. Who would have thought that he would take in a disciple this time? "Grandmaster Qing, why did you choose me?" asked Fangchen. "It's because I can see your talent in alchemy, especially your control of flames. There aren't many cultivators who can reach this level for the first time in alchemy," Grandmaster Qing, he said. Fangchen thought about it for a moment. In the end, he refused Grandmaster Qing his request. "I'm sorry, Grandmaster Qing, I still have to focus on my cultivation for now. I can't accept your request." Fangchen's words caused a commotion. No one had thought that there would be someone who would refuse Grandmaster Qing his request to take in a disciple. Fangchen took out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and took the illusory spirit pill. Then he left the mountain. Seeing Fangchen leave, a strange light flashed in Grandmaster Qing's eyes. Chapter 42. After returning to the Green Edge Sword sect, Fangchen gave all the medicinal pellets he had bought to the bloody skeleton so that it could recover from its injuries. As for himself, he was also working hard on his cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Qingfeng's secret realm's opening arrived. On this day, Fangchen stopped cultivating and left his courtyard. "Fangchen, you're really good at cultivating." Xiaoshan and Jiang, he happened to be walking over. When they saw Fangchen, they smiled. Fangchen smiled awkwardly. Xiaoshan asked, "Fangchen, tomorrow is the day of the Qingfeng's secret realm's opening. Are you ready?" "I'm ready," Fangchen said. After that, Fangchen, Xiaoshan, and the others arrived at the intersect square. There were many disciples on the square. When they saw Fangchen, they all greeted him, their eyes filled with respect. "Senior brother Fang." Many disciples greeted him. Strength was the most important thing. As long as you had enough strength, you would be able to gain everyone's respect. Before this, many disciples had secretly called Fangchen trash. But now, Fangchen's strength was before them. They listened to Fangchen's words. This was strength. I must reach the Qi transformation realm as soon as possible, Fangchen thought to himself. Early the next morning, Fangchen arrived at the square. Aside from Fangchen, all the top 10 intersect disciples were present. When Fangchen arrived at the square, an unfamiliar man came forward to greet him. "You're Fangchen?" The unfamiliar man smiled. Fangchen was startled. He immediately realized that this unfamiliar man should be the number one inner sect disciple, Du Zhong. Senior brother Du Zhong? Fong Chen asked. I've long heard of your achievements. You were able to reach the peak of the heavenly sword stairway. Not bad. Du Zhong smiled. Seeing Du Zhong talking and laughing with Fong Chen, White Ape and Chong Yu's expressions turned ugly. They were furious. Fong Chen, I'll let you be cocky for now. Once we enter the clear wind pocket dimension, you will die for sure, White Ape said to himself. After chatting with Du Zhong for a while, Fong Chen greeted Bing Ling and waited for the arrival of the elders. Not long after, the elders arrived. This time, the opening of the Qingfeng secret realm was presided over by the first elder. I believe all of you know that the clear wind pocket dimension is the most important pocket dimension of our Azure Edge Sword sect. I hope that all of you will be able to gain something from the pocket dimension, the great elder said. Of course, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. You must be careful when you enter. If you're not careful, you will die. However, as a disciple of my Azure Edge Sword sect, how could you not experience a bit of hardship? Laughed the second elder. The other elders nodded in agreement. In the end, the 9 elders worked together to open the mystic realm. As the 9 elders continued to form seals with their hands, traces of wild energy instantly spread out from their bodies. In the next moment, these energies gathered together. In the sky, there was a rumbling sound. Following that, the 9 elders waved their hands and the energy that had gathered together exploded. When the explosion was over, a void stone gate appeared in the sky. This void stone gate exuded an ancient aura. This is the clear wind pocket dimension. Fong Chen could feel that the clear wind pocket dimension had existed for a very long time. The clear wind pocket dimension has opened. All of you should prepare to enter. You have 1 month. After 1 month, the clear wind pocket dimension will automatically close and all of you will be sent out. As soon as the great elder finished speaking, the 10 inner sect disciples all entered the clear wind pocket dimension. Fong Chen, I hope that you and I will have a good battle in the future. Du Zhong grinned. His body flashed, and he directly entered the stone door. Following that, the other disciples also entered one after another. Fong Chen was the last to enter. After Fong Chen entered the stone door in the sky immediately closed. I wonder if there will be a disciple who will be recognized by the dragon spiritual stone this time. The great elder looked at the rapidly closing stone door and said in a low voice, It is extremely difficult to be recognized by the dragon spiritual stone. After Xie Tiannan, not a single disciple has been recognized by the dragon spiritual stone. Yes, if Xie Tiannan had not suddenly disappeared, our Qingfeng sword sect might have become the strongest sect in Cyan Cloud County. Among this batch of inner sect disciples, there are a few good seedlings. Du Zhong and Fong Chen have great potential and strength. If there is anyone who could be recognized by the dragon spiritual stone, it will definitely be these two. Many elders were discussing among themselves. In a spacious land filled with wind and sand, there was no green at all. It was as if one had entered a desert. On the spacious land, there was an area where 10 figures suddenly appeared. These 10 figures were the 10 inner sect disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect. Phew, is this the Qingfeng secret realm? Fong Chen looked around and said softly. He was a little shocked. Secret realms were legendary and could only be created by an earth-shattering almighty. Could it be that there was an earth-shattering almighty in the history of the Qingfeng sword sect? As soon as the 10 figures landed, a few of them quickly dispersed. Among the 10 inner sect disciples, many of them were entering the Qingfeng secret realm for the second time. Therefore, they were very familiar with everything in the Qingfeng secret realm. Fong Chen, I will leave first, Du Zhong said to Fong Chen in a low voice. Then, his body flashed and disappeared from the spacious land. After a while, Fong Chen was the only one left on the spacious land. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The spacious land was scorching hot. Beads of sweat appeared on Fong Chen's forehead. It is said that there are many hidden inheritances in the Qingfeng secret realm. There are even some treasures and cultivation techniques. I'm not familiar with this place, so I can only walk around randomly. Fangchen said softly. Then, Fangchen identified a direction and quickly flew away. After Fangchen left, two figures appeared in a corner of the room. Brother White Ape, how are you going to kill Fangchen? Chengyu asked. Obviously, the two of them were unable to kill Fangchen with their strength alone. Therefore, they could only rely on external forces. The direction. I have a plan. This is Fangchen's first time entering the Qingfeng secret realm. If we can lure him into a dangerous place, he will definitely die. White Ape said eerily. Hearing White Ape's words, Chengyu's eyes shone with surprise. He immediately said, "Good plan, what a good plan. However, the key is how to lure Fangchen." "Follow me," White Ape said. Within the Qingfeng secret realm, Fangchen quickly flew in a certain direction. Not long after, Fangchen came to a stop. The blood-colored skeleton in the special spatial ring had sent Fangchen an important message. "Master, I sense a trace of the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple in this space," whispered the skeleton. Fangchen was startled. He hastily asked, "Are you sure it's the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple?" "That's right. Furthermore, I can sense a sliver of life force. I believe that there are some disciples of the Yellow Spring sect lurking in this world," said the bloody skeleton. "Why would the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect enter the Qingfeng secret realm?" Fangchen was puzzled. The war back then affected every corner of the ancient Sword Continent. The disciples of the Netherworld sect were everywhere, invading countless mystic realms of various sizes. This Qingfeng mystic realm might be one of the battlefields, guessed the bloody skeleton. Hearing that, Fangchen decided to go investigate. Perhaps he would have a fortuitous encounter. "Follow your instincts," whispered Fangchen. Then, Fangchen followed the blood-colored skeleton's guidance and rushed in a certain direction. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. According to the skeleton, he was already infinitely close to that hidden place. At this time, White Ape and Cheng were watching Fangchen disappear from a mountain peak. A trace of surprise appeared on their faces. "The heavens are really helping me. Ha ha." White Ape was in a good mood and laughed heartily. "Brother White Ape, what's going on?" asked Chengyu. "Do you know where Fangchen went?" asked White Ape. "Could it be a danger zone?" asked Chengyu when he saw White Ape's expression. "That's right. Originally, I was thinking about how to lure Fangchen into a danger zone. Who would have thought that Fangchen would accidentally enter it himself?" said White Ape. "So that's how it is. Then Fangchen will definitely die in that danger zone." Chengyu smiled. "Humph. So what if he's talented and strong?" In the end, he still died in the Qingfeng secret realm. White Ape sneered. Fangchen walked quickly. After a long time, Fangchen entered a valley. After Fangchen entered the valley, he stopped moving forward. "Master, if you go any further, you'll be discovered by the Yellow Spring sect's disciples," whispered the skeleton. Crash! With a thought, Fangchen released the skeleton and said, "I'll hide outside the valley. Go in and investigate. Be careful." "Yes, master." After the bloody skeleton finished speaking, its figure flashed and disappeared into the valley. Fangchen gave the skeleton a large number of pills. He even gave it a high-tier mortal pill, the Fantasy Spirit Pill, which allowed it to recover a lot of its strength. Now, the skeleton's combat power was comparable to a fourth realm Chi transformation realm martial artist. In a hidden cave in the valley. It was a pitch-black cave. The entrance of the cave could not be seen from the outside. The inside of the cave was very sinister. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the silent cave. "Someone's approaching." After the hoarse voice came out, a few other voices sounded. Could it be a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword Sect? If it's a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword Sect, just kill him. Just as everyone was talking, a familiar aura came. Then, the owner of the hoarse voice said happily, "It's not a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword Sect. It's a comrade of the Yellow Spring Sect." Chapter 43. The few Acheron sect disciples walked out of the cave and saw the bloody skeleton walking toward them. They asked immediately, "Who are you?" "I'm Captain Bloody, one of the 108 captains of Acheron's sect, the Bloody Skeleton said coldly. The Acheron sect disciples' expressions changed slightly when they heard the name Captain Bloody. They then invited the Bloody Skeleton into the cave, respectfully. "Oh, it's Captain Bloody. Please come in," they said. The Bloody Skeleton followed them into the cave and realized that it was pitch black. There was a dense, evil aura inside. "Bloody, I can't believe you're still alive." Just as the Bloody Skeleton entered the cave, a hoarse voice entered its ears. "You're right," the Bloody Skeleton said immediately. "Captain Xiaozhao, why are you here?" It turned out that the owner of the hoarse voice in the cave was Captain Xiaozhao, one of the 108 captains of Acheron's sect. When Acheron's sect was at its peak, Captain Scarlet and Captain Xiaozhao had a good relationship. Both of their abilities were on par. Seeing Captain Scarlet again, Captain Xiaozhao was obviously happy. "Bloody, I was severely injured after the battle and almost died here. Fortunately, I survived with our Acheron sect's secret skill. However, I've been recuperating all these years," Captain Xiaozhao said. "How's your recovery now?" The Bloody Skeleton asked calmly. "My ability has only recovered to Qi Transformation Stage 3. I haven't fully recovered yet." "Oh yeah, Bloody, how did you get in here?" Captain Xiaozhao asked. The Bloody Skeleton glanced at Captain Xiaozhao and said immediately, "I was sleeping in a tomb, but I was discovered. Therefore, I controlled the human martial artists and entered the Clear Wind's secret realm through them. I sensed your aura as soon as I came in." Captain Xiaozhao had no idea that the Bloody Skeleton before him had been controlled by Fang Chun. "Xiaozhao, it doesn't seem safe here," the Bloody Skeleton said softly after looking around. "Bloody, I'll look for the other captains after I've recovered. We'll work together to summon the Hall Master and bring Acheron sect back to glory," Captain Xiaozhao said. At this moment, Captain Xiaozhao was lying quietly on a rock deep inside the dark cave. His face was pale and his body was weak. 4 Yellow Spring sect disciples in the Qi refinement realm stood guard beside him. "Xiaozhao, since I've met you, I'll stay here to protect you," said the Bloody Skeleton. "All right," Captain Xiaozhao said. At this time, in a hidden place outside the valley, Fang Chun was communicating with the Bloody Skeleton with his mind. "Master, there are 5 people in the cave. One of them is Captain Xiaozhao, and the other 4 are disciples in the Qi refining realm," the Bloody Skeleton said. "How strong is Captain Xiaozhao? Are you sure you can defeat him with your full power?" asked Fang Chun. "Xiaozhao has recovered to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm. If I go all out, I have a 60% chance of winning," the Bloody Skeleton said. "Wait for the right time." Fang Chun gave the Bloody Skeleton an order before leaving the valley. It would be difficult for the Bloody Skeleton to find the right time, and it would take some time. Fang Chun did not want to stay here for too long. Therefore, he decided to let the Bloody Skeleton stay and wait for the right time while he searched for other opportunities. The Clearwind Secret Realm would only be open for a month. Fang Chun hoped to break through to the 7th tier of the Qi refinement realm within this month. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun's speed was very fast. Soon, he was out of the valley. At this time, on a mountain peak, White Ape and Chong were chatting happily. They were sure that Fang Chun would die without a doubt after entering Death Valley. Fang Chun, that idiot, thinks he can look down on everyone just because he's strong. What a joke. Chong sneered. "Yeah, this is the consequence of offending me, White Ape." White Ape also sneered. There was a reason why White Ape, was always ranked 2nd in the inner sect. Sometimes, not only did he have to rely on his strength, but he also had to rely on his brain. In the inner sect, the only disciple White Ape was wary of was Du Zhong, who was ranked 1st. Du Zhong was elusive. No one knew his true cultivation level, but every time White Ape faced Du Zhong, he was very wary. Du Zhong gave off a very strong pressure that made White Ape feel powerless. "Just wait. One day, I will surpass Du Zhong and become the strongest person in the Azure Edge Sword sect," White Ape said in his heart. Just as Chong was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure coming from afar. "Oh, that is When Chong Yu looked carefully, he was shocked to see that it was Fong Chun. "Brother White Ape, look!" Chong Yu shouted. White Ape followed Chong Yu's finger and saw Fong Chun. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with anger. How is this possible? This kid clearly entered Death Valley. How could he come out safely? White Ape was furious. Even this was not enough to kill Fong Chun. "Brother White Ape, what happened?" Chong Yu hastily asked. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good. White Ape was a bit speechless. None of the disciples who entered Death Valley had ever come out alive. Gradually, no disciple dared to enter Death Valley. When they finally saw Fong Chun enter, they thought he would die. Who would have thought that he would come out safely? "What do we do now?" Chong Yu asked. White Ape thought for a moment and said, "Lure him to another danger zone." At that moment, Fong Chun was hurriedly walking. Suddenly, he heard some movement in front of him. He looked over and discovered that there were two battered and exhausted figures in front of him, White Ape and Chong Yu. Fong Chun said in a low voice. White Ape and Chong Yu also saw Fong Chun and quickly rushed over to Fong Chun. "Fong Chun, I didn't expect to meet you here. This is great." White Ape's face was filled with misery as he whispered, "What happened?" Fong Chun frowned. The two of them were in a sorry state. They seemed to be injured. "Fong Chun, we are all disciples of the same sect. Please forgive us for our earlier disrespect." Chong Yu apologized sincerely. Fong Chun shook his head. He didn't think much of White Ape and Chong Yu. "Fong Chun, we found some ruins in a forest not too far away. However, there were a couple of ferocious demonic beasts within. We were no match for them. After a battle, we managed to escape." White Ape said slowly. Fong Chun's eyes brightened when he heard this. He immediately asked, "What remains?" White Ape was secretly pleased when he saw Fong Chun's expression. He said, "I don't know either. However, I vaguely feel that there must be many treasures in that ruin." "Where is it?" asked Fong Chun. "It's in the forest 100 miles up ahead," said White Ape. Fong Chun bid farewell to White Ape and Chong Yu and quickly rushed into the forest 100 miles away. When Chong Yu and White Ape saw Fong Chun's disappearing figure, wild smiles appeared on their faces. "Umph, idiot," said Chong Yu. "Let's see how you escape this time," sneered White Ape. When Fong Chun was 100 miles away from the forest, he stopped. He could feel a primitive aura coming from the forest. The entire forest was overgrown with weeds and towering ancient trees. There was an ancient aura coming from within, and from time to time, he could hear the roars of demon beasts. "Let's go in and take a look." Fong Chun's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he could obtain some treasures, he might be able to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. Fong Chun could be considered a daring expert. He was fearless and directly entered the forest. The moment Fong Chun entered the forest, he heard a roar. Immediately after, several large demon beasts appeared in front of Fong Chun. 6th level demon beasts, 3. Fong Chun's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the light sword and prepared for battle. Fast sword. Fong Chun displayed his fast sword. In one breath, he sent out 800 rays of sword light, piercing the bodies of the 3 demon beasts. The 3 demon beasts seemed to have realized the threat of this human warrior. They joined forces to attack, roaring at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. After a round of battle, the 3 demon beasts were finally suppressed by Fong Chun. With 3 flashes of sword light, the 3 demon beasts fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. 6th level demon beasts, the pressure is still not enough, whispered Fong Chun. After storing the demon beasts' corpses in his interspatial ring, Fong Chun continued to venture deeper. "I wonder where the ruins that White Ape and the others were talking about are," said Fong Chun doubtfully. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Fong Chun had been searching for the ruins. During this time, he encountered several 6th level demon beasts, but they were all killed by Fong Chun's light sword. Only with pressure comes motivation. After a fierce battle, Fong Chun's fast sword had a breakthrough. Now he could send out 900 rays of sword light in one breath. He was one step closer to 1,000 rays of sword light. Now, Fong Chun was confident that he could defeat 7th level demon beasts. On this day, Fang Chun had already entered the depths of the forest. He was on a hill overgrown with weeds. There, as soon as Fang Chun arrived, he noticed a bewitching flower on top of the hill. It's actually a breeze flower. Fang Chun was a little excited. The breeze flower was a very precious spirit herb. After swallowing it, it could increase a warrior's speed. Of course, Fang Chun was excited not because the breeze flower could increase a warrior's speed, but because it could increase the speed of his sword. "I didn't expect to find a breeze flower here," said Fang Chun in a low voice. In the outside world, the price of a breeze flower was at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was priceless. Voila, Fang Chun tiptoed, grabbed the breeze flower, and stored it in his interspatial ring. Chapter 44. Roar. An intimidating roar entered Fang Chun's ears. Fang Chun felt his chi and blood surge as the air around him solidified. When the roar dissipated, a monster the size of a small mountain appeared in front of Fang Chun. This is a chi transformation realm monster. Fang Chun had seen a chi transformation realm monster before. Now that he saw one again, his face was filled with shock and fear. The reason he was able to kill a chi transformation realm monster was because of the blood skeleton. Now that the blood skeleton was in Death Valley, Fang Chun couldn't kill a chi transformation realm monster with his current strength. Damn it! Why is there a chi transformation realm monster in this forest? Fang Chun was infuriated. White Ape! It must be White Ape and the others. At this moment, Fang Chun instantly understood. White Ape and the others must have known that there was a chi transformation realm monster in this forest, so they lured him in. Bang! The chi transformation realm monster clenched its big claws into a fist and punched towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun tried his best to block with his sword. The sword light collided with the fist and instantly dissipated. Fang Chun's body also rapidly retreated. Even so, Fang Chun's body was still grazed by the demonic beast's fist, and he was sent flying. There's no way to block it. Demonic beasts in the chi transformation realm were too powerful. Fang Chun wanted to retreat. Quick sword! Fang Chun roared angrily and immediately displayed his quick sword. 900 rays of sword light danced in the sky. In the end, they gathered together and pierced towards the demonic beast. Bang! The monster's defense was too strong. The quick sword couldn't break through the monster's body defense. Whoosh! After using this attack, Fang Chun quickly retreated. Fang Chun gambled again, betting that this demonic beast that was the size of a small mountain was very slow. As expected, when Fang Chun escaped, the demonic beast that was the size of a small mountain roared at the sky and chased after him. His speed is very slow. After Fang Chun noticed this, a smile appeared on his face. However, after a moment, Fang Chun's smile completely froze. The chi transformation realm monster was chasing after him. Although it couldn't catch up to Fang Chun, as Fang Chun escaped, more and more chi transformation realm monsters appeared, trying to stop Fang Chun from escaping. Poochie! The sword light flashed, and a chi transformation realm monster fell to the ground. Fang Chun didn't even have time to collect the monster's corpse and continued to rush forward. There are more and more demonic beasts blocking my path. Once I'm stopped, I'll be caught by chi transformation demonic beasts. Fang Chun thought. The light spirit's sword in his hand continuously danced. Wherever the sword light passed, the chi refining stage demonic beasts would die one after another. Rumble. Just as Fang Chun was about to escape after killing a chi transformation realm monster, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chun felt cold sweat on his back. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the chi transformation realm demonic beast threw a punch through the air. The fist aura landed on Fang Chun's body and sent him flying in an instant. Kacha! Fang Chun felt all the bones in his body shatter. His body was in pain and his life was in danger. Run! Although all the bones in his body were shattered, Fang Chun was still running. If he stopped and the monster caught up to him, he would die without a doubt. White Ape! Chong Yu I, Fang Chun, will avenge today. Fang Chun gnashed his teeth at White Ape and Chong Yu. Time slowly passed. More and more monsters began to attack Fang Chun. Fang Chun never stopped swinging his light transformation sword. Fortunately, Fang Chun's sword had reached the speed of 900 sword lights in a single breath. Those monsters below the 6th layer of Qi transformation realm were all killed by Fang Chun in one strike. So after an hour, Fang Chun finally saw a glimmer of hope. The exit was right in front of him. At this time, the Qi transformation realm monster was clearly enraged. It raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl. In the next moment, the Qi transformation realm demonic beast appeared behind Fang Chun and threw a punch at him. Fang Chun's body was once again sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. I can't just sit here and wait for death. When Fang Chun saw the beast charging at him, he took out the breeze grass and swallowed it. While as soon as the breeze grass entered Fang Chun's body, it melted and spread throughout his body. Immediately, Fang Chun felt his body become much lighter. At this moment, Fang Chun quickly stood up and fled again. My speed is much faster. After swallowing the breeze grass, Fang Chun's speed was much faster. Just as he was about to be hit by the monster, Fang Chun used his speed to dodge the attack. Bang, however, under the relentless pursuit of the gigantic demonic beast, Fang Chun finally received a fatal blow. His body flew out directly. When Fang Chun's body landed on the ground, he happened to land at the edge of the forest. When a monster saw Fang Chun's body, it raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl. It stopped at the edge of the forest, its face full of anger. It seems like it can't leave the forest. Fang Chun endured the pain and slowly stood up. He limped out of the forest and found a safe place. Plop, he fell to the ground and fell unconscious. One day later, Fang Chun woke up. During this time, the breeze grass's medicinal effect had completely spread throughout his body. Fang Chun's injuries were also slowly recovering under the effects of the breeze grass. I really escaped death. Fang Chun was a little scared. He had almost died at the hands of a Qi transformation realm monster. But the breeze grass's medicinal effect is still pretty good, Fang Chun said after checking his body. Fang Chun's injuries were more or less healed. He slowly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself at the waist of a mountain. At this moment, Fang Chun felt that the quick sword chant in his mind was automatically activated. Quick sword. Fang Chun subconsciously used the quick sword. If he didn't use it, he wouldn't have realized it. Once he used it, he was shocked. 1,000. It actually reached 1,000. Fang Chun looked at the sky, full of sword lights, and became excited. This time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. After swallowing the breeze grass, his quick sword had reached 1,000. Whoosh! 1,000 sword lights in one breath. When these sword lights overlapped, their power was incomparably tyrannical. White Ape, Chongyu, you're dead. Fang Chun's heart was filled with killing intent. If White Ape and Chongyu wanted him dead, then he would kill them first. After reaching 1,000 sword lights, Fang Chun was confident that no one in the inner sect could be his match. Even Du Zhong wasn't afraid. Just as Fang Chun was about to find White Ape and Chongyu, the bloody skeleton sent him a message. Master, Captain Sha Zhao has entered a state of deep healing. Can I take this opportunity to kill the other disciples? Asked the bloody skeleton. Fang Chun pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, Be careful. After a while, the bloody skeleton sent him another message. All the disciples of the Yellow Spring sect had been killed. Only Captain Sha Zhao was left. At this time, Captain Sha Zhao also noticed the bloody skeleton's strange movement. I'll be there soon. Fang Chun threw out a sentence and rushed toward Death Valley. In a dark cave in Death Valley, Captain Sha Zhao was healing when he suddenly felt a trace of movement. When he opened his eyes, he found that his subordinates were dead. Bloody, why did you do this? Captain Sha Zhao was a little puzzled. Why did Bloody attack his fellow disciples? Bloody and Sha Zhao were very close in the past. In the Yellow Spring sect, their relationship was the best. Master's order, the bloody skeleton said in a low voice. Suddenly, Sha Zhao found that the bloody skeleton was controlled by a human warrior. I didn't expect that the great Captain Bloody would be controlled by a human warrior. This is the shame of the Yellow Spring sect. Captain Sha, Zhao said coldly. Although you used to be my brother, you're now on the opposite side of the Yellow Spring sect. I want to clean up the sect. As soon as Sha Zhao finished his words, a flow of evil aura swept over. The Bloody Skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao immediately clashed. Both of them were injured and had yet to fully recover. Both of them had recovered to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, so they were evenly matched. Bang! Bang! For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. Bloody, you traitor! Captain Sha Zhao shouted angrily as they fought. Rumble! The two of them created a huge commotion, causing the entire cave to tremble incessantly. Stone fragments constantly fell down from the cave. Bang! After a loud bang, the Bloody Skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao both took a few steps back. Captain Sha Zhao stared at the Bloody Skeleton with a ferocious expression, his face filled with anger. Bloody, you idiot! I'm going to kill you! Captain Sha Zhao roared. Then, the two of them fought fiercely again. Time passed little by little. When Fong Chun arrived in a hurry, he found that there was no movement in the dark cave. Fong Chun was a little confused and carefully entered the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Fong Chun found a few corpses. He quickly looked around the dark cave and found Captain Sha Zhao and the Bloody Skeleton lying on the ground, glaring at each other. What's going on? Fong Chun was puzzled. Master, we're evenly matched. Both of us are injured. After hearing the Bloody Skeleton's words, Fong Chun understood that both of them were injured. However, this was good. Bloody, you're really stupid. You're controlled by a Qi cultivation realm ant. I feel embarrassed for you, Sha Zhao said coldly when he saw Fong Chun. The Bloody Skeleton did not say anything and just looked at Captain Sha Zhao coldly. Captain Sha Zhao, your time has come, Fong Chun said coldly as he walked to Captain Sha Zhao step by step. Chapter 45. Hearing Captain Sha Zhao's words, Fong Chun sneered. Fong Chun did not have a good impression of the members of Acheron sect. Captain Sha Zhao, you only have two options now. The first is death, and the second is to submit to me, Fong Chun said. I will not betray Acheron's sect like Bloody. Captain Sha Zhao roared. Hearing this, Fong Chun did not say anything else. In the next moment, the blood-red flower in Fong Chun's mind trembled. A thick blood-red aura suddenly emerged from Fong Chun's mind. Mind control. Seeing the blood-red aura around Fong Chun, Captain Sha Zhao exclaimed. He wanted to block it, but he was severely injured and could not do so. Hiss! Hiss! The thick blood-red aura entered Captain Sha Zhao's mind. However, Captain Sha Zhao continued to struggle and resist. Control. Fong Chun growled. The golden heart beat rapidly. Suddenly, the blood-red aura broke through Captain Sha Zhao's defense and filled his mind. Crash! When the blood-red aura dissipated, Captain Sha Zhao was already under Fong Chun's control. Luckily, you were only at the 4th realm of Qi transformation. If you were any stronger, I would not have been able to control you, Fong Chun whispered. Captain Sha Zhao looked at Fong Chun blankly. He cupped his hands and said, Master. Fong Chun was very happy to be able to control Captain Sha Zhao. He then gave Captain Sha Zhao some spiritual herbs to heal his injuries. You two can stay in the special space ring, Fong Chun said. Finally, Fong Chun put the two into the space ring and left Death Valley. White Ape, Chongyu. Walking out of Death Valley, Fong Chun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he thought to himself. On a spacious piece of land, White Ape and Chongyu were staring at a stalk of purple grass. Both of their faces were filled with excited smiles. Brother White Ape, I didn't expect to encounter a purple gold flower here. We've really hit the jackpot, Chongyu said with a smile. That's right. The purplish gold flower is very potent. If I can absorb the power of the purplish gold flower, I might be able to break through to the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm, White Ape said with a sinister smile. As he spoke, White Ape reached out and plucked the purple gold flower. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to swallow it. 2 hours later, A dense aura emerged from the white ape's body. In the next moment, the white ape opened his eyes and his aura skyrocketed. Congratulations, brother white ape. You've successfully advanced to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. I'm afraid that no one in the inner sanctum is a match for you now, Chongyu said excitedly. Now, even if I meet Du Zhong, I won't be afraid. The white ape said with a sinister smile. After reaching the 7th LV Qi refining realm, White Ape's heart was filled with ambition. He wanted to challenge Du Zhong and win the title of the top inner disciple. However, what White Ape did not know was that in a secluded area of the Qingfeng secret realm, a powerful aura was soaring into the sky. Du Zhong, dressed in white, was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were filled with a dense aura. I've finally reached the 8th LV Qi refining realm, Du Zhong said softly. In the inner sanctum, no one had seen Du Zhong fight before. They did not even know his strength. Outsiders thought that Du Zhong was at the 6th LV Qi refining realm. However, they did not know that Du Zhong had broken through to the 7th LV Qi refining realm 3 months ago. Now, after entering the Qingfeng secret realm, Du Zhong had obtained countless treasures of heaven and earth. With his accumulation, he directly broke through to the 8th LV Qi refining realm. After reaching the 8th LV Qi refining realm, Du Zhong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Find a dragon's spiritual stone, Du Zhong said. In the next moment, Du Zhong disappeared. Fang Chun was walking quickly. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation of energy in the distance. He was a little puzzled. Fluctuation of energy. It seems that someone is breaking through, Fang Chun said softly. Then, Fang Chun quickly rushed to the center of the energy. He wanted to see who was breaking through. After an hour, Fang Chun arrived at the place where the energy had just been released. He saw White Ape and Chongyu. White Ape, Chongyu. When Fang Chun saw the two of them, his face was full of coldness. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. At this moment, White Ape and Chongyu were chatting. They did not sense the approaching danger at all. Brother White Ape, congratulations, Chongyu said with a smile. Chongyu, wait until I have completely stabilized my realm. I will help you find some treasures of heaven and earth, White Ape said. Thank you, Brother White Ape. When Brother White Ape goes out, your name will definitely shake the entire Qingfeng sword sect and even the entire Cyan Cloud County, Chongyu said with a smile. Huh. Just as White Ape was laughing loudly, a cold light suddenly flashed. White Ape and Chongyu sensed danger. Their bodies instinctively reacted and wanted to dodge. Bang! The sword light hit White Ape, but it was blocked by White Ape. Who is it? White Ape roared angrily after stabilizing his body. White Ape, Chongyu, today is the day you die, Fang Chun said coldly. When White Ape and Chongyu saw Fang Chun, shock flashed across their faces. How is this possible? How did you come out alive? Chongyu cried out involuntarily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. White Ape cried out in shock. Fang Chun walked step by step towards White Ape and Chongyu. His heart was filled with murderous intent. These two had tried to kill him time and time again, so they could not blame him for being ruthless. After a moment of shock, White Ape regained his composure. When he saw Fang Chun walking over, his face turned cold. Fang Chun, you were really lucky. I didn't expect you to walk out of the forest alive. But even so, you still have to die, White Ape said. That's right. We lost to you on the martial arts stage. Now that Brother White Ape has broken through to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, you are no match for us, Chongyu said. If you die in the Qingfeng secret realm, no one will suspect me. Ha ha! White Ape laughed sinisterly. Are you done talking? Fang Chun looked at White Ape and Chongyu and asked calmly. Pretending to be calm, White Ape said coldly when he saw Fang Chun's lack of fear. Since you are done talking, your lives will end soon, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun, you'll die a horrible death, White Ape said coldly and disapprovingly. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. He did not want to fight White Ape and Chongyu. It would dirty his hands. Crash! The bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao instantly appeared from the special space ring. The next moment, two shocking auras swept across the land. This is White Ape and Chongyu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. In the next moment, they realized how terrifying the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao were. Qi refining realm experts. How is this possible? White Ape cried out. Crack! White Ape and Chongyu screamed in agony as the bloody skull and Captain Sha Zhao took action swiftly and decisively. Fong Chun, you bastard of the Yellow Spring sect. You actually dared to collude with them. You will die miserably. White Ape roared furiously. Pucci! By the time the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao stopped, White Ape and Chung had already lost their lives. Let's go. Fong Chun took the interspatial rings of White Ape and Chongyu. Then, he led the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao forward quickly. With the bloody skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao, Fong Chun was invincible in the Qi refining realm. However, under normal circumstances, Fong Chun would not reveal these two trump cards. After all, they were the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. If others thought they were colluding with them, they would definitely be surrounded by many factions. After killing White Ape and Chongyu, Fong Chun deliberately returned to the forest and killed the Qi refining realm demonic beast that had almost killed him. After doing all this, Fong Chun left the forest. On a mountain peak in the Qingfeng mystery realm, a great battle was taking place. Bing Ling was fighting with the LV7 Qi refining realm demonic beast. The battle was very intense. Bang! Bang! Although Bing Ling was only at the LV5 Qi refining realm, she had some tricks up her sleeve and could temporarily contend with the LV7 Qi refining realm demonic beast. However, after a while, Bing Ling could not hold on any longer. Bang! Finally, after a collision, Bing Ling's body was sent flying and fell on the mountain peak. Roar! The demonic beast let out an angry roar and walked towards Bing Ling step by step. It wanted to kill her. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light flashed and blocked the demonic beast's attack. Fong Chun, it's you. Bing Ling did not expect that Fong Chun would save her at this critical moment. Bing Ling's heart was filled with emotions. Bastard, you're courting death. Fong Chun used his swift sword, and 1,000 sword lights appeared in an instant. They filled the sky and pierced the demonic beast. The demonic beast let out an unwilling roar. Soon after, it fell heavily onto the ground and lost its life. Crash! Fong Chun put away the demonic beast's corpse and looked at Bing Ling. Why are you here? Before Fong Chun could say anything, Icicle asked. I happened to pass by and saw you, Fong Chun said. Bing Ling was not surprised that Fong Chun could kill an LV7 Qi refining realm demonic beast so easily. After all, Fong Chun was a monster who had defeated both White Ape and Chongyu at the same time. There was nothing he could not do. What about you? Why are you here? Fong Chun asked. I found a clue about the dragon spiritual stone and wanted to find it, Bing Ling said. Hearing the words dragon spiritual stone, Fong Chun was stunned. His eyes flashed with excitement. The dragon spiritual stone was the most precious ore in the Qingfeng secret realm. It was called that because it had been tainted with the aura of a dragon. Among the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect, those who were recognized by the dragon spiritual stone had great achievements in the future. However, after Xiaotan, no other disciple was recognized by the dragon spiritual stone. Chapter 46. The dragon spiritual stone contained an unimaginable amount of energy. Every disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect dreamed of obtaining the dragon spiritual stone. However, those who could obtain the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone were all 1 in a million geniuses. For so many years, even the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation, Du Zhong, had not obtained the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone. It was said that those who could obtain the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone would be able to obtain a large amount of energy from the dragon spiritual stone, allowing their strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, there were many versions of the legend of the dragon spiritual stone. The dragon spiritual stone was a magical stone passed down from ancient times. Even the higher-ups of the Qingfeng sword sect did not truly understand the dragon spiritual stone. The dragon spiritual stone had always existed in the Qingfeng secret realm. As time passed, the dragon spiritual stone became a symbol of power. As long as one could obtain the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone, their future achievements would be shocking. At this moment, when he heard Bingling mention the dragon spiritual stone, Fong Chen's face lit up. "Do you know where the dragon spiritual stone is?" Fong Chen asked. "I have a clue," Bingling said sweetly. "Then let's go look for it together," Fong Chen said. Bingling nodded, then led Fong Chen to the center of the Qingfeng secret realm. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since the group entered the Qingfeng secret realm. In this half a month, many disciples had gained a lot, especially Fong Chen. Not only had his strength increased by leaps and bounds, but he had also obtained a powerful puppet. This was a wonderful thing. In the center of the Qingfeng secret realm, there was a spacious square. On this square, there were 3 stone pillars. On top of the stone pillars, there were 3 stone platforms. This was the dragon's spiritual platform. In order to obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, the first step was to stand on the dragon's spiritual platform. At this moment, there were 2 disciples standing on the dragon's spiritual platform. One was Du Zhong, and the other was Bai Liming. Ever since Bai Liming reached the 8th level of the sword stairs, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After entering the Qingfeng secret realm, he had obtained many miraculous encounters, and his strength had become even more powerful. Currently, Bai Liming had already reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Among the inner disciples, he was one of the strongest martial artists. Du Zhong and Bai Liming have each taken 1 dragon spirit platform. I wonder who will take the remaining 1. That goes without saying. As long as Fong Chen arrives, the dragon spirit tower will definitely be occupied by Fong Chen. Not necessarily. Maybe White Ape and Chongyu will come as well. Once they enter the Qingfeng secret realm, their strength will increase tremendously. Just wait and see. There will definitely be a good show. Below the dragon spirit platform, many disciples were discussing among themselves. They didn't think they had the strength to fight for the 3rd dragon spirit platform. However, a voice suddenly rang out, and a figure instantly appeared on the 3rd dragon spirit platform. "I, Yue, want the 3rd dragon spirit platform." Yue stood on the platform and declared loudly. Yue, ranked 6th in the inner sect, was extremely powerful. When the crowd saw that it was Yue who had taken the dragon spirit platform, they all nodded. Yue's strength qualified him to take it. However, the moment Yue stepped onto the dragon spirit platform, Fong Chen and Bingling arrived. "Fong Chen, it's Fong Chen. He actually came. Fong Chen and Bingling are both here. Looks like Yue won't be able to take the 3rd dragon spirit platform." The moment Fong Chen and Bingling appeared, countless martial artists were discussing. On his way here, Fong Chen already knew that in order to gain the recognition of the dragon spirit stone, one had to occupy a dragon spirit platform. Fong Chen glanced at Du Zhong and Bai Liming before looking at the 3rd dragon spirit platform. "Give up the dragon spirit platform. You can't keep it." Fong Chen looked at Yue and said indifferently, "Impossible. I won't give up the dragon spirit platform." Yue said coldly, "Then let's see who's the real deal." Fong Chen's figure flashed as he took a step forward and instantly reached the dragon spirit platform. He then used the swift sword. "You're courting death." Yue had a fortuitous encounter in the Qingfeng secret realm, and his strength had increased a lot. He didn't think that he was afraid of Fong Chen. Seeing Fong Chen's attack coming, Yue was furious. He immediately used his strongest sword skill, and a sky full of sword light bombarded Fong Chen. Swift sword. Fong Chen bellowed and brandished 1,000 sword lights in one breath. Suddenly, all the sword lights gathered together to form a majestic sword light that pierced towards Yue. Bang! Yue's sword light was instantly destroyed by Fong Chen's sword light. At this moment, Yue's face was filled with shock. "How is this possible?" Yue exclaimed as his body was hit by the majestic sword light and fell heavily to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen defeated Yue. This scene left many disciples speechless. Fang Chun is too strong. I'm afraid only Du Zhong can compete with him. Yeah, he defeated Yue in one move. Even Bai Liming can't do that. Right now, Bai Liming is the weakest in the Dragon Spirit platform. I wonder if there will be any disciples who will challenge him. Fang Chun successfully occupied the third Dragon Spirit platform, and no disciple dared to challenge Fang Chun. At this moment, Bing Ling spoke. Bai Liming, I challenge you. Okay. Bai Liming only said one word and immediately attacked. Bai Liming's attack was very sharp. In the inner sect, it was rare to see Bai Liming fight. Last time, it was Bai Liming's swordsmanship stairway that shocked many disciples. He had directly stepped onto the 8th step. This time, Bai Liming let all the warriors know that his strength was also very tyrannical. Boom! Bai Liming's swordsmanship was very strange. He attacked Bing Ling again and again. Bing Ling used the ice-snow sword technique, which was extremely cold. However, he still couldn't resist Bai Liming's swordsmanship. In a short while, Bing Ling lost to Bai Liming. I admit defeat. There was a bitter smile on Bing Ling's face. He stopped attacking and admitted defeat. Next, many disciples were looking forward to White Ape and Chong Yu's arrival. However, they didn't come, which surprised many disciples. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, Bai Liming was challenged by several of the top 10 intersect disciples. However, in the end, Bai Liming defeated his opponents and successfully occupied the second Dragon Spirit platform. After 2 hours, no one else challenged Bai Liming. At this point, the 3 of them had completely occupied the Dragon Spirit platform. It was also at this moment that the 3 Dragon Spirit towers began to tremble. Roar! It was as if a dragon's roar could be heard. The moment the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms trembled, 3 rays of golden light shot into the sky. Is the Dragon's spiritual stone about to appear? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he whispered. At this moment, the 3 rays of golden light engulfed the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms. All the disciples on the square retreated. They couldn't even see what was happening on the Dragon Spirit platforms. Boom! A shocking aura shot into the sky. When the golden light gradually dissipated, the ground in the center of the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms bulged. In the next moment, a fist-sized stone appeared in front of Fang Chun. This is the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Fang Chun was shocked. The Dragon Spiritual Stone in front of him was only the size of a palm. On the stone, there was a lifelike image of a dragon. The stone emitted a strong aura that wrapped around the 3 of them. Dragon Spiritual Stone. Du Zhong and Bai Liming's faces were also filled with excitement. After the Dragon Spiritual Stone appeared, the 3 of them were very excited. The next step was to find a way to get the recognition of the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Let me try first, Bai Liming said. Then, Bai Liming took the lead. A strong force was emitted from his body and wrapped around the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Bai Liming wanted to communicate with the Dragon Spiritual Stone. At this moment, the Dragon Spiritual Stone was constantly trembling and traces of energy were leaking out. After half an hour, the Dragon Spiritual Stone let out a dragon roar. In the next moment, the aura that wrapped around the Dragon Spiritual Stone dissipated. Bai Liming's face was pale. He was helpless. He couldn't get the recognition of the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Can't get its recognition? Fang Chun was a little confused. How can I get the recognition of the Dragon Spiritual Stone? Let me. After Bai Liming failed, Du Zhong started to communicate with the Dragon Spiritual Stone, hoping to get its recognition. During this process, Fang Chun was watching. The disciples on the square were also watching intently. Although they couldn't see the situation in the center of the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms, they were still watching nervously. Du Zhong's attack was naturally stronger than Bai Liming's. When Du Zhong's strong energy wrapped around the Dragon Spiritual Stone, the Dragon Spiritual Stone trembled violently. It's a little effective. When Du Zhong saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately increased his strength. Hiss, 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 after half an hour, the Dragon Spiritual Stone stopped trembling. Du Zhong's face was also pale. He also couldn't get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone. Damn it, Du Zhong was a little depressed. His strength was the strongest among everyone, but he couldn't get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone. Next, it's my turn, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Fang Chun followed the previous two's method and wrapped the dragon's spiritual stone with all his strength. At first, the dragon's spiritual stone didn't move. It didn't even tremble. Seeing this, Bai Liming and Du Zhong shook their heads. It seemed that no one would get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone this time. It's too difficult to get the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, Du Zhong said in a low voice. Yes, except for Xie Nan. No one in the Qingfeng sword sect has ever gotten the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, Bai Liming said. At this time, Fang Chun was seriously looking at the dragon's spiritual stone. Inadvertently, his golden heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 47. In the beginning, the dragon's spiritual stone was dead silent. But when everyone thought that Fang Chun would fail, the dragon's spiritual stone began to tremble. Buzz. A strange sound came from the dragon's spiritual stone as it trembled. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chun's body was beating rapidly, and a clear stream appeared. Roar! The dragon's spiritual stone trembled very quickly, and a dragon roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, all the disciples stared at the sky, dumbfounded. In the sky above the three dragons' spiritual platforms, a golden dragon shadow suddenly appeared. This golden dragon shadow swam continuously and roared towards the sky. How is this possible? The dragon's spiritual stone has acknowledged Fang Chun. The first to exclaim was Du Zhong. He did not expect that the dragon's spiritual stone would acknowledge Fang Chun. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Ever since Xie Nan, a disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect, had finally been acknowledged by the dragon's spiritual stone. At this moment, the dragon's spiritual stone emitted a wild aura that directly enveloped Fang Chun, isolating Fang Chun from the outside world. Fang Chun only felt a boom in his head, and in the next moment, he lost his senses. Oh my God! Fang Chun has actually been acknowledged by the dragon's spiritual stone. This Fang Chun is too heaven-defying. His talent is almost on par with Xie Tianan. The dragon's spiritual stone has acknowledged Fang Chun. This is too shocking. Many disciples were discussing Fang Chun and the dragon's spiritual stone. Du Zhong and Bai Liming, who were on the dragon's spiritual platform, were directly kicked out of the dragon's spiritual platform after Fang Chun was acknowledged by the dragon's spiritual stone. What a monster! Bai Liming stared at the light pillar above the third dragon's spiritual platform and could not help but say, Fang Chun had reached the top of the sword technique's stairway to heaven. In the Qingfeng secret realm, Fang Chun had once again been acknowledged by the dragon's spiritual stone. This could no longer be described as monstrous. To be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, one's future achievements will definitely be very high. At this moment, a trace of helplessness appeared on Du Zhong's face. It seemed like his position as the #1 person in the Azure Edge Sword sect would soon be shaken. On the dragon's spiritual platform, Fang Chun was receiving the baptism of the dragon's spiritual stone, while the outside world was also in a state of shock. Within the inner sect of the Green Edge Sword sect, the 9 elders, including the Grand Master, and all the other upper echelons looked up at the dragon shadow that had appeared in the skies with a look of agitation. Someone has gained the recognition of the dragon spirit stone? Huh. The great elder laughed loudly. That's right. It's been a long time. Finally, a disciple has gained the recognition of the dragon spirit stone. Originally, I was still worried about this 3-sex martial competition. Now, I don't have to worry anymore. The one who will obtain the dragon spirit stone will definitely be Du Zhong. His strength will become the strongest among the younger generation of the 3 sections. That's right, it must be Du Zhong. Only Du Zhong has such strength. Many elders believe that Du Zhong had obtained the approval of the dragon spirit stone. Maybe it's someone else. Suddenly, the 9th elder said. Hearing the 9th elder's words, the great elder laughed and said, Old 9, I know you're talking about your disciple Fang Chun. Although Fang Chun is very strong, and I have high hopes for him, the one who will obtain the Dragon Spirit Stone should be Du Zhong. That's right, old nine. Du Zhong's chances are much higher than Fang Chen's. Everyone had different opinions. Within the Clear Wind Secret Realm, Fang Chun finally woke up from the baptism of the Dragon Spirit Stone after an unknown amount of time. And the first thing Fang Chun did when he woke up was to check his body. If he didn't check, he wouldn't have known. But when he did, he was shocked. 7th level Qi Cultivation Realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the Dragon Spirit Stone that was about to disappear into the ground. The energy contained within the Dragon Spirit Stone is too vast. I only needed to be baptized by the energy of the Dragon Spirit Stone to reach the 7th level Qi Cultivation Realm. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Rumble. After the baptism, the Dragon Spirit Stone sank into the ground again. When Fang Chun landed from the Dragon Spirit Tower, Du Zhong and the others went up to greet him. Fang Chun, congratulations on gaining the recognition of the Dragon Spirit Stone. Du Zhong and the others said. Fang Chun also chatted with the others for a while before leaving the square. There was still more than 10 days before the Clear Wind Secret Realm closed. Fang Chun had to hurry up and cultivate. The other disciples also knew that time was tight, and they all found a place to cultivate. Fang Chun found a secluded mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a sword technique appeared in his mind. Quicksilver sword technique. That's right, it was the Quicksilver sword technique. Fang Chun obtained this sword technique from the Dragon Spirit Stone. Other than Fang Chun, no one else knew about it. The Dragon Spirit Stone is really amazing. Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim. This Quicksilver sword technique had surpassed the substandard and reached the level of a first-grade cultivation technique. In a small sect like the Green Edge Sword sect, a substandard cultivation technique was already considered a great cultivation technique. They didn't even have a first-grade cultivation technique. Fang Chun, on the other hand, obtained a first-grade cultivation technique from the Dragon Spirit Stone. This made Fang Chun very excited. If I can finish cultivating this Quicksilver sword technique, I won't be afraid even if I meet an LV8 Qi Cultivation Realm disciple. Fang Chun said in a low voice. In the next moment, Fang Chun began to cultivate the Quicksilver sword technique. In his mind, the chant of the Quicksilver sword technique was constantly circulating. In a short while, Fang Chun had finished cultivating the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique. The reason why he could cultivate so quickly was because of the golden heart. Fang Chun was already used to this. After cultivating the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique, it was extremely powerful. Fang Chun began to consolidate the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique. The Quicksilver sword technique had a total of 5 swords. It was said that if a disciple could cultivate all 5 swords of the Quicksilver sword technique, they would be able to fight above their cultivation level. In 3 days, Fang Chun had completely consolidated the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique. Next, Fang Chun found a forest to test the power of the Quicksilver sword technique. In the forest, Fang Chun encountered a LV7 Qi Cultivation Realm monster. Quicksilver sword technique, first sword. Fang Chun said in a low voice. The nimble sword in his hand flashed, and a sword light flashed. Immediately, a wound appeared on the monster's body. Bang Fang Chun was overjoyed to see a 7th level Qi refinement stage demonic beast die in an instant. To be able to kill a LV7 Qi cultivation realm monster so easily, I wonder what will happen if I meet an LV8 Qi cultivation realm monster, Fang Chun said in a low voice. In the following days, Fang Chun began to fight like crazy. In the beginning, Fang Chun had to engage in a fierce battle with an LV8 Qi refinement stage beast before he could kill it. But as time went by, Fang Chun's strength became stronger and stronger. When he met an LV8 Qi cultivation realm monster, he only needed to use the Quicksilver sword technique to quickly kill the monster. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Qingfeng mystery realm to close. Fang Chun met up with the other disciples and finally came out of the Qingfeng mystery realm. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled. The 9 elders worked together to close the Qingfeng mystery realm. The first elder's eyes lit up. He looked at Du Zhong and asked hurriedly, Du Zhong, did you get the approval of the dragon spiritual stone? Yes, Du Zhong, you must have gotten the approval of the dragon spiritual stone, the other elders said. At this moment, all the elders' eyes were focused on Du Zhong. Du Zhong smiled bitterly and said, I didn't get the approval of the dragon's spiritual stone. Many elders were startled when they heard Du Zhong's words. They immediately looked at Feng Chun. Feng Chun nodded and said, That's right, I got the approval of the dragon spiritual stone. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Even the sect master of the Qing Feng sword sect had a look of astonishment in his eyes. What did I say? Hearing that, the ninth elder became even more emotional. Feng Chun, you got the approval of the dragon spiritual stone? The first elder asked hurriedly. After receiving Feng Chun's nod of confirmation, the 9 elders' faces were filled with excitement. I didn't expect Feng Chun to be so talented. Our Qing Feng sword sect is really lucky. Haha, Feng Chun, you have to practice hard. In a month, the 3-sect competition will be held in Cyan Cloud County. At that time, you will shine. After chatting with the elders, Feng Chun left the square and returned to his residence. Du Zhong and the others also went into seclusion to practice. The matter of the Qing Feng secret realm had come to an end. In general, many disciples had benefited greatly. The only thing that puzzled the 9 elders was that White Ape and Chongyu did not come out of the Qing Feng secret realm. In the end, the 9 elders came to a conclusion. White Ape and Chongyu must have died in the hands of demonic beasts. Other than that, they could not think of any other reason. Feng Chun killed them. They thought that Feng Chun would not do such a thing. In an independent courtyard in the inner sect, there was a man in gray. This man did not have a high ranking in the inner sect, but he had a good relationship with White Ape. However, no one knew that White Ape was actually his elder brother. Elder brother, you died in the Qing Feng secret realm. It must be Feng Chun's doing. I will avenge you. The man in gray's face was full of anger as he said coldly, Feng Chun, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The man in gray was called by Feng. He was a disciple at LV5 Qi cultivation realm. On the second day after Feng Chun returned to the sect, Bai Feng found an opportunity to accept a task and left the Qing Feng sword sect. When Bai Feng reappeared, he had already arrived in Cyan Cloud City, the county capital of Cyan Cloud County. Cyan Cloud City was the most prosperous city in Cyan Cloud County. There were many experts in this city. Bai Feng asked around carefully and found an assassin organization, NVIDIA. NVIDIA was a large assassin organization in Cyan Cloud County. They had helped their employers kill their targets many times. As long as they could pay the spiritual stones, NVIDIA dared to take on even Qi transformation realm experts. When he arrived at the second floor of NVIDIA, Bai Feng stated his request. Qing Feng sword sect's inner disciple, Feng Chun, Bai Feng said. Chapter 48. 1 mid-grade spiritual stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spiritual stones. 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. It was a huge sum. In the inner sect, even the top disciples only had a few 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It was very difficult to earn 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. But now, the assassin organization was offering 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. This made Bai Feng's expression change slightly, and he was a little angry. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones to kill an inner sect disciple of the Azure Edge sword sect. Bai Feng was a little confused and asked. The staff nodded and then explained, This Feng Chun you're talking about is also recorded in our files. He reached LV6 Qi cultivation realm at the age of 15. He is very talented and must be the top inner sect disciple of the Azure Edge sword sect. Most importantly, he is a disciple of the sect. Normally, the assassin organization will charge a very high fee to kill a sect disciple. Although the Azure Edge sword sect was a weak sect, it was still a sect after all. It was not a sect that ordinary warriors could provoke. If the assassin organization wanted to kill an inner sect disciple of the Azure Edge sword sect, they would have to bear the revenge of the sect. Therefore, the price was very high. However, the assassin organization did not know that Fong Chun had reached LV7 Chi cultivation realm. If they knew, the price of killing Fong Chun would definitely be doubled. 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. I can't take out that much. Damn it. Bai Feng kept cursing in his heart. Where can I find 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Bai Feng was a little helpless and thought to himself, "Can you lower the price?" Bai Feng asked. The staff shook his head. Their price was based on Fong Chen's current situation. It cannot be lower. If the price was lower, no assassin would be willing to accept this mission. All right then. I don't have enough spiritual stones. I will come back when I have enough. Bai Feng nodded and left. After leaving the assassin organization, Bai Feng began to look for spiritual stones. After returning from the Qingfeng mystery realm, Fong Chun had vaguely become the top inner disciple. Some disciples even believed that Fong Chen's strength must have surpassed Du Zhong's. However, 3 days ago, a piece of news shook the entire Qingfeng sword sect. Only then did all the disciples know how terrifying Du Zhong was. After Du Zhong finished his closed-door training, he went out to train and killed a LV8 Chi cultivation realm beast. This news shook the entire Azure Edge sword sect. Du Zhong is so terrifying. He has reached the LV8 Chi cultivation realm. He deserves to be called the #1 disciple of the inner sect. Yes, I had thought that Fong Chun would be comparable to Du Zhong after he had obtained the approval of the Dragon Spirit Stone. However, it seems that there is still a big gap between Fong Chun and Du Zhong. LV8 Chi cultivation stage. Even among the younger generation of the 3 sects in Cyan Cloud County, no one can compare to him. Du Zhong is indeed worthy of his name. His strength is tyrannical and his potential is extraordinary. He will definitely shine during the Tri-Sect competition. In the Tri-Sect competition that is held every 3 years, our Azure Edge Sword sect has always been at the bottom. This time, I think we'll be able to recover some losses. Countless disciples in the inner sect of the Azure Edge Sword sect were discussing this matter. It was only at this moment that they realized how terrifying Du Zhong was. The LV8 Chi cultivation realm was too powerful. As the news of Du Zhong spread, the news of Fong Chun obtaining the approval of the Dragon Spirit Stone gradually died down. Half a month later, very few disciples brought up Fong Chen's matter. There was still half a month before the Tri-Sect competition. The disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect were all cultivating nervously. At a certain moment, Bai Feng once again entered Cyan Cloud City and entered the assassin organization. I have finally gathered 10,000 medium spiritual stones. Fong Chun, you will definitely die this time. Bai Feng said eerily. In this half a month, Bai Feng accidentally entered an ancient relic of a Qi transformation realm expert and obtained some treasures. He reluctantly sold all of these treasures and finally collected 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Feng's goal was simple. That was to kill Fong Chun. Since young, White Ape had been very good to Bai Feng. The death of White Ape was a huge blow to Bai Feng. Therefore, Bai Feng wanted to kill Fong Chun at all costs. Here are 10,000 medium spiritual stones to kill Fong Chun. Bai Feng said, "Okay, I will give you the task now." The staff said. After Bai Feng left, the assassin organization quickly searched for an assassin to do this task. It had to be said that the assassin organization was very efficient. In less than a day, they found an assassin. According to the records of the assassin organization, Fong Chun had reached the LV6 Chi cultivation realm at the age of 15. He was very talented. Therefore, the assassin organization found an assassin at the LV7 Chi cultivation realm just to be safe. His codename was Golden Wolf, and he was an LV7 Chi cultivation realm assassin. He was very powerful and often walked on the edge of death. Golden Wolf was almost invincible among LV7 Chi cultivators. At this moment, a cruel smile appeared on the Golden Wolf's face on a mountain peak. LV6 Chi cultivation realm martial artist is not worth my time. Golden Wolf sneered. If not for the commission, Golden Wolf would not be willing to kill such a small fry. Of the 10,000 medium spiritual stones, the assassin would get 5,000, and so would the assassin organization. To the Golden Wolf, 5,000 mid-grade spiritual stones was not a small sum. For these spiritual stones, you must die, Golden Wolf said in a low voice. That night, Golden Wolf arrived at the mountain peak where the Green Edge Sword sect was. He hid in the dark and kept an eye on Fang Chun. Fang Chun had been cultivating all this while and finally stopped after much difficulty. He was dragged out by his best friend Xiao Shan and Jiang he to walk around and breathe some fresh air. Fang Chun, don't always cultivate. You'll become stupid. Xiao Shan grinned. Yeah, Fang Chun, you're already very strong. There's no need to work so hard. It's good to walk around. Jiang he smiled. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the Green Edge Sword sect. No one lived on this peak, and no disciples would disturb them under normal circumstances. Standing on the peak, one could overlook the entire Green Edge Sword sect. The night sky was especially bright, and the three of them cast their shadows on the ground. Fang Chun, the three sects martial meet is in half a month. We probably won't be able to participate, Xiao Shan suddenly said. Yeah, Fang Chun, you'll definitely run into disciples of the Flowing Wind sect at the three sects martial meet. You, Jiang he said. Hearing the three words Flowing Wind sect, Fang Chun inadvertently thought of Yi. That pearl of the Yi clan seemed to be an outstanding member of the Flowing Wind sect's younger generation. Fang Chun subconsciously clenched his fists. He swore to himself that he would take back the humiliation the Yi clan gave him 100-fold. It's nothing. Fang Chun did not care much about the marriage contract. This was because Fang Chun knew that time would prove everything. When the day came where he was like a monarch, overlooking the entire Azure Cloud County and even the Divine Wind Nation, the Yi clan would definitely regret their decision. At this moment, the Golden Wolf was hiding in the dark, staring at Fang Chun. The Golden Wolf licked its dry lips. Then, it said in a hoarse voice, "There's no one here. We can kill this brat." As the Golden Wolf spoke, its figure flashed. Instantly, a strong bloody aura filled the entire mountain peak. Fang Chun was about to speak when he suddenly felt danger. He quickly said, "Oh no, there's danger." Just as Fang Chun finished speaking, a golden wolf with a ferocious aura appeared in front of him. "Brat, it's time for you to die." The golden wolf grinned. "Who are you?" Fang Chun asked coldly. "The person who will kill you." The golden wolf growled. Then it gathered all the strength in its body and punched the air. Fang Chun could feel that the martial artist in front of him was a veteran of hundreds of battles. He was a martial artist who often walked on the edge of death. This kind of martial artist was the most terrifying because their survival skills were very strong. Moreover, their moves were all killing moves. They cultivated for killing. Jiang He, Xiao Shan hide. Fang Chun roared. He took out the agile sword and used the swift sword. In an instant, 1,000 sword lights filled the sky and collided heavily with the golden wolf's fist. Boom! There was a loud sound. In the next moment, the golden wolf's fist light was shattered. The golden wolf took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, the golden wolf looked at Fang Chun in surprise and licked his dry lips. The information was wrong. Your cultivation has reached the 7th tier of the Qi cultivation realm. Hearing the golden wolf's words, Fang Chun was a little confused. Fang Chun, be careful. In the distance, Xiao Shan and Jiang he had already hidden. They were weak. If they stayed on the mountain peak, they would definitely implicate Fang Chun. On the mountain peak, Fang Chun held the agile sword in his hand. He stared at the golden wolf and asked, "Who are you?" "The person who will kill you." The golden wolf smiled sinisterly. Although the golden wolf knew that Fang Chun's true cultivation was the 7th tier of the Qi cultivation realm, he was not afraid at all. This was because he was invincible among the 7th tier of the Qi cultivation realm. "Die, brat." The golden wolf growled and threw a few more punches. The golden wolf's fists were very hard. Under normal circumstances, he could kill his target with one punch. However, this time, he met a tough opponent. The first sword of the Quicksilver Sword style. Feeling the golden wolf's ferocious aura, Fang Chun immediately used the Quicksilver Sword style. A mercury-like sword light appeared in the air. In the next moment, the mercury-like sword light peers towards the golden wolf with a tyrannical aura. What sword technique is this? The golden wolf felt a sense of threat from the quicksilver sword style. I don't care what sword technique it is. Watch my fist break it. The golden wolf roared and punched out with both fists. His entire body's strength instantly exploded out. Rumble. In the sky, the fist light and the sword light collided, producing a fierce sound. Crack. The mercury-like sword light and fist light instantly dissipated when they collided. However, the golden wolf's fist light also quickly dissipated. Bang! Bang! Although the battle between the two was very loud, the cultivators of the Bree sword sect could not hear it at all. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. In the beginning, the golden wolf was still able to gain a slight advantage. As time passed, the entire battle was controlled by Fang Chun. How can this be? The golden wolf was shocked. Die! The golden wolf let out a furious roar and executed its strongest technique. At this moment, Fang Chun also pushed the quicksilver sword style to its limits. A ripple appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the mercury-like sword light pierced through the golden wolf's fist light and into his chest. Chapter 49. The death of the assassin with the codename Golden Wolf might be the first time the assassin organization failed a mission in recent years. After the Golden Wolf died, Fang Chun saw the spatial ring on the Golden Wolf's finger and immediately took it. Just as Fang Chun took the spatial ring, the ninth elders arrived. Behind the ninth elders were Jiang, He, and Xiao Shan, who were panting. It was obvious that the ninth elders were informed by the two of them. Fang Chun, are you all right? The first thing the ninth elders did when they arrived at the mountain peak was to ask about Fang Chun's safety. I'm fine, master, said Fang Chun. Who wanted to kill you? Asked the ninth elders. Fang Chun shook his head and pointed at the lifeless golden wolf on the ground. I don't know either. After the ninth elders saw the golden wolf, he checked carefully and his expression changed slightly. Fang Chun, who did you offend? Why did the assassin organization want to kill you? Asked the ninth elders in a deep voice. The assassin organization was an organization that gave people headaches. It was said that there was a mysterious force behind the organization. However, the assassin organization usually issued missions on behalf of their employers. The assassins who accepted the missions usually had nothing to do with the assassin organization. This person is an assassin from the assassin organization. Someone must have issued a mission to kill you, said the ninth elders in a deep voice. The assassin organization. Fang Chun's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He had heard of the assassin organization before. Fang Chun, you have to be careful. Don't go out alone, said the ninth elders after thinking for a while. 3 days later, in the pavilion of the assassin organization in Green Cloud City. After the few people in charge of the assassin organization nodded, they confirmed one thing. The mission to kill Fang Chun's golden wolf had failed. The assassins of the assassin organization never failed. Once they failed, it meant that the assassin was dead. There's been no news for 3 days. Golden Wolf is probably dead. It seems that Fang Chun's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface, said one of the people in charge. The mission has failed. This is a disgrace to our assassin organization. However, we need to give our employer an explanation, another person in charge said. Either we refund 80% of the commission, or we charge an additional commission. Let the employer decide, the third person in charge said. Soon, the assassin organization confirmed this matter. The staff member contacted by phone and told him what had happened. By phone was shocked. What? You sent assassins in the 7th level of Qi refining and still couldn't kill Fang Chun? Asked by phone, shocked. That's right. According to our intelligence, Fang Chun's cultivation has also reached the 7th tier of the Qi cultivation realm, and he killed the golden wolf. Therefore, this mission is considered a failure, said the staff member. Currently, there are 2 options. The first is to refund 80% of the commission, said the staff member. This was the rule of the assassin organization. Once a mission failed, they would only refund 80% of the commission. The remaining 20% would be used to make up for the loss of the assassin organization. What about the second option? Bai Feng asked, displeased that he had lost 2,000 mid-grade spiritual stones for no reason. The second option is to pay another 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. We will send an even stronger assassin to complete the mission, said the staff member. What do you mean by paying another 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Why is it so expensive for a martial artist in the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm? Bai Feng shouted. The staff member shook his head and explained, Fang Chun was able to kill the golden wolf. His true strength is infinitely close to the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm, or even comparable to the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm. This price is more appropriate. Where am I supposed to find another 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Bai Feng thought to himself. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, Bai Feng gave up. He took 8,000 mid-grade spiritual stones and left Cyan Cloud County. After leaving Cyan Cloud County, Bai Feng chose to return to his family to seek help. In the beginning, Bai Feng did not return to his family because he was afraid that the upper echelons of the family would question him and resent him. However, he had no other choice this time. Chinka City was located in a region not far from Qingyan City. The prosperity of Chinka City was second only to Cyan Cloud City. It was not something a small place like Windy City could compare to. The Bai family was considered a medium-sized family in Chinka City. The first thing Bai Feng did when he returned to the Bai family was to report White Ape's situation. In the Bai family mansion, all the upper echelons of the Bai family were gathered in the meeting hall. Bai Feng, how did White Ape die? Tell us more clearly, said the Bai family patriarch. Patriarch, Brother White Ape died in the Windy Secret Realm. No one knows how he died. I only suspect that Fang Chen did it, said Bai Feng. The upper echelons of the family were confused. In the Azure Edge Sword sect, Brother White Ape had a grudge with Fang Chun. It is very likely, said Bai Feng in detail. After listening to Bai Feng's explanation, the Bai family patriarch slowly nodded. Regardless of whether White Ape was killed by Fang Chun or not, this Fang Chun cannot be allowed to live, said the Bai family patriarch. Bai Feng, why didn't you tell us first? Asked an elder of the Bai family. Elder, I once wanted to avenge Brother White Ape, so I went to the assassin organization. However, they failed, said Bai Feng. The upper echelons of the Bai family were shocked. Even the assassin organization failed, asked the patriarch. It seems that this Fang Chun is truly a monster. He killed White Ape and humiliated our Bai family. He must die, said an elder. There is no need to use the assassin organization to kill him. Leave this matter to Bai Tian, said another elder. Bai Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words Bai Tian. Bai Tian was an outstanding member of the Bai family's younger generation. He was also a top expert of the Seven Heavens sect's younger generation. That's right. There is still half a month before the 3-sect martial competition. Informed by Tian, said the patriarch, there were 3 great sects in the Cyan Cloud County. The strongest was the Flowing Wind sect, followed by the Seven Heavens sect and the Azure Edge Sword sect. The Azure Edge Sword sect had always been at the bottom of the 3-sect martial competition every 3 years. There was a sect called the Seven Heavens sect on a mountain peak surrounded by clouds in the Cyan Cloud County. The Seven Heavens sect was a bit strange because there weren't many young disciples in the sect. However, each one of them was extremely powerful, especially the 7 heavens of the younger generation. Each one of them had extraordinary strength. However, not long ago, the death of the 7th heavens of the 7 heavens shocked the 7 heavens sect. After investigating for a long time, the 7 heavens sect was unable to find a culprit, so the matter was left unsettled. There were 7 proud peaks in the 7 heavens sect. Each peak belonged to a 7 heavens. On the second peak, there was a white-robed figure sitting cross-legged. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly opened. The White Ape is dead, Bai Tian said. Bai Tian was the 2nd heavens of the 7 heavens. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier of Qi refinement not long ago. Fang Chun of the Azure Edge Sword sect is interesting, Bai Tian muttered. The Flowing Wind sect was the strongest sect in the Cyan Cloud County. Today, the inner sect of the Flowing Wind sect was filled with jubilation. That was because the twin peaks of the Flowing Wind sect had reached the 8th tier of chi refinement. This was definitely a grand occasion. Haha, the heavens have blessed the Flowing Wind sect. Yi Zi and Peng Jin have both reached the 8th tier of chi refinement. They will definitely shine in the martial competition of the three sects. The Flowing Wind sect's chieftain laughed heartily. Peng Jin was a veteran disciple, while Yi Zi was a new disciple. Both of them were known as the twin peaks of the Flowing Wind sect. Be it strength or potential, both of them were among the best in the Flowing Wind sect. At the Azure Edge Sword sect, in Fang Chen's independent courtyard, after seeing off Jiang He and Xiao Shan, Fang Chen began to check the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised when he checked the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. As expected of an assassin from the Assassin Syndicate. So rich, Fang Chen exclaimed. There were 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones in the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. If converted to inferior-grade spirit stones, that would be over 10 million spirit stones. Fang Chen had spent all his spirit stones before, so he was pleasantly surprised when he received 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones. 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones. After putting the 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones into his spatial ring, Fang Chen noticed that there were many substandard cultivation manuals in the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. There was even a Rank 1 cultivation manual. I can't help but want to become an assassin. Fang Chen chuckled. Finally, Fang Chen sorted out the wealth he obtained from the Golden Wolf's spatial ring. There were 100,000 mediocre-grade spirit stones, 6 substandard cultivation manuals, 1 Rank 1 cultivation manual, some spirit herbs, and even some medicinal pellets for rapid healing. Fang Chen put everything into his spatial ring with a smile on his face. Not a small harvest. Fang Chen chuckled. However, at the same time, Fang Chen's heart was filled with worry. I wonder who wants to kill me. Could it be the Yi family? Fang Chen guessed. Fang Chen knew that it was very scary to be targeted by the Assassin Syndicate. If the employer wanted him dead at all costs, the Assassin Syndicate would send more powerful assassins. I hope the employer will stop before going too far. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. With the Bloody Skull and Captain Sha Zhao, Fang Chen did not care about any assassins below the Qi Transformation Realm, unless they were in the Qi Transformation Realm. In the following time, Fang Chen did not think too much and worked hard to improve his strength. As time passed, the Trisect martial arts competition was about to arrive. On this day, the sect master gathered all the top 10 inner sect disciples and told them that the Trisect martial arts competition was about to begin. They had to go to Qingyun City today. Chapter 50. The top 10 inner sect disciples of the Qingfeng Sword sect now had a new structure. After White Ape and Chong Yu's deaths, 2 more disciples had entered the top 10. Of course, the original ranking of the top 10 disciples had also changed. Du Zhong was still ranked first, Fang Chen was ranked second, Bai Liming was ranked third, and Bingling was ranked fourth. The 3-sect martial competition was related to the ranking of the sect. Therefore, the Qingfeng Sword sect would definitely send their top disciples to participate in the competition. Other than the top 10 inner sect disciples, no one else had the qualifications to participate. Soon, the top 10 disciples all appeared in the square. In front of the square was the sect master and the 9 elders. Today, we'll be heading to Qingyun City, where the 3-sect martial competition will be held. In the past, our Qingfeng Sword sect has always been at the bottom of the rankings. This time, our younger generation is very strong. I hope you can bring honor to the Qingfeng Sword sect, said the sect master loudly. The top 10 disciples all nodded, their fighting spirit soaring. After that, the Grandmaster talked about some other matters regarding the 3 sects meet. Finally, the Grandmaster led the group of elders and left the Green Edge Sword sect in a grandiose manner. As for the other elders, they stayed behind to guard the Qingfeng Sword sect. The Qingfeng Sword sect was quite a distance away from Qingyun City. However, there were still 3 days before the 3-sect martial competition. 2 days later, Fang Chen and the rest appeared in Qingyun City. This is Qingyun City. Let's find a place to stay first, said the sect master softly after entering Qingyun City. Then, under the sect master's lead, the Qingfeng Sword Sect's disciples stayed in an independent courtyard. This will be the residence of the Qingfeng Sword Sect for this period of time. You'll be free to go out and learn about the situation. You can also rest here, said the sect master. Many disciples expressed that they wanted to go out and see Qingyun City. Remember, this is Qingyun City. There are countless experts here. Don't cause trouble, reminded the first elder. Just as Fang Chun was about to leave, he saw Bing Ling walk over. How about we go for a walk together? Asked Bing Ling. Fang Chun smiled brightly and nodded. He walked side by side with Bing Ling and left the residence. Green Cloud City lived up to its name as the capital of Green Cloud County. Not only was it prosperous, but it was also huge. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh when he heard the sound of countless hawkers on the street. Green Cloud City is much stronger than Clear Breeze City. Fang Chun said, Of course, Green Cloud City is the capital of Green Cloud County. It's the core of Green Cloud County. There are many experts here. Look at the warriors on the streets. Any one of them is a warrior in the Qi refining realm. Bing Ling said sweetly. Fang Chun nodded and said, Let's go to the treasure inspection area. In Qingyun City, the appraisal district was one of the most famous places because there were many treasures for sale in the appraisal district. Countless vendors from all over the Cyan Cloud County gathered here. Furthermore, it was common for people to find treasures from these vendors. All right, Bing Ling said. The two of them quickly arrived at the appraisal district. The entire appraisal district was a relatively long street. However, both sides of the street were filled with small vendors. The peddlers' cries were incessant. The vendors here are very famous. Because you don't know that you might accidentally find treasures, many people come here to try their luck. Bing Ling said, Of course, there are also many fake goods here. It's easy to be cheated. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Chun said. Since they were in Green Cloud City, they had to take a look at the appraisal district. After entering the appraisal district, Fang Chun and Bing Ling carefully looked at the items on each stall. After a while, Fang Chun was interested in an item. In the middle of the appraisal district, there was a stall with many weapons. At first glance, these weapons were all ordinary weapons. However, when Fang Chun saw one of the weapons, his golden heart actually beat rapidly. This surprised Fang Chun a little. He slowly walked to the front of the stall and realized that the stall owner was a middle-aged man. Young man, is there anything you need? Seeing Fang Chun walk over, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Don't think that these are all ordinary weapons. Let me tell you, these weapons were once used by great people. They're just sealed. If you buy them, you will make a profit. The middle-aged man said mysteriously. Hearing this, Fang Chun grinned. This middle-aged man was obviously lying. Other than the divine weapon, the other weapons were just ordinary weapons. They didn't look like they were sealed at all. Fang Chun did not point it out. Instead, he asked, How much is this weapon? He saw that Fang Chun was pointing at a long sword. This long sword was the most inconspicuous among the weapons. Young master, do you like this weapon? The middle-aged man asked Fang Chun. I am a sword cultivator. You only have this sword here. Naturally, I only need this sword. Fang Chun said indifferently. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, In that case, how about 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Okay, deal. Fang Chun said happily. In the end, Fang Chun bought the long sword for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After leaving the stall, Bing Ling asked curiously, Fang Chun, is this weapon really sealed? I don't know, Fang Chun said. After wandering around the appraisal area for a while, Fang Chun and Bing Ling left the appraisal area. After leaving the appraisal area, Fang Chun felt that it was still early. He suggested that they go to the martial arena to take a look. The martial arena was the most popular place in Qingyun City. Many warriors liked to go to the martial arena. This was because one could earn spirit stones in the martial arena. As long as you had the strength, you could earn enough spirit stones. The martial arena was not far from the appraisal area. After a while, the two of them arrived at the martial arena. Fang Chun and Bing Ling entered the martial arena. They found a place and sat down to watch the battle on the martial arena. Every warrior on the martial arena wore a special mask. This way, no one could recognize them, and it was convenient for them to hide their identity. At this moment, a man named Xing Yun was fighting with another warrior on the martial arena. This Xing Yun has a strong, evil spirit. If there are no accidents, he should win this round. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Xing Yun had won 48 battles in a row. If he won this round, he would have won 49 battles in a row. This kind of victory was enough to show how strong Xing Yun was. Fang Chen could see that Xing Yun's strength was also at the LV7 Qi cultivation realm. However, he was not afraid of fighting against someone at the LV8 Qi cultivation realm. Boom! Just as Fang Chen was talking, Xing Yun suddenly attacked with all his strength and defeated his opponent. Xing Yun has won 49 battles in a row. In the martial arena, there was a commotion. Xing Yun, do you want to continue? Someone asked. Yes, Xing Yun said. When the 50th opponent came on the martial arena, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He felt a sense of danger. Fang Chen frowned. Soon after, he understood. It seemed that the battle arena had made a move. They did not want Xing Yun to continue winning. At this moment, Xing Yun's odds were increasing as his winning streak continued. Every time Xing Yun won, the martial arena would lose a lot of money. However, if Xing Yun lost this round, the martial arena would make a lot of money. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen understood. It seemed that this was the martial arena's business model. After a while, the warriors in the martial arena began to bet crazily. All of them bet on Xing Yun to win. When the betting ended, there were a total of 100,000 medium spiritual stones. Fang Chen was speechless. He risked his life to kill an assassin from the assassin organization and only got 100,000 medium spiritual stones. He did not expect the martial arena to make so many spiritual stones so easily. Unsurprisingly, after a fierce battle, Xing Yun lost the battle, which made many warriors feel helpless. Fang Chen, don't you want to go up and try? Bing Ling suddenly said. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Since he had nothing to do now, he could go up and earn some spiritual stones. Then, Fang Chen nodded and walked to where the backstage staff were. He began to sign up. Is this your first time participating in a martial arena battle? The staff asked. Fang Chen nodded. Then the staff asked, what's your code name? Fang Chen thought for a while and said, Shan Xiao. After a while, Fang Chen received a special mask and was arranged to go on the martial arena. Fang Chen's first opponent was a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm. My opponent is actually a newcomer. The warrior opposite him had a mocking smile on his face. You talk too much, Fang Chen said. At that moment, many warriors were placing their bets. However, they were all betting on Fang Chen's opponent winning. No one would place their spiritual stones on a newcomer. You're courting death. The warrior snorted coldly. He unleashed all his strength and attacked Fang Chen directly. Quicksilver sword technique. Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the mercury sword technique. A cold light pierced out and pierced the cultivator's body. Puchie sword mark appeared on the warrior's body. In the next moment, the warrior spat out a mouthful of blood and admitted defeat. Crash! The entire martial arena was in an uproar. The warriors below the martial arena did not expect the newcomer to defeat his opponent with one move. Is that Fang Chen? Bing Ling was a little confused. If Fang Chen won a battle, he would receive 10,000 medium spiritual stones. In the following days, Fang Chen won every battle. He was very fast and soon reached 30 consecutive victories. 30 victories had earned him 300,000 spirit stones. This was definitely not a small sum. After 30 consecutive victories, Fang Chen did not continue to challenge. He took the spiritual stones and left. Chapter 51. Today's harvest was quite bountiful. After returning to his residence, Fang Chen locked himself in his room and began to study the long sword he had bought in the Treasure Inspection District. I wonder what's so special about this long sword. Fang Chen held the long sword in his hand and said doubtfully. On the hilt of the long sword, there were 2 words, spiritual light. Spiritual light sword. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Holding the spiritual light sword, he didn't feel anything special. However, at a certain moment, The golden heart beat rapidly a few times, and a wild aura came out of the golden heart and entered the spiritual light sword through his hand. Crash! The body of the divine light sword trembled and issued a sword cry. In the next moment, Fong Chun felt that the spiritual light sword seemed to have come alive and released a powerful aura. Seeing this scene, Fong Chun was stunned. This wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was a high-grade mortal weapon. I didn't expect to find a high-grade mortal weapon in the treasure inspection district. If that stall owner knew, he would definitely regret it. Fong Chun said with a smile. He was in a good mood. The price of a high-grade mortal weapon wasn't something that could be bought with a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This time, Fong Chun had made a profit. This was the charm of the treasure inspection district. There were profits and losses. With this high-grade mortal weapon, I won't be afraid of facing an 8th-level Chi refining martial artist. Fong Chun said with a smile. The next day, it was finally time for the 3 sects martial competition. Under the lead of the sect leader, the disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect rushed towards the Green Cloud Square. The Green Cloud Square was the largest square in Green Cloud City and was also the location of the 3 sects martial competition. When the disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect arrived, the Green Cloud Square was already packed with people. The Green Cloud Square was divided into 3 areas, each corresponding to a sect. At this time, the Seven Heavens sect and the Flowing Wind sect had already arrived. The Azure Edge Sword sect is also here, a disciple said in a low voice. The arrival of the Green Edge Sword sect did not cause an uproar. The disciples of the other 2 sects were disdainful of the Green Edge Sword sect. Even the upper echelons of the sect were disdainful of the Green Edge Sword sect. Fong Chun followed the disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. Just as he was about to enter the sect's territory, he suddenly felt a chill. He turned around and saw a disciple of the Seven Skies sect looking at him. Who is he? Fong Chun was a little puzzled. He could sense a trace of killing intent in the other party's eyes, but he didn't recognize him. Fong Chun. He's ranked 2nd in the Seven Heavens. Do you know him? Bing Ling asked in a low voice. Fong Chun shook his head and turned to enter the sect. Sect Master Clear Wind. Since the 3 sects have all arrived, let's follow the old rules and begin the competition. The Flowing Wind sect master glanced at the Clear Wind sect master. All right. The Clear Wind sect master smiled. Next, a judge appeared on the martial stage. Looking around, he said, the first round of this year's 3-sect martial competition is between the Green Edge Sword sect and the Seven Sky sect. Each side will send out 10 disciples. After 10 battles, the winner will fight the Flowing Wind sect for first place. Disdainful laughter rang out from the Seven Sky sect's territory. In their eyes, the Green Edge Sword sect's disciples were no match for them. I didn't expect the first round to be dominated by the Green Edge Sword sect's disciples. There really isn't the slightest bit of challenge. Yeah, the Green Edge Sword sect has always been at the bottom of the rankings. This time is no exception. Within the Green Edge Sword sect, only Du Zhong is a bit stronger. Leave him to the First Sky sect. We'll handle the others. Let's try to win all 10 battles. The Green Edge Sword sect's disciples were all infuriated by the Seven Sky sect's disciples. Be careful when you enter the martial stage, warned the Clear Wind sect master. The first battle was between the Green Edge Sword sect's inner sect, disciple ranked 10th, and one of the Seven Sky sect's disciples. After an intense battle, the Green Edge Sword sect's disciple won the battle by injuring himself. The Seven Sky sect is only SOS. The Green Edge Sword sect's disciple sneered. The Seven Skies sect's disciples were enraged by the fact that they had lost in the first battle. Damn it, we're only allowed to win the next battle. The First Sky sect's disciple said coldly. The eyes of the Second Sky sect disciple were fixed on Fong Chun. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Fong Chun. The Green Edge Sword sect lost the second battle. The Green Edge Sword sect lost the third battle as well. In the fourth battle, the Green Edge Sword sect managed to get back some ground. However, the next 6 battles were not looking good for them. From the beginning to the end, the Seven Sky sect's disciples did not make a move. Although the seventh sky sect's disciple was dead, the remaining 6 disciples were extremely strong. On the other hand, the green-edged sword sect's disciples were far weaker than the 7th sky sect disciples. Fang Chun was calculating in his heart. He wanted to see how the green-edged sword sect could win. For the 5th battle, the 7th sky sect's disciple was the 6th sky sect's disciple. One of the green-edged sword sect's disciples was about to fight, but he was stopped by Fang Chun. "Brother Bai Liming, you're up. You have to win this battle." Hearing Fang Chun's words, Du Zhong and the others were puzzled, but they nodded. "Don't worry." A smile appeared on Bai Liming's face as he stepped onto the martial arts stage. "Trash from the green-edged sword sect. Hurry up and admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll just be humiliating yourself," sneered the 6th sky sect's disciple. "Trash. If you're defeated by trash, doesn't that mean you're worse than trash?" Bai Liming retorted. "You want to defeat me? What a joke." The 6th sky sect's disciple laughed. Bai Liming sneered, and a sword abruptly appeared in his hand. Next, Bai Liming displayed his strongest sword technique. Whoosh! Rays of sword light constantly shot out from the tip of Bai Liming's sword. A majestic aura instantly engulfed the ground. Bai Liming's strength has improved again. Fang Chun nodded. With Bai Liming's current strength, defeating the 6th sky sect's disciple shouldn't be difficult. As expected, after a fierce battle, Bai Liming defeated the 6th sky sect disciple by a single move. "Trash." Bai Liming looked at the 6th sky sect's disciple and sneered disdainfully. The loss of the 6th sky sect's disciples infuriated the 7 heavenly sect's disciples. The 6th sky sect actually lost. How is this possible? Damn it, the green-edged sword sect is actually suppressing our 7 heavenly sect. Many of the 7 heavenly sect's disciples were dissatisfied with this result. On the other hand, the green-edged sword sect disciples were all smiles. Bai Liming had won an important battle. However, the next 2 battles left the green-edged sword sect speechless. They had lost 2 battles in a row. The 5th and 4th sky sect's disciples were too strong. The 2 disciples from the green-edged sword sect hadn't even had a chance to fight back before being defeated. However, Fang Chun was very calm. This was within his expectations. The 1st sky sect's disciple is the strongest. I wonder if Du Zhong can defeat him. Fang Chun thought to himself. As for the 2nd sky sect's disciple, Fang Chun didn't put him in his eyes at all. The 2nd sky sect's disciple was only at the peak of the 7th Qi refining realm. He hadn't reached the 8th Qi refining realm, so he wasn't a match for Fang Chun. As for the 3rd sky sect's disciple, his strength couldn't be underestimated. The 3rd sky sect disciple was naturally Bing Ling. "Bing Ling, you can do it," cheered the green-edged sword sect disciple. Bing Ling stood on the martial stage with an indifferent expression. She faintly emitted an icy aura. "Bing Ling, I will defeat you," said the 3rd sky sect's disciple. Whoosh! Bing Ling didn't say anything. Her reply to the 3rd sky sect's disciple was a cold sword light. Bang! The 3rd sky sect's disciple was caught off guard and was struck by the cold sword light. His clothes were slightly tattered. Damn it! The 3rd sky sect's disciple was furious. He used all his strength to launch a fierce counterattack. Rumble! The battle between the 2 was extremely intense. At first, Bing Ling had the upper hand, but as time passed, she was gradually suppressed. "Looks like Bing Ling's going to lose," muttered Fang Chun. A quarter of an hour later, Bing Ling had indeed lost to the 3rd sky sect's disciple. After Bing Ling's loss, the Qingfeng sword sect had already lost 5 matches. There were only 2 matches left. If they couldn't win all of them, the Qingfeng sword sect would be eliminated. At this time, the 2nd sky sect's disciple stood on the martial stage. He coldly looked at Fang Chun and shouted, "Fang Chun, get up here and die." Hearing the words of the 2nd sky sect's disciple, Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and stood on the martial stage. "Fang Chun, I will let you know the consequences of offending me," said the 2nd sky sect's disciple. Fang Chun frowned. He was a bit unhappy. He didn't know the 2nd sky sect disciple, but the 2nd sky sect disciple was constantly targeting him. "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." With a boom, Fang Chun exploded with all his strength. The spiritual light sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, 1,000 sword lights filled the sky and shot towards the second sky sect's disciple. How is his sword so fast? The second sky sect was shocked. However, he still threw out a punch, which collided with the sword lights. Boom! When the sword lights collided with the fist, there was a thunderous sound. Fang Chun and the second sky sect's disciple both took a few steps back. Damn it! The second sky sect's disciple was furious. He wanted to kill Fang Chun, so his moves were extremely vicious. Fang Chun also noticed this and was a bit angry. He directly used the Quicksilver Sword technique. The first move of the Quicksilver Sword technique. Whoosh! A Quicksilver Sword light suddenly burst out from the spiritual light sword. At this moment, the power of a high-grade mortal weapon was undoubtedly unleashed. Courting death. Seeing Fang Chun use his strongest move, the second sky sect's disciple was furious. He wanted to destroy Fang Chun's attack. However, when Fang Chun's attack hit his body, he knew how strong it was. Crack! The second sky sect disciple was directly sent flying and fell to the ground. His shoulder was full of blood. It was obvious that one of his arms was crippled. Chapter 52. The deathly silent plaza instantly exploded into an uproar. Countless disciples stared at Fang Chun in shock. They didn't understand when such a disciple had appeared in the Qing Feng sword sect. Fang Chun actually defeated Tian Tian. How is that possible? Yeah, Fang Chun is too heaven-defying. Not only did he defeat Tian Tian, but he also heavily injured him. What a terrifying genius. The Qing Feng sword sect has hidden themselves too deeply. Many disciples began to discuss after recovering from their shock. At this moment, the most furious person was the Seven Heavens sect master. His expression was ice-cold as he looked at the heavily injured Tian Tian. Damn it! When did such a powerful disciple appear in the Qing Feng sword sect? Said the Seven Heavens sect master. Sect master, it seems like the Azure Edge sword sect came prepared this time as well, an elder said in a low voice. So what if they came prepared? There's only one battle left. I believe Tian Tian will be able to defeat Du Zhong and win this competition, said the Seven Heavens sect master. Sect master, don't worry. The humiliation the Qing Feng sword sect has given us will be paid back several times over. Tian Tian opened his eyes, shooting out a cold light. Within the flowing wind sect's area, Yizi's expression was complicated. That trash from back, then, had actually grown to such a level? Is this still Fang Chun? Yizi wondered. Yizi had reached the 8th heaven stage of Qi refinement at the age of 15. That was the highest record in the flowing wind sect. She had originally thought that she wouldn't have any more interactions with that trash Fang Chun. She hadn't expected that Fang Chun would be so strong in this 3-sect martial competition. Furthermore, he had defeated Tian Tian. Junior apprentice sister Yizi. What's wrong? Asked Pang Jin upon seeing her strange expression. I'm fine. I just ran into an acquaintance, whispered Yizi. Pang Jin followed her gaze and saw Fang Chun. He frowned and asked, Junior apprentice sister Yizi, did he make you angry? Yizi didn't say anything, so Pang Jin thought she had tacitly agreed. Junior apprentice sister Yizi, don't worry. Although he's strong, he's only at the 7th heaven stage of Qi refinement. If I run into him, I'll definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death, said Pang Jin. Hearing Pang Jin's words, Yizi's mood gradually recovered. That's right. No matter how strong he is only at the LV7 Qi cultivation realm. The gap between us is huge. It's impossible for him to catch up with me, Yizi said to herself. Trash will always be trash. He thinks that just because his strength has increased, he can do whatever he wants. What a joke. At this moment, Yizi had once again returned to her previous state, snorting disdainfully at Fang Chun. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Sect Master Qing Feng. Originally, he thought that would be good if Fang Chun could fight to a draw with Xuantian. He never imagined that Fang Chun would actually defeat Xuantian. Fang Chun is indeed a genius of our sect, Sect Master Qing Feng said with a smile. Yes, Fang Chun's strength is already comparable to Du Zhong's. With Fang Chun and Du Zhong's help, perhaps our Qing Feng sword sect will be able to go further, said the great elder. Among all the elders present, only the ninth elder knew Fang Chen's strength the best. What kind of joke was this? Even an LV7 Qi cultivation realm assassin from the assassin organization was killed by Fang Chun. A mere Xuantian was nothing to him. It should be known that an LV7 Qi cultivation realm assassin from the assassin organization was invincible within the LV7 Qi cultivation realm. If such an assassin was killed by Fang Chun, one could imagine how terrifying Fang Chen's strength was. The next round is very important. Du Zhong, are you confident? Sect Master Qing Feng asked. Don't worry, Sect Master. I have fought with Xuantian before, so I know a little about him, said Du Zhong. That's good, Sect Master Qing Feng said with a smile. After everyone's shock, the last battle was finally about to begin. This battle was related to whether Qing Feng sword sect would be eliminated or not. It was very important. On the martial arts stage, Xuantian was wearing a silver robe. He looked at Du Zhong with disdain and mocked. Du Zhong, you are no match for me. A year ago, Du Zhong was only at LV6 Qi cultivation realm. Xuantian had already reached LV7 Qi cultivation realm. Du Zhong had lost that battle. However, a year later, Du Zhong had reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm. He was not afraid of Xuantian at all. Xuantian, I lost to you a year ago. Today, I will win back twice as much, said Du Zhong in a low voice. Your Qing Feng sword sect will only be eliminated, Xuantian sneered. Then let's fight. Du Zhong growled and waved the long sword in his hand. The sword trembled and emitted waves of sword cries. Sky-shattering fist. Seeing this, Xuantian clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body into it. Then he punched out. Suddenly, a majestic fist radiance appeared in the sky. It carried an extremely powerful aura and blasted towards Du Zhong. Xuantian has also reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm, whispered Yi Zi in the Wind Sect area. But judging for his aura, he just reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm not long ago, said Pang Jin. On the martial arts stage, Du Zhong felt the power of the fist radiance and stabbed out with his sword. Puchi Du Zhong's long sword pierced into the fist radiance, causing the fist radiance to stagnate. Break! With a roar, Du Zhong stabbed out with his long sword again. Instantly, the fist radiance dissipated. Xuantian took a few steps back, and his expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, You have also reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm. Are you the only one allowed to reach LV8 Qi cultivation realm? Said Du Zhong. Good, very good. Even if you have reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm, you are still no match for me, Xuantian roared. Sky-shattering fist, second fist. Xuantian performed the second fist of the sky-shattering fist. Two fist radiances appeared in the sky. Boom, 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 demonic light, sword technique. Du Zhong also shouted and performed the demonic light, sword technique. In the sky, sword radiances flashed, and the power was incomparably strong. Seeing that Du Zhong and Xuantian were going all out, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of a smile. Although they are evenly matched now, I believe that senior brother Du Zhong will definitely win the match, said Fang Chun in a low voice. Fang Chun could feel that Du Zhong's true strength had not been fully revealed yet. Bang bang bunged a series of collision sounds were heard. The battle between the two on the martial arts stage was very intense. Countless disciples were watching with their eyes wide open. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. At this time, the disciples of the Seven Sky sect began to feel anxious. As time passed, Xuantian actually felt that he was being suppressed by Du Zhong. Senior brother Du Zhong, go for it. Shouts came from the Seven Sky sect area. On the martial arts stage, when the first A heard this, he had a look of shame on his face. Before the battle started, he had vowed that he would definitely win this battle. But now, he finally understood how difficult it was to deal with Du Zhong. Sky-piercing fist, the ultimate punch. There were a total of 3 punches in the sky-piercing fist. At this moment, Xuantian did not care so much and directly displayed the ultimate punch of the sky-piercing fist. Suddenly, The air around the martial arts stage froze. Xuantian's punch directly caused the space to distort a little. "It's time to end this," Du Zhong said in a low voice. In the next moment, his aura skyrocketed again. What? Seeing this scene, all the warriors were shocked. They did not expect that Du Zhong could still burst out such a tyrannical power at this time. Demonic light, sword technique. Du Zhong displayed the strongest move of the demonic light, sword technique. Holding the long sword, he directly appeared in front of Xuantian. The long sword in his hand suddenly pierced into the fist light above Xuantian's head. With a crack, the fist light shattered. In the next moment, Xuantian's body flew out like a kite. Bloodline! Xuantian roared hysterically, but he was still defeated by Du Zhong in the end. There was a faint red aura around Du Zhong's body. But after defeating Xuantian, the red aura instantly converged. Du Zhong returned to his original state. Holding the long sword in his hand, he coldly looked at Xuantian. Huale's whole square was in an uproar again. After Fang Chun defeated Xuantian, Du Zhong defeated Xuantian. This was absolutely a shocking scene. Oh my god, all the disciples of Qing Feng Sword Sect are so tyrannical this time. Du Zhong is too strong. At the last moment, he was able to burst out such a powerful force. When Xuantian was flying out, he said bloodline. Could it be that Du Zhong has the power of bloodline? Many disciples were discussing. Fang Chun also narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Zhong. Is it the power of bloodline? When he was in Qing Feng Sword Sect, Fang Chun felt that Du Zhong was very mysterious. Now he finally knew that Du Zhong had the power of bloodline. Warriors who had the power of bloodline could quickly burst out an extremely tyrannical power in a short period of time. The Qing Feng Sword Sect's area was filled with laughter, but the Seven Heavens Sect's area was filled with anger. The number one disciple of the Seven Heavens Sect's younger generation, Xuantian, had actually been defeated by Du Zhong. This was a disgrace. Damn it! Why is Qing Feng Sword Sect's disciple so strong? The Seven Heavens Sect's leader coldly said. Qing Feng Sword Sect's disciple is a bit abnormal, said an elder. In the Flowing Wind Sect's area, Yi Zi and Pang Jin were also looking at Du Zhong with a bit of surprise. Du Zhong, who had the power of bloodline, was worthy of their attention. It seems that Du Zhong is Qing Feng Sword Sect's trump card, whispered Pang Jin. Even if he has the power of bloodline, he's still not our match, said Yi Zi confidently. After Du Zhong won this match, the two sects had a tie. 5 wins and 5 losses. This was something that had never happened before. Several referees came together to discuss how to continue the match. After all, there had to be a winner. When Fang Chen's eyes moved away from Du Zhong, he inadvertently saw Yi Zi of the Flowing Wind Sect. Seeing Yi Zi's cold expression, Fang Chen's mouth curled up. A trace of a strange smile appeared in his eyes. Chapter 53. After a while, the judges finished their discussion. Both sides were tied. This was something that no one had expected. Among the 3 sects, Qing Feng Sword Sect had always been at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that the younger generation of this batch would be so strong? This made the other 2 sects' jaws drop, especially the sect leader of Seven Heavens Sect. His face was gloomy and furious. Damn Qing Feng Sword Sect. Sect leader of Seven Heavens Sect said coldly. Just when everyone was paying attention to the judges' discussion, the judges began to announce. Since the 2 sects are tied, the result of our discussion is that both sects will have a battle royale. The judges said. Hearing the judges' words, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists' eyes were filled with passion. It's actually a battle royale. Many disciples whispered. However, for Qing Feng Sword Sect, whether it was a battle royale or something else, they were not afraid. There were many outstanding talents in this batch of disciples. Needless to say, Du Zhong was strong. Even Fang Chun had shocked the upper echelons of Qing Feng Sword Sect. In addition to Bing Ling and Bai Liming, the strength of Qing Feng Sword Sect's disciples was slightly above that of Seven Heavens Sect's disciples. This is a chance for Seven Heavens Sect. I only want to win this battle. Sect leader of Seven Heavens Sect said in a low voice. Sect leader, we will do our best. Sect leader of First Heaven said in a hoarse voice. There was a trace of bitterness on the face of the First Heaven. A year ago, Du Zhong wasn't his opponent. However, a year later, not only had Du Zhong surpassed him, but he had also defeated him. This made the First Heaven very angry. Not long after, the people above went up the stage. Because it was a battle royale, there were no specific rules. As long as you left the stage, you would be disqualified. Begin. As the referee's voice rang out, the entire martial arts arena immediately fell into a chaotic battle between the two sides. Bang 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 Fong Chun and Du Zhong were telepathic. The two of them attacked quickly, specifically targeting the weaker disciples of Seven Heavens sect. Wherever Fong Chen's sword light passed, the disciples of Seven Heavens sect would be sent flying and fall off the stage. It was the same for Du Zhong in the other area. He wielded his long sword very quickly and cooperated well with Fong Chun. The chaotic battle was very intense. Soon, only a few people were left on the martial arts stage. Fong Chun, let's join hands, said Du Zhong. In the next moment, Fong Chun and Du Zhong joined hands, and they were invincible. After a while, the only disciple of the Seven Heaven sect who was standing on the martial arts stage was finally defeated by the joint efforts of Fong Chun and Du Zhong. Bang, the body of the first sky fell heavily onto the ground as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was extremely pale. A few disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect stood on the sparring platform with smiles on their faces. After this battle, the Seven Heavens sect lost to the Azure Edge Sword sect. The Green Edge Sword sect has won this battle. Tomorrow, the three sects' martial meet will be held in the finals, said the judge. When the judge announced the result of the battle, the entire square was in an uproar, especially in the area of the Green Edge Sword sect. From the inner disciples to the upper echelons, their faces were filled with smiles. The disciples of Seven Heavens sect were furious. They thought that their strength was enough to crush the Green Edge Sword sect, but they did not expect to be beaten by the Green Edge Sword sect. The upper echelons of the Wind sect also paid close attention to the Green Edge Sword sect. After the battle ended, the disciples of the three sects slowly left the square and returned to their own residences. At night, Fong Chun did not rest. He sat cross-legged and was cultivating. Dense sword chi emerged from his body. The sword chi revolved around his body, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Fong Chun was circulating the chant of the Quicksilver Sword technique in his mind. After a while, the second sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique was completed. Fong Chun stopped cultivating and a smile appeared on his face. After successfully cultivating the second sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique, my combat strength is comparable to a disciple at the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm. If I can cultivate the third sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique, I won't be afraid even if I face a disciple at the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm, said Fong Chun softly. However, cultivating the third sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique was not something that could be done in a day. Fong Chun stopped thinking about it and went to sleep. Many stars hung high in the dark night sky. Chinka City, the Bai family mansion, was brightly lit. In the Bai family mansion's meeting hall, the patriarch and a few other elders sat with serious expressions on their faces. After a long time, the patriarch broke the silence in the meeting hall. Everyone, we have news from Qingyan City. Fong Chen's strength is much stronger than we expected. Bai Tian fought with him and was defeated by Fong Chun, said the patriarch. What kind of monster is this Fong Chun? Why is he so strong? Asked the first elder. Although this Fong Chun is only at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm, his strength is very strong. He is comparable to a disciple at the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm. He easily defeated Bai Tian and even injured him, said the patriarch. Patriarch, this kid's potential is too great. We must get rid of him, said the second elder. That's right. No matter what, we must get rid of this kid. The patriarch thought for a moment and said, It seems that we can only use that move. The night seemed to be very long. The stars in the sky were constantly blinking. It was already midnight. On the streets of Qingyun City, there was not a single person. It was pitch black. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared on the streets of Qingyun City. His footsteps were light as he quickly moved towards the residence of the Qing Feng sword sect. After a while, the black shadow appeared on top of a large tree. He stood on the tree and looked down at an independent courtyard. Fangchun is at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm. His strength is comparable to an 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm, said the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow was codenamed He Sha. He was an assassin from the Assassin Organization. After losing to Fangchun in the day, the Bai family immediately contacted the Assassin Organization and issued a mission to kill Fangchun at all costs. Therefore, the Bai family paid a huge price. However, the Bai family was determined to kill Fangchun. It did not matter how much they had to pay. After the painful lesson from the last time, the Assassin Organization sent out an assassin codenamed He Sha. He Sha was an extremely famous person in the Assassin Organization. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most shocking thing was that He Sha had killed a 1st level of the Qi cultivation realm with his 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm cultivation. It was because of that battle that He Sha became famous. The fact that the Assassin Organization sent He Sha out this time was enough to show how high their opinion of Fangchun was. However, it was obvious that He Sha looked down on Fangchun. How strong could a 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm disciple be? A 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm disciple needs my help, He Sha said sinisterly. If it were not for the high reward, He Sha would not have bothered to attack a 7th level Qi cultivation realm martial artist. However, since I have accepted this mission, today is the day you die. After He Sha finished speaking, his body flashed and landed on the ground. Then, he quietly moved towards Fangchun's pavilion. In the darkness, Fangchun suddenly felt a powerful aura, which instantly engulfed the entire room. Whoosh! The moment Fangchun woke up, a black shadow appeared in Fangchun's room. Your spiritual sense is not bad. The black shadow laughed. Who are you? Fangchun could feel that the aura emitted from the black shadow was very strong. It was much stronger than Du Zhong's. The person who will kill you, the black shadow said sinisterly. Fangchun instantly understood. Immediately, his eyes turned cold. You are an assassin from the Assassin Organization. Boy, it's too late to know now, the black shadow said. Hearing this, Fangchun sneered and said, Idiot. Seeing that Fangchun did not have any fear on his face, He Sha was a little confused and asked, You are not afraid? Why should I be afraid? You should be the one who should be afraid. Fangchun said, Boy, you're the first warrior I have met who dares to face death so calmly. Not bad. He Sha laughed. Hearing the name He Sha, Fangchun nodded. He had heard of He Sha's name before. No wonder he felt a sense of oppression. It turned out that the person who came was an assassin in the 9th realm of the Qi refining realm. He Sha, 9th realm of the Qi refining realm. I once killed a warrior in the 1st realm of the Qi refining realm. Fangchun said indifferently. Since you know my name, Black Fiend, you can die now. After He Sha finished speaking, his body flashed. He clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. In an instant, he threw a punch. Fangchun stood in place, motionless. A trace of ridicule appeared on his face. Just as He Sha's fist was about to touch Fangchun's body, He Sha's body suddenly stopped on the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he could not make his fist move any further. What's going on? He Sha's heart was in turmoil. In the next moment, He Sha found that an arm had appeared in his chest. This arm went straight from his back to his chest. Hiss! Blood flowed from He Sha's chest. He Sha's eyes were filled with shock. Before He Sha could finish speaking, he fell to the ground. Behind He Sha, the figure of the blood-red skeleton appeared. Fangchun nodded in satisfaction and put away the blood-red skeleton. With 2 powerful fighters in the Qi refining realm, Fangchun was not afraid of He Sha at all. From the beginning to the end, Fangchun did not move. He Sha was killed by the blood-red skeleton without anyone noticing. In the end, Fangchun took He Sha's space ring and destroyed the corpse. Assassins were very rich. This was the conclusion that Fang Chun had drawn from the Golden Wolf's space ring. Now, Heisha's space ring confirmed Fang Chen's conclusion. This was because Fang Chun had obtained a lot from Heisha's space ring. Chapter 54. 600,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. In addition to the 400,000 from before, Fang Chun now had a total of 1 million middle-grade spiritual stones. This was definitely a huge fortune. Even an elder of the Qing Feng sword sect might not have so many middle-grade spiritual stones. The current Fang Chun had so much wealth that it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Shiwen got 1 first-grade cultivation technique from the Golden Wolf, 2 from the Black Evil Spirit, and a total of 3. There were a total of 16 second-grade cultivation techniques. If all of these were exchanged for spirit stones, it would be a huge number. Fang Chun kept these items in his spatial ring, cleaned up the scene, and continued to rest. The next day, Fang Chun followed the Qing Feng Sword Sect's team to the Green Cloud Square. Because the Seven Heavens sect had lost the competition, they had already returned to their sections. They did not have the face to continue staying. Therefore, there were only disciples from the Qing Feng Sword Sect and the Flowing Wind Sect on the Green Cloud Square. Master Flowing Wind, your Qing Feng Sword Sect disciples are pretty good this time, the Flowing Wind Sect's master said with a smile. Your Flowing Wind Sect disciples are pretty good too, the Flowing Wind Sect's master said politely. Then, the disciples of the two sects all sat in their respective areas. To put it bluntly, the 3-sect competition was just a ranking. Now that the Seven Heavens sect had been eliminated, only the Flowing Wind Sect and the Qing Feng Sword Sect were left. The 2 sects began to compete. After the judges announced, the disciples of both sects began to step onto the stage. Try to win all 10 matches. This was what the Flowing Wind Sect's master said to his disciples before he left. Before long, the first match began. Without saying anything, the disciples of both sects began to fight. Bam! Bam! The battle on the stage was extremely intense. At first, the disciples of both sects could not do anything to each other. But as time went on, the weaknesses of the Qing Feng Sword Sect's disciples were exposed. After a while, the Qing Feng Sword Sect's disciples were defeated. The Qing Feng Sword Sect had lost the first match. Then came the second, third, and fourth matches. After an hour, the 2 sects had already gone through 6 matches. But the results of these 6 matches were out of everyone's expectations. The Azure Edge Sword Sect had lost all 6 matches. Originally, many martial artists thought that with the strength of this batch of Qing Feng Sword Sect disciples, even if they couldn't defeat the Flowing Wind Sect, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The truth was a harsh slap to the face of the Qing Feng Sword Sect. The disciples of the Flowing Wind Sect were indeed much stronger than the disciples of the Qing Feng Sword Sect. We lost all 6 matches. Below the stage, Fang Chun looked at Bing Ling, who was about to step onto the stage, with a solemn expression. At this moment, Bing Ling was standing on the martial arts stage. His opponent was a wretched fat man. When the fat man saw Bing Ling, he kept glancing at Bing Ling. I like ice beauties the most, Fatty smiled sinisterly. Umph. Icicle snorted coldly. A long sword abruptly appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the long sword drew a strange trajectory and stabbed towards Fatty. Flowing Wind Fist. Fatty shouted in a low voice. There was no trace of fear on his face. He clenched his fists and gathered all the strength in his body into them. He threw out a punch, and suddenly, a fist aura appeared and collided with the sword aura. Crack! The sword aura collapsed, but the fist aura was still very fast. Finally, it hit Bing Ling's body in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, Bing Ling's delicate body was directly sent flying. Fang Chen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He tiptoed and leaped up to catch Bing Ling, who was flying down. Sister Bing Ling, are you okay? Fang Chen asked. I'm fine. Bing Ling's expression was not good. Coupled with the fact that she had lost the match, there was a trace of worry on her face. The Flowing Wind Sect's disciple had won 7 matches in a row, which made the Flowing Wind Sect's sect master smile. On the contrary, The clear wind sect master's face was solemn. The strongest disciples of the flowing wind sect, Yi Zi and Pang Jin, had not yet appeared. Once they appeared, even Du Zhong and Fang Chun would not be able to withstand them. Are we really going to lose all 10 matches? The clear wind sect master said in a low voice. It was Bai Liming's turn to fight in the 8th match. After a fierce battle, Bai Liming still lost to a disciple of the flowing wind sect. After Bai Liming lost the match, the whole square was in an uproar. Countless warriors' eyes were filled with a burning color. The first 8 matches were not worth watching at all. It was a one-sided situation. The next match would be a showdown between the strong. It would definitely be the most exciting match. I wonder who from the Qingfeng sword sect will fight next, a disciple whispered. I think Fang Chun will fight, and Du Zhong will be the last to fight, another disciple said. At this time, in the flowing wind sect's area, Yi Zi's cold eyes swept over Fang Chun and immediately looked at Pang Jin, who was beside her. Brother Pang Jin, I'll have to trouble you to fight the next match, Yi Zi said in a low voice. Pang Jin nodded. He understood that Yi Zi did not want to fight with Fang Chun. It should be that Yi Zi disdained to fight with Fang Chun. Hee boy, I'll make you beg for death. Pang Jin smiled sinisterly and immediately walked onto the martial arts arena. At this time, in the Qingfeng sword sect's area, Fang Chun was about to step onto the martial arts arena when he suddenly found that it was Pang Jin. He glanced at the cold Yi Zi, and then the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a complicated smile. He then turned to look at Du Zhong. Brother Du Zhong. Before Fang Chun finished his words, Du Zhong understood what Fang Chun meant. Let me fight this match, Du Zhong said, and stepped onto the martial arts arena. Seeing Du Zhong step onto the arena and Fang Chun standing motionlessly below the martial arts arena, Pang Jin's face was filled with coldness. Bastard, you don't even dare to step onto the arena, Pang Jin said coldly. Then he looked at Du Zhong and smiled sinisterly. Du Zhong, although you defeated First Tian and your cultivation has reached LV8 Qi refining realm, it's your bad luck to meet me, Pang Jin. You're not my match. Just admit defeat and avoid being humiliated, said Pang Jin loudly. Hearing Pang Jin's words, the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect clenched their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Pang Jin's strength was obvious. Even Du Zhong didn't have the confidence to win against Pang Jin. Pang Jin, do you only know how to talk? You want me to admit defeat? Impossible, said Du Zhong. Du Zhong, your Qingfeng sword sect has already lost 8 matches in a row. What's the point of continuing? Asked Pang Jin. If you want to stand, then let's fight, said Du Zhong. All right, since you want to humiliate yourself, then don't blame me, Pang Jin. Pang Jin snorted coldly. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and in an instant, all his strength was poured into the battle axe. Roar! With a roar, the battle axe in Pang Jin's hand exploded with an extremely powerful aura, which swept through the entire martial arts arena. Flowing Cloud Axe Technique. Pang Jin roared and used the Flowing Cloud Axe Technique. The battle axe in his hand drew a strange trajectory in the air. A dazzling light appeared from the battle axe, and it carried a powerful aura as it swept towards Du Zhong. Shura's sword. Seeing this, Du Zhong shouted in a low voice. He displayed a sharp sword technique and stabbed at Pang Jin again and again. Bang! Pang Jin's battle axe heavily struck Du Zhong's long sword, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. At this moment, Du Zhong's arm was numb, and his hand hurt. However, Du Zhong didn't retreat immediately. Instead, he chose to attack. The long sword went around the battle axe and rotated 180 degrees before returning to Du Zhong's hand. The tip of the sword was filled with dense sword qi, and it instantly stabbed towards Pang Jin. You're courting death. Pang Jin was furious. He once again used the Flowing Cloud Axe technique. With a bang, it directly blocked Du Zhong's sword technique attack. In the next moment, Pang Jin's aura as a mid-8th stage Qi refinement cultivator erupted. His powerful strength was directly integrated into the battle axe. It's time to end this, Pang Jin shouted and the battle axe in his hand struck towards Du Zhong. At this moment, Du Zhong clearly felt a powerful aura rushing towards him. He tried his best to block it, but in the end, he still couldn't block the attack of the battle axe. Crack! Du Zhong's long sword was blown away. Du Zhong's body was constantly pushed back. Spots of scarlet blood appeared on his arm. Holding the battle axe, Pang Jin's aura surged, and his face was full of disdain. Du Zhong, you're no match for me. Pang Jin roared. Du Zhong's face was ugly. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered after reaching the 8th stage Qi refinement realm. He thought that with his strength, he could fight a fierce battle with Pang Jin. However, Du Zhong couldn't accept the result. They were both at the 8th stage Qi refinement realm, but he couldn't block Pang Jin's battle axe technique. I don't accept this. Du Zhong's heart was filled with unwillingness. He shouted angrily in his heart. In the next moment, Du Zhong waved the long sword in his hand again and used the Shura sword technique. Shura sword technique, ultimate sword. Du Zhong roared. The fierce Shura sword technique was instantly used. The sky was filled with sword lights, intertwining with each other, forming a terrifying sword net. Humph, insignificant skill. Seeing this, Pang Jin sneered. He waved the battle axe in his hand, and a majestic force instantly emerged from the battle axe. Break! Pang Jin shouted. The battle axe heavily chopped on the sword net. Crack! The sword net was instantly broken by the battle axe. Pang Jin's battle axe broke the sword net, and in the next moment, it bombarded toward Du Zhong. Below the martial arts arena, Fang Chen looked at Du Zhong with concern and shook his head slightly. Pang Jin's strength is much stronger than senior brother Du Zhong's. Boom! As Pang Jin waved his battle axe, the result of the battle was determined. With a loud sound, Du Zhong's body flew out. He lost the battle. Humph! Even if you've reached the 8th stage Qi refinement realm, you're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Pang Jin sneered. Du Zhong's loss caused an uproar in the square. Pang Jin is too terrifying. Du Zhong didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yes, the Flowing Wind sect has always been the strongest sect in Cyan Cloud County. It's unshakable. Chapter 55. Du Zhong's cultivation had reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm. Even among the younger generation in Cyan Cloud County, he could be considered one of the best. However, he had not expected to be defeated by Pang Jin. This was a huge blow to Du Zhong. Furthermore, the last hope of Qingfeng's sword sect had been destroyed. Du Zhong, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up with a bitter smile on his face. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Du Zhong lost the battle, the atmosphere in the Qingfeng sword sect's area was heavy. However, the Flowing Wind sect's area was filled with laughter. The Flowing Wind sect wanted to win 10 consecutive battles, but they were most worried about Du Zhong. Now that Du Zhong had been defeated by Pang Jin, they did not care about Fang Chen at all. Whoosh! Yizi's delicate figure appeared on the martial arts arena. Her purple robe tightly wrapped around her delicate body. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Yizi's cold face revealed a trace of disdain. She looked at Fang Chen and said, "You are no match for me. Don't humiliate yourself." Fang Chen frowned when he heard this. He immediately stepped forward and stepped onto the martial arts arena. Standing on the martial arts arena, Fang Chen sized up Yizi. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Fang Chen, admit defeat. Although you have reached LV7 Qi cultivation realm, there's still a big gap between us. Yizi said, "It's just like canceling an engagement. It's important to know one's own limits." Buzz. The word engagement completely enraged Fang Chen. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Yizi, do you think you are God's favored daughter? Do you think you are the strongest among the younger generation in Cyan Cloud County? Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, "It seems like you are still so stubborn. I will let you know the gap between us." Yizi said coldly. Fang Chen did not say anything else. He wanted to prove with his strength that the Yi clan canceling the engagement was a humiliating thing. Quick sword. Fang Chen shouted and waved the spiritual light sword in his hand. In one breath, he displayed 1,000 sword lights and fiercely stabbed towards Yi. Petty tricks. Yi sneered. Seeing that Fang Chun was so stubborn, she wanted to use a thunderous method to defeat Fang Chun and let the latter know the difference between them. Fang Chen's sudden attack caused many disciples on the square to be a little surprised. Yi is the leader of the younger generation of the Flowing Wind sect. It is said that her strength is even more tyrannical than Pang Jin's. Fang Chun is no match for Yi. It's said that Yi used to be Fang Chen's fiancée, but Fang Chun was too weak. The Yi family felt that Fang Chun wasn't worthy of Yi, so they broke off the engagement. Something like this happened? No wonder Fang Chun is so angry. Although Fang Chun has unlimited potential, he is still no match for Yi. On the square, many disciples were discussing animatedly. On the battle stage, when Yi saw the sword light filling the sky, she gently stretched out her fair hand. In the next moment, her fingers moved, and in an instant her fingers pinched one of the sword lights in the sky. Crack! Yi's fingers exerted a little force, and the sword light instantly shattered. As the sword light shattered, the sword light in the sky also shattered. Boom! Fang Chen's body rapidly retreated, while Yi looked at Fang Chun condescendingly. Her face revealed a trace of mockery as she said, "Now, do you know the difference between us?" Hearing Yi's tone, Fang Chun sneered and waved his spiritual light sword again. Mercury's sword technique, first sword. After all, Yi was a martial artist at the 8th level Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chun didn't dare to be careless and directly used the Mercury sword technique. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the sky. Then, a Mercury sword light appeared. Rumble. In the sky above the battle stage, the sound of thunder constantly rang out. Under Fang Chen's control, the Mercury sword light fiercely pierced towards Yi. Flowing Wind Fist. Yi still didn't use her full strength. Her fair hand was tightly clenched into a fist, and she very calmly punched out. Although it looked like a simple punch, the power it contained was very majestic. When this punch was thrown out, the entire martial arts arena let out a violent sound. Crack! The Mercury sword light collided with the fist light, and in an instant, it dissipated. Yi easily blocked Fang Chen's Mercury sword technique. Her eyes were full of disdain. Fang Chun, admit defeat. You're not my match. If you insist on fighting, then don't blame me, Yi said coldly. At this moment, in the Qing Feng sword sect area, the Qing Feng sect master shook his head slightly. He didn't think that Fang Chun could defeat Yi. After all, Yi's strength was obvious to all. Yi is too strong, the Qing Feng sect master said. Yeah, it's impossible for Fang Chun to defeat Yi. This year's 3 sects competition will be the disgrace of our Qing Feng sword sect, the great elder said. The other elders shook their heads. Only the 9th elder still believed that Fang Chun would win. He didn't know why he had such thoughts, but his intuition told him that Fang Chun still had a trump card. Just as the crowd was talking, Fang Chun made his move on the battle stage once again. This time, when Yi saw Fang Chun make his move, her face changed slightly. Fang Chun, you asked for it, Yi said coldly. In the next moment, Yi's hands formed a complicated seal. Suddenly, a series of hand seals appeared in the sky. These hand seals were filled with a violent aura. 1,000 hand seal. It's actually the 1,000 hand seal. In the square, the crowd exclaimed. The 1,000 hand imprint was one of the more powerful rank 1 cultivation techniques. It was said that the 1,000 hand imprint was accidentally found by an elder of the Flowing Wind sect in a historical site. Later on, the elder mastered the 1,000 hand seal. Hence, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. After Yi joined the Flowing Wind sect, she successfully gained the elder's recognition and obtained the 1,000 hand seal from him. If she could master the 1,000 hand seal, she would definitely be invincible among those of the same rank. She could even challenge those of a higher rank. The crowd didn't expect Yi to have mastered the 1,000 hand seal. Looking at the hand seals in the sky, Fang Chen's face turned solemn. Yi's strength was beyond his imagination. Quicksilver sword technique, second sword. Fong Chen shouted and quickly executed the second sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique. In the sky, the Quicksilver Sword flashed and the air froze. You want to break my 1,000-hand seal? Impossible. Yi shouted as she executed the 1,000-hand seal. At this moment, Fong Chen controlled the Quicksilver Sword and pierced it directly into the 1,000-hand seal. The 1,000-hand seal formed an array and trapped Fong Chen's Quicksilver Sword. Seeing this, the Flowing Wind sect's upper echelon nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, the upper echelon of the Qing Feng Sword sect was worried. Yi had even executed the 1,000-hand seal. Fong Chen didn't have any chance of winning. Fong Chen, admit defeat. Du Zhong shouted from the Qing Feng Sword sect's area. In the sky above the martial arts arena, the Quicksilver Sword kept attacking the 1,000-hand seal array. However, no matter how it attacked, it couldn't pierce through the 1,000-hand seal array. Crack! Yi executed the 1,000-hand seal array to trap Fong Chen's Quicksilver Sword while attacking Fong Chen with the 1,000-hand seal. Bang! Bang! Fong Chen's spiritual light sword kept changing directions to block Yi's attacks. I can't go on like this. Otherwise, I will definitely lose to her. Fong Chen thought to himself. Poochie. While Fong Chen was dodging, he was hit by a 1,000-hand seal. His body was pushed back. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Crack! In the sky, the Mercury sword light within the 1,000-hand seal array was about to be completely consumed by the array. At this moment, Fong Chen felt a sense of danger. It's all over now. Yi shouted. Suddenly, the Quicksilver Sword in the sky was shattered by the 1,000-hand seal array. In the next moment, the 1,000-hand seal array attacked Fong Chen. At this moment, all the disciples looked at Fong Chen with their eyes wide open. They wanted to see how Fong Chen would dodge. If Fong Chen couldn't dodge the attack, he would definitely be seriously injured. It might even affect his life. Fong Chen, watch out! In the Qing Feng Sword sect's area, the ninth elder shouted. He couldn't help but want to attack. Rumble. Absolute suppression. Under Yi's control, the 1,000-hand seal array attacked Fong Chen. It looked like they were about to hit Fong Chen. But at this moment, Fong Chen suddenly closed his eyes. What is Fong Chen doing? Has he given up? Many disciples asked, puzzled. However, the moment Fong Chen closed his eyes, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Fong Chen's body. In the next moment, the aura around Fong Chen's body rose wildly. How can the aura of the Qi transformation realm be possible? This sudden change shocked countless martial artists. Even the faces of the Flowing Wind sect and the Clear Wind sect's sect masters were filled with shock. At this moment, Fong Chen had used some kind of forbidden technique. His aura was actually comparable to that of a Qi transformation realm expert. Fong Chen stood there quietly and suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he threw out a punch. Crack! Wherever his fist passed, the palm seals that filled the sky shattered one after another. Seeing this scene, Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. How is this possible? Yi shouted in a low voice. Her figure flashed as she tried to dodge the attack. But Fong Chen wouldn't give her the chance. With a tap of his foot, he caught up to Yi and reached out with his hand. Crash! Fong Chen grabbed Yi, and the latter did not even have a chance to resist. What? All the martial artists in the square were completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Fong Chen had been beaten to the point where he couldn't even fight back. But now he had become so terrifying. This kid must have used some kind of forbidden technique to raise his strength to the Qi transformation realm in a short amount of time. Damn it, what kind of forbidden technique is this? Why is it so strong? The Flowing Wind sect's upper echelons were all furious. On the martial stage, Fong Chen grabbed Yi, his face full of disdain. Chapter 56. Fong Chen was like a demonic god standing on the martial stage. His aura was incomparably wild as he grabbed Yi's clothes with one hand. The ice goddess Yi had once been the dream goddess of countless martial artists. But now, she was being held by Fong Chen. That was a disgrace. Gotcha! Fong Chen used a bit of strength, and Yi's bones began to creak. Fong Chen, stop it! Sect Master Lu Feng shouted coldly when he saw the situation. "I'll admit defeat in Yi Zi's place." "Fang Chun, stop!" roared the first elder. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Chun waved his hand and threw Yi Zi directly to the area where the wind sect was. Yi Zi's body heavily slammed into the ground. Her face was filled with fury, and her eyes were filled with endless killing intent. If looks could kill, Fang Chun would have already been killed by Yi Zi many times over. "Fang Chun, you're too despicable. You actually used a forbidden art." Yi Zi's voice was filled with killing intent as she icily said. At this moment, Fang Chen's aura gradually dissipated. Fang Chen's body was incomparably weak, and his face was pale. However, at that moment, Fang Chun was still standing on the martial arts stage. He looked at Yi Zi and sneered. "Fang Chun, you used a forbidden art. You broke the rules first, and you even injured Yi Zi. How should you be punished?" Just at this moment, the flowing wind sect master's figure flashed, and he appeared on the martial stage. He wanted to capture Fang Chun. "Stop!" The flowing wind sect master coldly snorted and blocked Fang Chen's path. "Flowing wind sect master, there's nothing in the competition rules that says it's impossible to use a forbidden art, right?" questioned the flowing wind sect master. "Umph." The flowing wind sect leader coldly snorted when he saw this. He immediately said, "Humph, so what if Fang Chun wins this match? You will still lose this year's 3-sect martial competition." When he heard the drifting wind sect master's words, a helpless look appeared on the drifting wind sect master's face. Out of the 10 matches, their green-edged sword sect had lost 9. Although Fang Chun had won one match in the end, it hadn't helped matters. "Fang Chun, are you all right?" The clear breeze sect master turned to look at Fang Chun. "I'm fine." As the two of them spoke, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body began to beat rapidly. Clear streams of energy flowed into Fang Chen's limbs and bones. In an instant, Fang Chun regained his strength. "If I don't use the power of the bloody skeleton, it will be impossible to defeat Yi Zi," Fang Chun thought to himself. The reason Fang Chun had been able to possess the power of the Qi transformation realm was because Fang Chun had borrowed the power of the bloody skeleton. However, in order to prevent others from discovering the aura of the Yellow Spring sect's disciples, Fang Chun had erased the bloody skeleton's aura and used a special method to borrow its power. At this time, Yi Zi's face was filled with fury. The trash she had repeatedly called trash had actually defeated her. Although Fang Chun had used a forbidden art to defeat her, in the end, she had still lost. Ever since she was young, Yi Zi had always been favored by the heavens. She had never suffered such humiliation. At this moment, Yi Zi's heart was filled with hatred. "Fang Chun, I'll definitely kill you," Yi Zi thought to herself. She had originally thought that this would be the battle without any suspense. She hadn't expected it to end with Yi Zi losing. On the martial stage, Fang Chun quietly stood. In front of him was the flowing wind sect master. With the announcement of the referee, the trisect martial competition was considered to have ended. In this trisect martial competition, the Qingfeng sword sect had achieved a good result. At least they weren't at the bottom anymore. At the last moment, Fang Chen's performance was still fresh in the minds of all the martial artists present. At the end of the trisect martial competition, the flowing wind sect master's face was very ugly. "Flowing wind sect master, in a month's time, I will personally lead the flowing wind sect disciples to challenge you. At that time, we will definitely sweep through your entire Qingfeng sword sect," the flowing wind sect master said. "At that time, I hope that you will be smart enough to give up a portion of the mining rights of the Yuan Meteor Stone Mine." After the flowing wind sect master finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left the martial stage. While the martial artists were still in shock, the flowing wind sect master left the square in Qingyan City. The Qingfeng sword sect disciples rested for the night in Qingyan City. Have you heard? Yi Zi was actually defeated by a guy called Fang Chun. Fang Chun used a forbidden technique to defeat Yi Zi. If he relied on his own strength, he wouldn't be a match for Yi Zi. That's right. Who is Yi Zi? She's the strongest of the younger generation in Qingyan City. How can Fang Chun compare to her? The Flowing Wind sect master has already said that he will lead the sect disciples to challenge the Qingfeng sword sect in a month's time. At that time, he will definitely sweep through all the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect. As the martial competition of the three sects came to an end, the entire Qingyun city was discussing it. Of course, the most talked about were Fang Chun and Yizi. Everyone was filled with disdain towards the former, while everyone was filled with respect towards the latter. Although Fang Chun had defeated Yizi, everyone knew that Fang Chun wasn't a match for Yizi. At night, in Fang Chun's courtyard, a shadow suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared again. As soon as it appeared, it rushed into Fang Chun's room. This was the third assassin sent by the assassin organization to kill Fang Chun. His code name was Steel Spear, and he was a martial artist at the first realm of the Qi transformation realm. When Steel Spear received this mission, he had originally rejected it. However, because the other party had offered a high price, he had accepted it. Although this target had already killed Golden Wolf and He Sha, Steel Spear didn't care at all. Just a 7th realm Qi cultivation rel piece of trash. Steel Spear wanted to quickly finish off Fang Chun and return to complete the mission. However, something happened that Steel Spear didn't expect. As soon as Steel Spear entered Fang Chun's room, he felt a strong pressure. A moment later, Steel Spear died in Fang Chun's room with a face full of shock. Fang Chun began to tidy up the spoils of war. Soon, he found 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones in Steel Spear's spatial ring. The stronger the assassin, the richer he is, Fang Chun said excitedly. Together with the 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from before, Fang Chun now had 2,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to the mid-grade spirit stones, Fang Chun also found a first-realm cultivation technique and several substandard cultivation techniques. He put all of them into his spatial ring. The next day, Fang Chun left Qingyun City with the disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. When Fang Chun left Qingyun City, the entire assassin organization was shocked. They received information that Fang Chun was still alive, but they had lost contact with the assassin, Steel Spear. A series of clues told the assassin organization that Steel Spear was dead. How is this possible? How could a 7th realm, Qi cultivation realm disciple kill Steel Spear silently? The upper echelons of the assassin organization were having a meeting in a meeting hall. Could it be that Fang Chun has an expert helping him? Could it be that Steel Spear was careless and attracted the attention of the sect master of the Qingfeng sect? In the meeting hall, people were talking and discussing with each other. After a long time, one of the upper echelons of the assassin organization spoke. No matter what, we have already lost 3 excellent assassins. This is the biggest loss we have suffered in recent years. Give up the mission. Once we give up the mission, our reputation will be tarnished. Hearing this, someone immediately objected. Then what can you do? The upper echelon asked. We can send assassins above the 3rd tier of the Qi transformation realm to kill Fang Chun, someone suggested. The upper echelon shook his head and said, the strongest assassin in the assassin organization is only at the 4th realm of the Qi cultivation realm. Once he dies, it will be a great loss to the assassin organization. The assassin organization was only an assassin organization in Qingyun County. After all, their power could not be compared to the big sections. The assassin organization did not have many assassins. Once a 4th realm Qi cultivation realm assassin died, it would be a great blow to the assassin organization. So, give up the mission. From now on, the assassin organization will not accept any missions related to Fang Chun. The upper echelon said. In the end, the assassin organization came to a unanimous decision to give up the mission. When the Bai clan of Chinka City received the news, they were enraged. They tried to kill Fang Chun 3 times, but failed each time. Furthermore, a Qi transformation first-tier assassin had been silently killed. This Fang Chun must not be allowed to live. After returning to the Green Edge Sword sect, Fang Chun's life returned to normal. Aside from cultivation, there was only cultivation. The news of Fang Chun defeating Yi Zi spread in the Green Edge Sword sect. Many disciples admired Fang Chun very much. Now, Fong Chen's popularity in the Green Edge Sword sect was second only to Duzhong. However, after the 10 inner disciples returned to the Green Edge Sword sect, they all went into seclusion to cultivate. A month later, the Windy Stream sect would come to challenge them. They did not want to be humiliated by them again, so they could only cultivate diligently. Jiang He and Xiao Shan, Fong Chen's two best friends, were very happy when they heard that Fong Chen defeated Yi Zi. As Fong Chen's best friends, the two of them naturally knew about Yi Zi and Fong Chen. Back then, Yilin bullied Fong Chen everywhere because she was strong. Now, Fong Chen even defeated Yi Zi. The Yi family looked down on Fong Chen and canceled the engagement. This will be the Yi family's humiliation. One day, Fong Chen will be so strong that the Yi family can only look up to him. Xiao Shan and Jiang He talked to each other. They were very happy that Fong Chen defeated Yi Zi. Time passed little by little. In the past few days, Fong Chen had been cultivating diligently. However, today, Fong Chen received news that he had to stop cultivating. Fong Chen's father, Fong Tianyu, had been injured and his life was in danger. This was the news from the clan, asking him to return quickly. When Fong Chen heard the news, he left the Green Edge Sword sect in a hurry. "Father, you must hold on," Fong Chen said to himself. At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. Chapter 57. After receiving the news from the Fong family, Fong Chen hastily stopped cultivating and hurried back to the Fong family. Black Cloud City's Fong family. The atmosphere in the Fong family's mansion was extremely strange. When Fong Chen returned to the Fong family mansion, nobody actually came out to welcome him. Fong Chen did not say a word and directly went to his father, Fong Tianyu's residence. He saw many members of the Fong family standing in his father's courtyard. Among them were his eldest uncle, second uncle, and others. "Fong Chen, you're back." Fong Chen was the first to notice Fong Chen's return. When everyone heard this, they all turned to look at Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, you're back." Patriarch Fong Tianshan's expression was grave when he saw Fong Chen return. "Where's my father?" asked Fong Chen. Everyone involuntarily opened up a path. Fong Chen quickly walked into the room. He instantly saw a pale and extremely weak middle-aged man lying on the bed. "Father, what's wrong?" Fong Chen's face was filled with worry when he saw his father's current state. Seeing Fong Chen return, Fong Tianyu wanted to sit up, but his body was too weak. He was unable to support his body. "Chen, you're back," said Fong Tianyu weakly. Fong Chen walked to his father's window and held his father's hand. Seeing his father's weak appearance, Fong Chen was furious. "Father, what's going on?" asked Fong Chen in a heavy voice. At this moment, Fong Tianshan walked in. His expression was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "Fong Chen, 3 days ago, your father went out to discuss business. Unexpectedly, he encountered mountain bandits. They injured your father." "Horse gang in the mountains?" Fong Chen asked in a deep voice, puzzled. "That's right. The horse gang in the mountains have never dared to go against our Fong family. I don't know what happened this time, but the leader of the horse gang actually threatened to kill us every time he met our Fong family members. The few Fong family members that your father brought out all died tragically. Only your father came back with serious injuries, but," Fong Tianshan said. Fong Chen put his finger on his father's wrist and felt his father's pulse. His face changed instantly. "Damn bandits. They actually beat father up like this," Fong Chen said coldly. "Chen, I'm fine." Fong Tianyu coughed a few times. He held Fong Chen's hand and said weakly, "Your father's internal organs are damaged, and all his bones are shattered. If he isn't treated in time, his life might be in danger. That's why we called you back." Fong Tianshan couldn't say anything else. Although the Fong family was considered a powerful force in Black Cloud City, they were helpless against Fong Tianyu's injuries. This was because many kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual pills were needed to save Fong Tianyu. "Father, your injuries are very serious. You need spiritual herbs and spiritual pills to prolong your life." Fong Chen thought for a moment, then took out some spiritual herbs and spiritual pills from his space ring. The sudden appearance of spiritual pills and spiritual herbs caused Fang Tianshan's face to be filled with shock. This is the flower of life, the sunflower, the fire herb, and the condensing soul pill. When Fang Tianshan saw the spiritual herbs and spiritual pills clearly, his heart was in turmoil. Even the Fang family couldn't take out so many spiritual herbs and pills at once. Chen or Fang Tianshan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. "Uncle, how strong is the leader of the horse gang?" Fang Chen asked. "The leader of the horse gang is about the third tier of the Qi transformation realm. He's much stronger than your father," Fang Tianshan said. Fang Chen nodded, then stood up and said to his uncle, "Uncle, take care of my father for now. He's taken these spiritual herbs and pills, so his life isn't in danger for now. But if he wants to completely heal his injuries, he'll need a very unique spiritual herb. I'll go look for it now." "Chun, where are you going to look for the spiritual herb?" Fang Tianyu asked. "Black Cloud Mountain," Fang Chen said, then turned and left. When Fang Chen came out of the room, the younger generation of the Fang family gathered in front of Fang Chen. "Chen, no matter what you do, we'll be with you," said Fang Sheng, who was the leader of the younger generation. "Nonsense." Seeing this, Fang Chen's second uncle scolded coldly. "I'm going to look for the spiritual herb for my father," Fang Chen said, then left the Fang family mansion without waiting for his second uncle's reply. Black Cloud Mountain was located in a wasteland outside of Black Cloud City. Black Cloud Mountain stretched endlessly and was larger than the average mountain range. Horse gangs often appeared in Black Cloud Mountain. In the beginning, there were many horse gangs, and they were very powerful. But as time passed, a horse gang called Black Dragon appeared in Black Cloud Mountain. The strength of this mounted bandit was very strong. Relying on his own strength and his group of brothers, he gradually made a name for himself in the Black Cloud Mountain. In the end, Black Dragon successfully unified Black Cloud Mountain and became the strongest horse gang in the mountain, as well as the only horse gang. Normally, these horse gangs often appeared on the official road outside of Black Cloud City, robbing weak people or ordinary people. They never dared to provoke the Fang and Yi families of Black Cloud City. But not long ago, Black Dragon led the horse gangs to attack Fang Tianyu, almost causing Fang Tianyu to lose his life. This incident was highly regarded by the Fang family. Fang Chun went to Black Cloud Mountain this time to look for the healing spiritual herb, Saint Herb, for his father and to avenge his father. The leader of the horse gangs of Black Cloud Mountain, Black Dragon, was only a martial artist in the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. With two powerful puppets, Fang Chun was not afraid of the horse gangs of Black Cloud Mountain at all. When Fang Chun appeared at the foot of Black Cloud Mountain, his face was full of murderous intent. In the next moment, he stepped into Black Cloud Mountain. In Black Cloud Mountain, the mountain range stretched endlessly. Ordinary people would not be able to find the stronghold of the horse gangs in a short time. Fang Chun was skilled and bold, so he directly entered the core. Just like that, Fang Chun searched for 3 days in Black Cloud Mountain, but he did not find any trace of the horse gangs. However, on the 4th day, Fang Chun actually found the Saint Herb. In the depths of Black Cloud Mountain, on a hill, there were 2 stalks of Saint Herb. The white leaves bloomed, and Fang Chun was overjoyed. "It's the Saint Herb," Fang Chun said in a low voice. He then hurried towards the Saint Herb. At this moment, there were suddenly 2 sounds in the distance, and then 2 figures appeared at the foot of the hill. "Boy, the Saint Herb is ours. Don't touch it," one of the figures said in a low voice. "I found the Saint Herb first, so they are mine." After saying that, Fang Chun waved his hand, and the 2 stalks of Saint Herb were all stored in the space ring. Seeing this scene, the 2 figures' faces were filled with anger. One of them roared loudly, "Brat, how dare you steal from our Black Dragon bandit group in the Black Cloud Mountain? Are you tired of living? That's right. You should have asked around. How dare you pull a tooth from the tiger's mouth? You're courting death," the other bandit said. Originally, Fang Chun did not intend to take action, but when he heard the Black Dragon bandit gang, a strange smile appeared on his face. "Your horse gangs?" Fang Chun asked. "Boy, are you afraid now?" "It's too late," one of the bandits said. Boy, hand over the Saint Herb and we'll leave you with a whole body, the other bandit said. Your leader is the Black Dragon? Fang Chun continued to ask. You talk too much. Boy, are you going to hand it over or not? One of the bandits was a little impatient and said coldly, What if I don't hand it over? Fang Chun sneered and said disdainfully, Then you could go to hell. Hearing this, the two bandits' faces changed and they roared angrily. At the same time, they launched powerful attacks, trying to kill Fang Chun. You're courting death. Fang Chun snorted and a cold light flashed in front of him. The next moment, a cold light pierced into the body of one of the bandits. The bandit's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of unwillingness. Finally, his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. At this moment, the other bandit who was attacking suddenly felt fear and wanted to escape. Stop! Fang Chun shouted in a low voice, frightening the bandit. Young master, please spare my life. Please spare my life. The bandit knelt on the ground and said in horror. Take me to your nest, Fang Chun ordered. All right, I'll bring you there now. The mounted gangster was terrified. He slowly stood up and brought Fang Chun towards the mounted gangster's lair. Along the way, they passed through some very complicated roads and finally approached the nest. The Black Dragon really knows how to choose a place. Fang Chun said faintly, if it was him alone, it would be impossible for him to find the horse bandit's lair. However, it was different now. Sir, the nest is in front of us, the bandit said in a trembling voice. You could die now, Fang Chun said coldly. In the next moment, the bandit was killed. After doing all this, Fang Chun's figure flashed and appeared in the open space outside the bandit castle. At this moment, the bandit on the castle noticed Fang Chun. Who are you? Stop! The bandit on the castle shouted coldly. I'm the one who will kill you. Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. Immediately, his figure flashed and quickly approached the castle. At the same time, he performed the Mercury Sword technique. Pucci in a single exchange, the mounted gangster guarding the castle was instantly killed by Fang Chun. Enemy attack. However, just before the bandit died, he hysterically shouted out these words. After hearing the words, enemy attack, the whole castle was in an uproar. Enemy attack. Who dares to break into our castle? Countless shouts could be heard. A large number of bandits rushed towards the castle gate. Damn it! Where did this bastard come from? How dare he come to the Black Dragon bandit gang? He's courting death. At this moment, a bandit captain appeared. He held a broadsword and led a large number of bandits to the castle gate. Chapter 58. Anyone who dares to provoke the Black Dragon bandit band will be killed without mercy. Following the bandit leader's command, countless bandits rushed out of the castle and charged towards Fang Chun. Looking at the aggressive bandits, Fang Chun sneered. He held the spiritual light sword in his hand and used the Quicksilver Sword technique. Whoosh! When the second move of the Quicksilver Sword technique was used, Fang Chun's combat strength completely exploded. His combat strength was comparable to an 8th LV Chi cultivation realm martial artist. It was not something these small bandits could compare to. Wherever Fang Chun's spiritual light sword passed, countless bandits were killed. Miserable screams continuously sounded out. In a short while, Fang Chun had killed more than 20 bandits. This scene caused the bandit leader's face to turn gloomy. Just a 7th LV Chi cultivation realm martial artist. You're really courting death. At this moment, the bandit leader could no longer hold back and prepared to attack. Following the bandit leader's attack, the bandits who were attacking Fang Chun all stopped and retreated far away. Black Fiend Fist. The bandit leader tapped his foot and suddenly punched out. His fist contained an extremely tyrannical aura. Bang! The bandit leader's fist collided with Fang Chun's spiritual light sword, creating a loud sound. Kid, go to hell. The bandit leader attacked Fang Chun in succession, wanting to capture and kill Fang Chun. However, after a series of collisions, Fang Chun felt that he was not as strong as the bandit leader. He immediately retreated and released the blood-colored skeleton. Crash! As soon as the blood-colored skeleton appeared, a blood-red aura instantly filled the air. The bandit leader was instantly enveloped by the blood-red aura. How is this possible? The bandit leader's originally arrogant face revealed a trace of shock. Chi transformation, realm martial artist. The bandit leader exclaimed. He wanted to turn around and escape, but it was already too late. Wanting to escape in front of the blood-colored skeleton was simply a fool's dream. Gotcha! The bandit leader was instantly grabbed by the blood-colored skeleton. The blood-colored skeleton gently waved its hand, and the bandit leader's body emitted a cracking sound. In the next moment, the bandit leader died. At the same time that the bandit leader died, another bandit quickly ran to the depths of the castle before a metal palace. Lord Black Dragon, something bad has happened. The bandit knelt on one knee and said anxiously. Rumble just as the bandit finished speaking, a heavy sound rang out. Then, the metal door in front of the bandit slowly opened. A martialist wrapped in a pitch-black aura appeared in front of the horse gang. There was a faint aura on his body that made the horse gang's heart palpitate. Lord Black Dragon, someone is attacking outside our castle. And the mounted bandit hurriedly said. And what? Black Dragon asked coldly. Furthermore, the captain is already dead, the bandit said. Hearing this, Black Dragon's eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. His face was ferocious as he roared furiously. Someone actually dares to cause trouble in my Black Dragon castle. He's courting death. Coincidentally, my cultivation has reached the 4th realm of the Chi transformation realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Dragon's figure flashed and swept toward the castle. When Black Dragon appeared above the castle, he happened to see the corpse of the bandit leader at the foot of the bloody skeleton. His face was cold. A skeleton in the Chi transformation realm and a martialist in the Chi cultivation realm. With just the two of you, you dare to break in my Black Dragon castle? Black Dragon looked down at Fang Chun and asked coldly. Fang Chun could feel a tyrannical aura from Black Dragon's body, but Fang Chun was not afraid at all. You are Black Dragon? Fang Chun questioned. That's right, I'm Black Dragon, Black Dragon said. You injured my father? Fang Chun asked coldly. Black Dragon thought for a moment, then laughed loudly. I was wondering who it was. So it's the bastard of the Fang clan. Haha, your father should be that trash Fang Tianyu, right? That's right, he was injured by me. He's not dead yet. Hearing Black Dragon's words, Fang Chun was furious. You injure my father. I want her dog life, Fang Chun said. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Black Dragon sneered. After today, the Black Dragon Bandit Band will no longer exist in Black Cloud Mountain, Fang Chun said word by word. With that, Black Dragon pointed at the blood-red skeleton and laughed. Kill it, Fang Chun ordered the blood-red skeleton. Suddenly, an extremely dense blood-red aura appeared around the skeleton. In the next moment, the aura of the blood-red skeleton skyrocketed. You're courting death. Black Dragon saw this, and his expression changed. He clenched his fist, and a pitch-black light gathered on his fist. He directly punched the blood-red skeleton. Crack! With a loud sound, Black Dragon's body was pushed back a few steps, and the blood-red skeleton's body was directly in front of Fang Chun. Although you are a guy in the Chi transformation 4th realm, against me, you have no chance of winning. Neither of you will be able to walk out of here today. Black Dragon snorted and directly fought the blood-red skeleton. Both of them used their own unique skills, and the battle was extremely intense. Bang, bang, bang. In front of the castle, earth-shattering noises could be heard from time to time. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. At a certain moment, Black Dragon's voice carried a trace of a sinister smile. He suddenly punched the blood-red skeleton. The aura of this punch suddenly skyrocketed. Bang! The blood-red skeleton stretched out its fist to block, but it couldn't withstand Black Dragon's attack at all. A few of its bones shattered. Haha, you will all die. Black Dragon laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Fang Chen's voice entered Black Dragon's ears. In the next moment, Captain Sha Zhao appeared in front of the blood-red skeleton. Black Dragon, you will definitely die today, Fang Chun said in a low voice. With Captain Sha Zhao and the blood-red skeleton attacking together, he was confident that they could kill Black Dragon. How is this possible? When Black Dragon saw Captain Sha Zhao, his expression changed slightly. He could easily deal with the blood-red skeleton, but with Captain Sha Zhao, the situation was different. Attack together and kill Black Dragon for me, Fang Chun said. In the next moment, the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao attacked Black Dragon together. Black Dragon tried his best to resist, but after a while, he was injured by the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao. Black Dragon spat out blood and retreated rapidly. Stop! Let's talk nicely. Black Dragon roared. Who ordered you to injure my father? Fang Chun questioned. Black Dragon wanted to say something, but hesitated. Seeing this scene, the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao attacked again. Bang, bang, bang. With the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao working together, Black Dragon couldn't fight back at all. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Crack! Under the joint attack of the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao, Black Dragon's body finally fell heavily to the ground. Heavens, Lord Black Dragon was actually defeated. Run! Even Lord Black Dragon was defeated. We're just waiting for death if we stay. As soon as this was said, countless bandits fled in all directions. Leave none alive, Fang Chun said coldly. Then, the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao chased after the bandits. Fang Chun walked step by step in front of Black Dragon. He stretched out his foot and stomped on Black Dragon's chest. Tell me, who ordered you to injure my father? Fang Chun asked solemnly. If I tell you, can you let me go? Black Dragon asked. I only know that you will die miserably if you don't tell me, Fang Chun said. Brother, Black Dragon, am just working for others. Please let me go. The one who ordered me to injure your father is the Yi family, Black Dragon quickly said. The Yi family. Fang Chun raised his eyebrows and said coldly. I've already told you everything. You can let me go now. Besides, I didn't kill your father. This is all the Yi family's fault, Black Dragon said. Leaving you alive is a disaster. The spirit light sword suddenly appeared in Fang Chun's hand. In the next moment, sword light flashed, and the spirit light sword ruthlessly stabbed into Black Dragon's body. The leader of a generation of bandits, Black Dragon, died in an instant. Fang Chun took Black Dragon's spatial ring and examined it. His face was full of doubt. How could a bandit leader have so much wealth in his spatial ring? Fang Chun was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Black Dragon Castle has a special place to store wealth? Fang Chun faintly said. At this time, the blood-red skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao had already killed all the bandits and returned. Let's go in and take a look. Although Fang Chun was anxious to save his father, he knew that his father's life wasn't in any immediate danger. Since he had killed Black Dragon, he wanted to find the wealth he had left behind. After all, the Black Dragon bandits had existed in Black Cloud Mountain for a very long time. Who knew how much wealth they had left behind? If the Fang family could obtain this wealth, they would definitely surpass the Yi family and become the strongest power in Black Cloud City. At that time, the Fang family wouldn't need to fear the Yi family. Along the way, Fang Chun saw many corpses. He quickly entered Black Dragon Castle and looked around before beginning his search. After an hour, Fang Chun had already searched the entire Black Dragon Castle, but there wasn't a single clue. Could it be that Black Dragon hid all his wealth? Fang Chun doubtfully asked. At this time, Fang Chun discovered a metal palace in front of him. Yes, that metal palace hasn't been searched yet. Then Fang Chun entered the metal palace. The entire metal palace was very spacious and very empty. The huge metal palace was used by Black Dragon to cultivate. In the empty metal palace, there was a prayer mat. Fang Chun carefully knocked on the four walls to see if there were any mechanisms. Fang Chun knocked on all four walls, but he still didn't find any mechanisms. Fang Chun was a bit speechless and prepared to give up. What's going on? Is there really no wealth at all? Fang Chun doubtfully asked. Chapter 59. There was a praying mat in the center of the metal palace. This praying mat looked very simple. It seemed to be where Black Dragon had cultivated when he was alive. However, Fang Chun suddenly discovered that the praying mat was a bit strange. Logically speaking, Black Dragon should have left behind a huge sum of money after all these years. but he couldn't find it even after searching the entire Black Dragon Castle. Fang Chun thought of a possibility. Black Dragon Castle had a secret room, and Black Dragon had hidden his wealth in that secret room. Thus, Fang Chun looked for a mechanism on the walls of the metal palace, but his search was fruitless. His gaze just happened to fall on the praying mat. Could the mechanism be on the praying mat? Fang Chun gently walked over to the praying mat. He stretched out his hand and slowly placed it on top of the praying mat. After placing his hand on the praying mat didn't move in the slightest. This made Fang Chun a bit suspicious. Could it be that I was wrong? Fang Chun whispered. However, Fang Chun didn't give up. He crouched down and carefully examined the praying mat. After a while, Fang Chun finally discovered that the praying mat was different. This praying mat was actually able to rotate. If Fang Chun hadn't carefully examined it, he wouldn't have noticed. Fang Chun's hand gently pressed against the praying mat. Then he exerted a bit of force and rotated the praying mat. The moment the praying mat rotated, a creaking sound rang out. Fang Chun was pleasantly surprised to find that the eastern wall had caved in. A stone door had appeared out of thin air. It really is here. Fang Chun was overjoyed. He immediately stood up and quickly entered the stone door. As soon as he entered the stone door, Fang Chun was dumbfounded. Fang Chun looked at the huge secret room and the mountain of wealth. For a moment, he couldn't get used to it. So many spirit stones, spirit grasses, and weapons. Fang Chun was incomparably excited. Even his breathing was a bit hurried. This wealth was too enormous. It took Fang Chun a full 2 hours to sort through it all. There are tens of millions of spirit stones. Just how much wealth did Black Dragon leave behind when he was alive? Fang Chun solemnly said. Tens of millions of middle-grade spirit stones, spirit grasses, pills, weapons, and cultivation techniques added up to over 100 million. Even the Qing Feng sword sect couldn't take out 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Fang Chun was completely excited. If the Fang family had so much wealth, they would definitely be able to rise in power within a few years. By then, the Fang family would not even be afraid of the giant Wind sect in Cyan Cloud County, let alone the small Yi family. After his excitement, Fang Chun calmly said, "This wealth must not be discovered by others. If anyone were to find out about this wealth, it would definitely lead to a bloodbath. By then, even the Qing Feng sword sect might not be able to get their hands on it, let alone the Fang clan." Therefore, Fang Chun planned to secretly transport these riches back to the Fang family. This wealth is too great. A mid-tier spatial ring won't be able to contain it all, Fang Chun said softly. It seems that I need to get a high-grade spatial ring. Since the spatial ring couldn't take these things away, Fang Chun planned to go back to buy a high-grade spatial ring and then come back to take away the wealth. I must buy a high-grade spatial ring in the shortest time possible. Thinking of this, Fang Chun immediately left the secret room and closed the door. Finally, he left the Black Dragon Castle. Before Fang Chun left, he left Captain Sha Zhao and the Bloody Skull in the Black Dragon Castle to guard it in case it was discovered by others. When Fang Chun returned to Black Cloud City, the first thing he did was to give the Saint Herb to his uncle. Then, he left the Fang Mansion and went to a Chamber of Commerce in Black Cloud City. In the Black Cloud branch, Fang Chun directly told the staff what he wanted. "I need a high-grade spatial ring," Fang Chun said. "What high-grade spatial ring?" The staff thought he had misheard and asked again. Fang Chun nodded. The staff's expression immediately changed. Then, he respectfully said to Fang Chun, "Sir, the high-grade spatial ring you want to buy is too precious and expensive, so I need to ask our president." Fang Chun nodded. The staff immediately left. Not long after, the staff member returned. Accompanying the staff member was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a tyrannical aura around him. I was wondering who it was. "So it's Sir Fang who wants to buy a high-grade spatial ring," the president said with a smile. He recognized Fang Chun as soon as he appeared. "That's right. I need a high-grade spatial ring," Fang Chun said bluntly. As the president of the Black Cloud branch, he naturally had a close relationship with the Fang family. The president recognized Fang Chun at a glance. but he didn't understand why Fong Chun wanted a high-grade spatial ring. It had to be known that high-grade spatial rings were very expensive. Even some Qi Transformation Realm experts couldn't afford one, let alone Qi Transformation Realm experts. Even the Fong family wouldn't be willing to buy a high-grade spatial ring. A high-grade spatial ring is very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy it? The president probed. I need one, Fong Chen said calmly. Seeing Fong Chen's expression, the president slowly said, Our Black Cloud branch only has one high-grade spatial ring. Tell me the price, Fong Chen said. The president nodded and said, 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen nodded and said, Okay, I'll take it. 100 million low-grade spirit stones was equivalent to the entire Fong family's annual income. If it was converted into mid-grade spirit stones, it would be 1 million. Even the current Fong Chun only had 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, thinking of the wealth of over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones in the Black Dragon Castle, it was all worth it. The president didn't expect Fong Chun to agree so readily. Hearing Fong Chen's words, his body trembled with excitement. Young Master Fong, you're not joking, right? The president asked excitedly. If this deal was successful, it would bring great wealth to the Black Cloud branch. Crash! Fong Chun took out 1 million mid-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed it to the president. It's actually mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, the president exclaimed. Although low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for mid-grade spirit stones, under normal circumstances, no one would exchange mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones on the market. Therefore, martial artists who could take out mid-grade spirit stones were all experts. At this moment, Fong Chun did not even blink as he took out 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones, which shocked the president. After recovering from his shock, the president hurriedly handed the high-grade spatial ring to Fong Chun. Young Master Fong, this is the high-grade spatial ring. Keep it well. The president said cheerfully. This spatial ring had the same appearance as a mid-grade spatial ring. It was pitch black. After Fong Chun dripped blood on it to bind it, he instantly discovered the space inside. Fong Chun formed a small space inside the high-grade spatial ring. The area was very large, enough to store the wealth of the Black Dragon Castle. Okay. Fong Chun nodded and immediately prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the president had already put away the million mid-grade spirit stones. He smiled and said to Fong Chun, Young Master Fong, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to our Black Cloud branch. We'll definitely give you a discount. Fong Chun nodded and left. When Fong Chun appeared in the Black Cloud Mountain again, it was already a day later. Fortunately, nothing happened during this day. Captain Sha Zhao and the Bloody Skeleton had been guarding the Black Dragon Castle. Seeing Fong Chun return, the two cupped their hands in greeting. Fong Chun nodded and then quickly entered the Metal Palace. He opened the mechanism and entered the secret room. Collect! Fong Chun's face revealed a wild smile. In an instant, he collected all the wealth into his spatial ring. My Fong family's rise is just around the corner. After doing all this, Fong Chun sighed in his heart. He hadn't thought that he would accidentally obtain such a huge amount of wealth. He was truly too lucky. However, just as Fong Chun was about to leave, a faint sound suddenly entered his ears. In an instant, Fong Chun discovered that in the center of the secret room, there was a crack in the ground. What's going on? A fiendish aura came out of the crack. Fong Chun was a bit shocked. Roar! Fong Chun's bestial roar came out of the crack. Moreover, this crack was still growing. Could it be that there's something sealed below? Did I accidentally open the seal? Fong Chun exclaimed. In the next moment, a blood-red figure slowly crawled out of the crack. Fong Chun was shocked. He immediately called the Bloody Skeleton and Captain Sha Zhao over. When the two of them arrived, that powerful pressure instantly disappeared. Master, it's the captain of the Yellow Springs sect, said the Bloody Skeleton. Fong Chun's expression was grave. How strong is he? Can the two of you defeat him? Master, he's one of the 108 captains, Captain Dream Demon. At his peak, he was extremely powerful. However, he seems to have yet to recover from his injuries. The two of us are confident we can defeat him, said the bloody skeleton. All right, just defeat him. Don't kill him, said Fang Chun. When he learned that the blood-red figure crawling out of the crack was Captain Dream Demon, Fang Chun had an idea. That was to control Captain Dream Demon. Captain Sha Zhao, Captain Blood, why are you here? As soon as Captain Dream Demon came out, he noticed the two of them. His body was surrounded by a blood-red aura. Captain Dream Demon, we sense you here, so we came, said Captain Sha Zhao. Have the other members of the Yellow Spring sect encountered you? Asked Captain Dream Demon. Not yet. Captain Dream Demon, you seem to be injured, said the bloody skeleton. Captain Dream Demon was about to speak when he suddenly saw Fang Chun behind the two of them. He frowned and asked, Who is he? He is. While they were talking, the bloody skull and Captain Sha Zhao stepped forward and said, Master. The moment they said that, Captain Sha Zhao and the bloody skeleton erupted with power and joined hands to attack Captain Dream Demon. Chapter 60. Captain Dream Demon roared in anger. He did not understand why the two would betray the Yellow Spring sect and become the master of a human. Both of you will die. Captain Dream Demon was furious and attacked the two. However, there was still a difference in strength between the two sides. Under the joint attack of Captain San Zhao and Bloody Skeleton, Captain Dream Demon was defeated in 15 minutes. At this moment, Dream Demon was lying on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was now Fang Chun's turn. His Fang Chun used mind control. The blood-red flower in his mind trembled, and a thick blood-red aura emerged. Damn it, it's actually mind control. Captain Dream Demon snorted and roared. Kid, you're destined to fail if you use mind control on me. Captain Dream Demon was an expert in illusions. He could make weak martial artists fall into illusions unknowingly. Captain Dream Demon's eyes flashed. In the next moment, Fang Chun fell into a dream. Ha ha, kid, you're too inexperienced. Captain Dream Demon laughed and prepared to kill Fang Chun while Fang Chun was in an illusion. As long as he could kill Fang Chun, Bloody Skeleton and Captain Sanjiao would be fully awake. Kid, go to hell. Captain Dream Demon took a deep breath and waved his fist with all his might, wanting to kill Fang Chun. However, right at that moment, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and appeared from the illusion. A cold glint flashed through his eyes. You are courting death. Mind control was used again. A strong blood-red aura instantly drilled into Captain Dream Demon's mind. Captain Dream Demon was already seriously injured and could not resist the invasion of mind control. Crack! In an instant, the captain's body slumped to the ground and he lost consciousness. However, Fang Chun knew that the captain had already been controlled by Fang Chun. 3 Chi Transformation Realm Puppets, Fang Chun said in a low voice. At this moment, Fang Chun had a bold idea. What would happen if he could control all 108 captains of a netherworld sect? Back when he was controlling the Bloody Skeleton, Fang Chun had learned from him that although the battle back then had been tragic, most of the people who had died were ordinary disciples of the Yellow Spring sect. As for the upper echelons of the Yellow Spring sect, most of them had survived. Let's focus on improving our cultivation first, Fang Chun said with a smile. After that, Fang Chun put the 3 of them into a special spatial ring and left the Black Dragon Castle with the high-grade spatial ring. From now on, the legend of the Black Dragon Bandit Gang would no longer exist in the Black Cloud Mountain. After returning to the Black Cloud City, Fang Chun went straight to see his father. His father looked much better after swallowing the saint herb that he brought back. His life was no longer in danger, and his injuries were also recovering. Chun'er, you're here. Fang Tianshan and the others greeted Fang Chun with a smile when they saw him. Chun'er, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly, Fang Tianyu said with a smile when he saw Fang Chun. Father, have a good rest, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun could see that his father's complexion was indeed much better. His internal injuries and broken bones were also slowly recovering. After chatting with his father for a while, Fang Chun suddenly said, Uncle, I have something to give to the family in 3 days. I'll come to you then. The reason why Fong Chun wanted to wait 3 days before giving the wealth to the family was that he wanted his father to be present. During these 3 days, Fong Chun did not idle around. He had been cultivating. At one point, he had successfully cultivated the third move of the Mercury Sword technique, and his realm had reached the late 7th level of the Qi refining realm. If I were to fight Easy now, I would be able to defeat her even without using the power of the bloody skeleton, Fong Chun said confidently. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the third day arrived, Fong Tianyu was already able to get out of bed and walk. Fong Chun informed the 3 brothers to meet in the secret chamber of the Fong family. Under normal circumstances, no one except the 3 brothers could enter the secret chamber of the Fong family. However, Fong Chun was different. Fong Chun was now the leader of the younger generation of the Fong family. He had a lot of power in the family. Therefore, Fong Chun could enter the secret chamber of the Fong family. The secret chamber of the Fong family only discussed important matters in the secret chamber. This time, Fong Chun asked the 3 brothers to go to the secret chamber, which made the 3 brothers look a lot more serious. Chinner actually asked us to go to the secret chamber. I wonder what's going on, Fong Tianyu asked doubtfully. No matter what, we'll know once we take a look, said Fong Tianshan. When the 3 brothers arrived at the secret chamber, Fong Chun was already waiting inside. Chinner, why did you ask us to come here? Fong Tianyu directly asked when he saw Fong Chun. Fong Chun looked at the 3 of them, then closed the door to the secret chamber. He said in a low voice, Big uncle, second uncle, father, what I'm about to give you, you must keep it a secret. Otherwise, it will bring a fatal disaster to the Fong family. Just what is it? The 3 brothers were even more puzzled. Crash! Fong Chun took out everything from his high-grade spatial ring. Immediately, the entire secret chamber was piled up like a mountain. When the 3 brothers saw the wealth, they were completely dumbfounded. Over 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, cried Fong Tianshan. There are also so many medicinal pills, spirit herbs, weapons, and cultivation techniques. While the 3 brothers were shocked, they also carefully examined the wealth. It didn't take long for them to reach a conclusion. This wealth was equivalent to over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Heavens, over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Chinner, just where did you get them? Cried Fong Tianyu. Yes, Chinner, no wonder you told us not to tell anyone. If this wealth was exposed, it would definitely bring a fatal disaster, said Fong Tianbao. With this wealth, our Fong family's rise is just around the corner, laughed Fong Tianshan. It had to be known that such a large family, like the Fong family, only earned 1 million mid-grade spirit stones a year. But Fong Chun had taken out 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 100 years of the Fong family's income. How could the 3 brothers not be shocked? Even some of the large families in Cyan Cloud County wouldn't be able to possess such wealth. Just how had Fong Chun obtained it? After the 3 brothers recovered from their shock, they looked at Fong Chun with burning gazes. Eldest uncle, second uncle, father, do you remember the Black Dragon Bandit group in Black Cloud Mountain? Asked Fong Chun. Of course I remember. Your father was heavily injured by the leader of the Black Dragon Bandit group, said Fong Tianshan. Yes, the Black Dragon Bandit group is tyrannical. This time, they even dare to touch our Fong family, said Fong Tianbao. Just as Fong Tianyu was about to speak, he suddenly thought of a possibility. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Fong Chun. His voice filled with excitement as he asked, Chinner, are you saying that this wealth was obtained from the Black Dragon Bandit group? Hearing Fong Tianyu's words, Fong Tianshan and Fong Tianbao suddenly realized that if anyone in Black Cloud City could possess such wealth, it would definitely be the Black Dragon Bandit group. The Black Dragon Bandit group had been robbing ordinary people for so many years. Only the heavens knew how much wealth they had accumulated. Hearing his father's words, Fong Chun nodded and smiled. From now on, there will be no Black Dragon Bandit group in Black Cloud Mountain. What do you mean, no Black Dragon Bandit group? Even your father was no match for Black Dragon. Chinner, are you saying that you were the one who exterminated the Black Dragon Bandit group? Fong Tianshan was shocked. Fong Chun didn't want others to know about the puppet. He immediately explained, "It was my master who did it. After Black Dragon died, the Black Dragon Bandit group was directly exterminated. This wealth was obtained by me." Ha ha ha. Chinner, your master must be an expert. The Black Dragon Bandit group has done so much evil. They deserved to be exterminated. Yes, with this wealth, our Fong family will definitely surpass the Yi family and become a powerful family in Black Cloud City, and even in the entire Cyan Cloud County. The heavens are really protecting our Fong family. The three brothers were extremely excited. Eldest uncle, second uncle, father, this is an important matter. Even if it's someone else in the Fong family, don't tell them. Fong Chun reminded them. Of course, with so much wealth, once the news is leaked, it will definitely lead to a fatal disaster for the Fong family. Fong Tianshan nodded. In the end, under the shocked gazes of the three brothers, Fong Chun took out a dozen substandard cultivation methods and a few first-rank cultivation methods and handed them all to the family. "I got these myself. Anyway, I have no use for them. It's better to keep them in the family," Fong Chun said. After seeing such a huge wealth, the three brothers were no longer shocked when they saw these cultivation methods. This day was a very important day for the Fong family. It was also a day that changed the fate of the Fong family. After obtaining such a huge wealth, although the Fong family still had to keep a low profile, the three brothers also secretly recruited people and started to obstruct the Yi family's business. It was impossible to crush the Yi family in a short time. Therefore, the three brothers of the Fong family had to first slowly infiltrate and control all the businesses in Black Cloud City. With such a huge wealth, the Fong family was very confident in their open and covert struggles. After 3 days, good news came from the Fong family. A part of the Yi family's business had been infiltrated by the Fong family. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. With wealth, things were really different. Now, if the Yi family wanted to touch the Fong family, they would have to weigh their own weight. 3 days later, Fong Chun prepared to leave. With the current situation of the Fong family, Fong Chun was very relieved. The Yi family wouldn't be able to make any big waves. Before Fong Chun left, he told his father that it was the Yi family who had hired the horse bandits to injure him. He told him to be careful. After that, Fong Chun left Black Cloud City and rushed back to the Qing Feng Sword Sect. Chapter 61. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a year since they arrived at the ancient Sword Continent, and Fong Chun had gained a lot in that time. Gradually, he got used to the life here. Right now, Fong Chun had 3 slaves, each of whom was at the 4th tier of Qi transformation. They were no threat to anyone below that tier. That was why Fong Chun wanted to reach Qi transformation as soon as possible. Only by reaching that level and condensing a true core in his cinnabar field could he truly be considered a martial artist. Right now, Fong Chun might be a late-stage 7th-tier Qi refinished, but he felt no pressure at all when fighting an 8th-tier Qi refinished martial artist. Rushing through the night, he finally returned to the Green Edge Sword Sect. Counting the time, the chieftain of the Flowing Wind Chieftain would lead his disciples to challenge the Green Edge Sword Sect in less than 10 days. Fong Chun planned to cultivate in seclusion to see if he could reach Qi refinished 8. If he could, he would definitely be able to insta-kill Yi Zi. In a Green Edge Sword Sect, Fong Chun was definitely a cultivation maniac. On this day, after Fong Chun returned, he was planning to cultivate when he suddenly learned of something. His best friend had gotten into a conflict with someone, and they were confronting each other in the square of the inner sect. Let's go take a look. With Fong Chun's current reputation, no inner sect disciple would dare to trouble Jiang, He, and Xiao Shan. Right now, Xiao Shan and Jiang He were standing side by side in the inner sect square, while a fierce-looking disciple stood opposite them. He was Xiao Yun, the 15th inner sect disciple. "Xiao Yun, don't cross the line," Jiang He said coldly. Right now, a white-clothed woman was standing in front of Jiang He. There was a complicated look on her face as well. As it turned out, Jiang He met Li Sini after he entered the inner sect and fell madly in love with her. However, as time passed, Jiang He realized that Li Sini was getting close to Xiao Yun, which enraged him. Finally, all his anger exploded on this day. When Jiang He saw Xiao Yun and Li Sini walking together, he wanted to attack, but Xiao Shan stopped him. Xiao Yun was so powerful that Jiang He was no match for him. Jiang He, Li Sini chose me, so please don't come looking for her in the future, Xiao Yun said coldly. Although you are Fang Chen's friend, even Fang Chen cannot stop us from freely falling in love. Bullsh *T. You're the one who forced Li Sini, you bastard. Jiang He barked furiously, having lost his cool. Just as a fight was about to break out, Fang Chen appeared. Fang Chen is here. A sharp-eyed disciple spotted Fang Chen. Jiang He's eyes brightened at Fang Chen's appearance, and he immediately shouted, Fang Chen, help me teach Xiao Yun a lesson. At Jiang He's words, Fang Chen walked up to him. He was not in a hurry to attack, but wanted to understand the situation first. Be that as it may, he sighed softly once he understood what had happened and soon said, What's the point of arguing here, Jiang He? Let Li Sini choose. I'm sure no one could force her to make a choice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiang He looked at Li Sini and said, Sini, you'll choose me, right? However, when he saw Li Sini's movements, Jiang He's eyes were filled with despair. Li Sini had chosen Xiao Yun in front of everyone. Jiang He, I like to be with strong people. You are not as outstanding as Xiao Yun in every aspect, so I'm sorry, Li Sini said apologetically. You? Jiang He looked at Li Sini in despair. Li Sini chose me. So Jiang He, I hope you won't disturb us in the future, Xiao Yun said. Jiang He was about to go crazy, but Fang Chen stopped him. Jiang He, let's go. Sini. Jiang He shouted. Seeing Jiang He's current state, Fang Chen grabbed him and led him away from the square. At the back of the mountain of the Green Edge Sword Sect, 3 disciples were gulping down wine. Fang Chen, I feel like crying, Jiang He said loudly as he took a swig of wine. Jiang He, I know you are in despair, but didn't you hear what Li Sini said? She likes to be with strong people, Fang Chen said. She thinks you are not as good as Xiao Yun. Why don't you prove to her that her choice is wrong? Fang Chen said. Yes, Jiang He. What's so great about a woman? One day, you will make her unworthy of you, Xiao Shan said. Then, Xiao Shan used Fang Chen and Yi Zi as examples to enlighten Jiang He. The 3 of them drank for an entire night at the back of the mountain. In the end, even Fang Chen was drunk. The next day, Jiang He seemed to be a different person. He was silent, and after bidding farewell to Fang Chen and Xiao Shan, he went straight to his cultivation room and started his seclusion. Maybe this is better for him, Fang Chen said softly as he watched Jiang He's back disappear. Fang Chen believed that Jiang He would come around. After dealing with Jiang He's matter, Fang Chen also went into seclusion to cultivate. Time passed little by little. After 8 days, Fang Chen felt that he was about to break through. Then, Fang Chen started to break through. At the moment, Fang Chen was in his cultivation room. The wild spirit qi of the world kept entering Fang Chen's body, tempering his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen could feel his body getting stronger and stronger. His body was like a container that kept absorbing the spirit qi of the world. Unfortunately, before reaching qi transformation, the body could not store the spirit qi of the world. He could only use it to temper his body. After about an hour, Fang Chen felt that his body had been tempered to its limit. In the next moment, Fang Chen took a deep breath and felt his body brimming with energy. Qi Refinement Tier 8. Fang Chen opened his eyes and smiled. He did not expect to reach Qi Refinement Tier 8 after 8 days of seclusion. After reaching Qi Refinement Tier 8, Fang Chen wanted to strike while the iron was hot and cultivate the Mercury Sword technique. Whoosh! Streaks of quicksilver sword light continuously shot out from the spiritual light sword in Fang Chen's hand in all directions. After cultivating for 2 hours, Fang Chen stopped. Then, Fang Chen took out a Rank 1 cultivation technique. This was the Rank 1 cultivation technique that he had obtained from the assassin. It was also a sword technique. It was called the Diffraction Sword Technique. It was a top Rank 1 cultivation technique and was even stronger than the Mercury Sword Technique. The Diffraction Sword Technique is actually incomplete, Fong Chun opened the diffraction sword technique and carefully examined it. He found that the diffraction sword technique was actually incomplete. If the incomplete diffraction sword technique was already a top rank 1 cultivation technique, what would happen if it was the complete diffraction sword technique? Fong Chun instantly became interested in the diffraction sword technique. Fong Chun gave all the substandard cultivation techniques and rank 1 cultivation techniques that he had obtained from the assassin to the Fong clan. He only kept the diffraction sword technique. 1 more cultivation technique means 1 more strength. Fong Chun naturally did not mind having more cultivation techniques. He did not waste any more time and began to cultivate the diffraction sword technique. When Fong Chun's mind was circulating the diffraction sword technique's chant, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Fong Chun subconsciously stood up and began to wave the spiritual light sword in his hand according to the chant. In an instant, Fong Chun waved out streaks of strange sword light. The power of these sword lights was very strong. Whoosh! When the last sword light shot out, Fong Chun stopped in his tracks. This was because he had already completed the first level of the diffraction sword technique. The golden heart is indeed mysterious. With the passage of time, it can actually change my understanding of swordsmanship. Fong Chun sighed. If it were not for the golden heart, he definitely would not have been able to complete the diffraction sword technique so quickly. After cultivating the first level of the diffraction sword technique, Fong Chun stopped cultivating. However, when Fong Chun saw the golden heart, he suddenly thought of the Yuan meteor stones. Previously, there were 100 pieces of Yuan meteor stones, and there were still 50 pieces left. I wonder if the heart can absorb the energy of the Yuan meteor stones. Fong Chun said. Immediately, Fong Chun held the Yuan meteor stone in his hand and began to let the heart absorb the energy. After a while, a piece of Yuan meteor stone was completely absorbed. Next, Fong Chun took out all the remaining Yuan meteor stones for the golden heart to absorb. After a full 6 hours, the golden heart finally absorbed all 50 pieces of Yuan meteor stones. At this time, Fong Chun discovered that there was a little more silver luster in the golden heart. As expected, Fong Chun said, the more the golden heart transformed, the more benefits it would bring to Fong Chun. After doing all this, Fong Chun left the cultivation room. When the 1-month agreement arrived, the atmosphere of the entire Qingfeng sword sect was very tense. This was because today was the day that the Flowing Wind sect would come and challenge them. Early in the morning, the Flowing Wind sect arrived at the Qingfeng sword sect in a grandiose manner. Flowing Wind sect master. The Flowing Wind sect master laughed. Flowing Wind sect master, you haven't forgotten our 1-month agreement, right? The Flowing Wind sect master asked. Of course not. However, regarding the matter of the mine, we still need to discuss it. The Flowing Wind sect master said. Good. Yi Zi, Pang Jin, you two lead the other disciples to tour the Qingfeng sword sect. I'll go discuss it. After the Flowing Wind sect master finished speaking, he was led into the meeting hall by the Flowing Wind sect master. Everyone, I'll lead everyone to tour the Qingfeng sword sect. Du Zhong smiled. Yi Zi and Pang Ji nodded and followed Du Zhong to tour the Qingfeng sword sect. Along the way, Yi Zi and Pang Jin's eyes were filled with disdain. However, when they saw the heavenly sword stairway, the two of them became interested. The two of you, this is the heavenly sword stairway of our Qingfeng sword sect. It tests one's control over the sword. Du Zhong explained. The heavenly sword stairway? Yi Zi whispered. Has anyone reached the top of the heavenly sword stairway? Pang Jin asked. In all these years, only junior brother Fong Chun has reached the top. Du Zhong said. This heavenly sword stairway's test is too weak. Even a trash can reach the top. Pang Jin said unhappily. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 62. Fong Chun suddenly appeared at the back of the crowd. His words made Pang Jin and Yi Zi's faces turn ugly. Fong Chun, do you think you can do whatever you want to us just because you used a despicable method to defeat Yi Zi last time? Pang Jin said angrily when he saw Fong Chun. Fong Chun, When the sect leader comes to a conclusion, I'll make you beg for death. Yizi's face was filled with anger when she saw Fong Chun. A month ago, Fong Chun had used a forbidden technique in the three-sects martial competition and humiliated her greatly. Yizi had to avenge this grudge. That's exactly what I wanted. Fong Chun sneered. Facing Yizi and Pang Jin, Fong Chun did not show them any respect. Gentlemen, Du Zhong came out to mediate. He wanted to stop the conflict between the two sides. However, Pang Jin's face was cold. He said disdainfully, isn't it just the top of the sword technique stairway? I'm not talented, but I've studied swordsmanship before. If I can reach the top of the sword technique stairway, those so-called geniuses from Qing Feng sword sect will be nothing but a joke. As soon as Pang Jin finished speaking, his body flashed, and he landed on the first step of the sword technique stairway. In the next moment, Pang Jin took out a long sword from his space ring and began to brandish it. Seeing Pang Jin's swordsmanship, many disciples from Qing Feng sword sect widened their eyes. They did not expect Pang Jin's swordsmanship to be so exquisite. This level of swordsmanship is comparable to the top 10 swordsmanship in Qing Feng sword sect, some disciples whispered. At this moment, Yizi revealed a cold smile on her face. She then said, the Green Edge sword sect is a sword sect, but it's nothing more than this. Just as Yizi was speaking, swooshing sound were heard, and Pang Jin's body had already appeared on the third step of the sword stairway to heaven. Sword technique stairway is just so. Before Pang Jin joined Qing Feng sword sect, he had met an expert who gave him some advice on swordsmanship. He was confident that he could reach the top of the sword technique stairway with the help of that expert. The reason why Pang Jin was so confident was that he had seen Du Zhong display his swordsmanship before, and it was just so. Whoosh! Sword light filled the sky. Pang Jin's swordsmanship became more and more exquisite, making people think that he was a disciple of the sword technique sect. As time passed, even some disciples from Qing Feng sword sect thought that Pang Jin could reach the top. Child's play. In the eyes of outsiders, Pang Jin's sword technique was very exquisite. But in Fong Chen's eyes, Pang Jin's sword technique was full of loopholes. Pang Jin's swordsmanship. Even Du Zhong, the top disciple of Qing Feng sword sect, did not see any flaws. Pang Jin actually possesses such exquisite swordsmanship. This child's talent in the way of the sword is not inferior to his martial way. Du Zhong pondered for a moment before he softly said, Brother Pang Jin will definitely reach the top. This was Yizi's voice. It didn't take long for Pang Jin to reach the seventh step. At this moment, Pang Jin felt a trace of pressure. This pressure can't stop me, said Pang Jin. In the next moment, Pang Jin activated his exquisite swordsmanship and used it to reach the 8th step of the sword stairway. At this moment, Pang Jin's swordsmanship had already surpassed most of the disciples of the Green Edge sword sect. However, just as Pang Jin reached the 8th floor and was about to ascend to the 9th floor, he suddenly encountered resistance from all directions. How can this be? Pang Jin's smile instantly froze. The pressure from the sword technique stairway was far beyond his imagination. Furthermore, his body was being squeezed by this pressure. Damn it! Why is this happening? Pang Jin roared inside, thinking of how he had boasted in front of Qing Feng sword sect's disciples. His face burned. Whatever, let's go, shouted Pang Jin. He brandished his sword and used his exquisite swordsmanship. In an instant, sword light filled the sky. Pang Jin raised his foot, wanting to reach the 9th step. However, at this moment, space seemed to have stopped. It was so difficult for Pang Jin to take that step. Why? Pang Jin's heart was filled with unwillingness. In the end, he was sent flying by the powerful pressure. Originally, when they saw Pang Jin raise his foot, all the disciples' faces were filled with shock. They thought Pang Jin would definitely reach the top. Even Du Zhong and the others' faces changed slightly. Once Pang Jin reached the top, their Qing Feng sword sect would definitely be ridiculed by all their fellow disciples. At this moment, only Fong Chan was looking at Pang Jin with a sneer. In the next moment, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Pang Jin's body was sent flying and directly fell to the ground. Poochie, due to the powerful rebound, Pang Jin spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother Pang Jin, are you all right? Yeezy saw this scene and hastily went to Pang Jin. I'm fine. Pang Jin's face was burning as if he had been slapped. It seems that ordinary people can't reach the top of the sword technique ladder, Du Zhong said with a grin. The meaning of his words couldn't be more obvious. All the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect were talking about Pang Jin. At this moment, Pang Jin was furious. He had just boasted that he would definitely reach the top, but now he was sent flying. It seems that someone can't reach the top of the sword technique ladder. At this moment, Fang Chun spoke again. He didn't have a good impression of Yi Zi and Pang Jin. If it weren't for the discussion between the higher-ups of both sides, Fang Chun would have already attacked. Now that Fang Chen's cultivation had reached LV8 Qi cultivation realm, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was not afraid of Yi Zi at all. Fang Jin was a little angry when he heard this, but he couldn't do anything. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. In the next moment, the higher-ups of both sides appeared in the square. All disciples quickly come to the square. Hearing this voice, Fang Chun and the others quickly went to the square. When everyone arrived at the square, the Clear Breeze sect master spoke. This time, the Clear Breeze sect's disciples have come to challenge our Qingfeng sword sect's disciples. After some discussion, we've decided that there will be a total of 5 matches. Each side will send 5 disciples to participate. The Clear Breeze sect master gave a simple explanation of the details of this competition, but he didn't mention the matter of the control of the Yuan meteor stone mine. It was enough for the higher-ups to know about this. There was no need for everyone to know. Sect master. When the Clear Breeze sect master finished speaking, Fang Chun took a step forward and spoke. Fang Chun, do you have a problem? The Clear Breeze sect master asked. Sect master, it's too troublesome for each side to send 5 disciples. Fang Chun isn't talented, so if the Qingfeng sword sect wants to send me, it's enough. Fang Chun said. The moment Fang Chun's words fell, the entire square went into an uproar. Countless disciples looked at Fang Chun in shock. Arrogant. Pang Jin and Yi Zi sneered. The Clear Breeze sect master frowned and asked, Fang Chun, Sect master, I'm completely confident. Fang Chun knew what the Clear Breeze sect master wanted to ask, so he directly answered. The elders of the Qingfeng sword sect all looked at the Clear Breeze sect master. This time's competition was related to the control of the Yuan meteor stone mine. They couldn't be careless. But at this time, the Clear Breeze sect master opened his mouth to speak. Ha ha, what an arrogant youngster. He actually wants to challenge the top 5 of our Clear Breeze sect's younger generation. However, since you're so arrogant, if our Clear Breeze sect doesn't agree, we'll be ridiculed by others. Isn't that right, Clear Breeze sect master? At this time, the Clear Breeze sect master didn't dare to make a decision. Fang Chun, are you really confident? The Clear Breeze sect master solemnly asked. Fang Chun nodded. The Clear Breeze sect master immediately nodded in agreement. All right, since that's the case, then my Qingfeng sword sect will only send Fang Chun alone. After making a decision, the next step was to start the competition. Fang Chun's first opponent was the 5th person of the Qingfeng sword sect's younger generation. Fang Chun, your arrogance will bring you a destructive blow, said the Clear Breeze sect disciple. You talk too much. Fang Chun coldly snorted. In the next instant, he used the Quicksilver Sword's 3rd move. Crash! A sword light flashed, and the Clear Breeze sect disciple was instantly sent flying. Fang Chun's first battle was a clean victory. All the Qingfeng sword sect disciples were celebrating. Even the eyes of the Qingfeng sword sect's upper echelon brightened. Fang Chun's strength had increased by a lot compared to a month ago. Could it be that Fang Chun has reached the 8th level of Qi refining? Guessed the Clear Breeze sect master. Next was the 2nd disciple of the Clear Breeze sect. This disciple was much stronger than the previous one, but under Fang Chun's attacks, he couldn't even take a single move. The Quicksilver Sword was a first-grade cultivation technique after all. Its power was incomparably strong. When Fang Chun had first cultivated the 2nd move, he was already able to challenge EZ. Now that he had cultivated the third move, it was enough to instantly defeat these weak disciples. Just like that, Fang Chun won 3 consecutive battles cleanly, defeating his opponent in one move. Heavens, just how strong is Fang Chun? Why does it feel like he's so much stronger than a month ago? Yeah, the current Fang Chun might really be able to fight 1 against 5. This is really exciting. I didn't think that our Qing Feng sword sect would send such a monstrous disciple. The Qing Feng sword sect disciples laughed as they discussed. On the other hand, the Clear Breeze sect disciples' faces were gloomy. Even Yi Zi and Pang Jin's faces revealed a trace of seriousness. His strength has definitely reached the 8th level of Qi refining, said Yi Zi in a low voice. Don't worry, junior sister Yi Zi. In the next battle, I will definitely cripple him. Pang Jin also felt the threat from Fang Chun and wanted to kill him. That's right, huh? The Qing Feng sword sect's upper echelon laughed. Chapter 63. The Flowing Wind duo were the true leaders of the younger generation of the Flowing Wind sect. Even the upper echelons of the Flowing Wind sect believed that as long as the Flowing Wind sect had the Flowing Wind duo, they would definitely become a 1-star sect in the future. On the ancient Sword continent, sects were divided into 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. Fang Chun didn't know how powerful the sect was on the ancient Sword continent. Fang Chun only knew that the current Flowing Wind sect and Qing Feng sword sect weren't even 1-star sects. They weren't even half a star sect. After winning 3 matches in a row, Fang Chun's popularity reached its peak. All the disciples of the Qing Feng sword sect were cheering excitedly. At this moment, Pang Jin stepped forward and directly stepped onto the stage in the middle of the square. Fang Chun, your good luck ends here. I, Pang Jin, will end your victories and trample you under my feet, said Pang Jin eerily as he looked at Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun also stood on the stage. Hearing Pang Jin's words, Fang Chun said something that shocked everyone. The two of you, come at me together. Fang Chun's words were so arrogant that it was boundless. At this moment, all the cultivators thought they had heard wrong. Their faces were filled with shock. Heavens, did I hear wrong? Fang Chun actually wants to challenge Yi Zi and Pang Jin together? How is that possible? Can Fang Chun defeat the Flowing Wind duo? This is too exciting. Fang Chun actually wants to challenge the Flowing Wind duo. No wonder he always looked down on Pang Jin and Yi Zi. In the Qing Feng sword sect area, countless disciples were discussing. In the Flowing Wind sect area, all the disciples were cursing Fang Chun. They thought that Fang Chun was too arrogant. One arrogant guy. Pang Jin eerily smiled and said coldly, "Didn't you want me to beg for death? This is your chance," Fang Chun said softly as he turned around and looked down at Yi Zi. Fang Chun, you are too arrogant." Yi Zi sneered. Since Fang Chun was so arrogant, she didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Wu Shizi's petite figure instantly appeared on the fighting ring. Looking at this scene, the upper echelons of the Azure Edge Sword sect were worried for Fang Chun. As for the Drifting Wind Grandmaster, his eyes were filled with a sinister smile. "Fang Chun, you will pay for what you just said," Yi Zi said coldly. "Really? Do it." Pang Jin roared and clenched his fists. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. In the next moment, all the energy in his body was gathered in his fist as he punched towards Fang Chun. While Pang Jin was attacking Fang Chun, Yi Zi didn't stay idle. She also used the Flowing Wind sect's secret technique. On her fair palms, a faint glow appeared. Handprints appeared one after another, surrounding Fang Chun. Seeing the two of them attacking, Fang Chun sneered. The spiritual light sword in his hand flashed as he used the third move of the Quicksilver Sword style. Crash! The aura of the LV8 Qi cultivation realm exploded. The entire square was in an uproar. Fang Chun had reached the LV8 Qi cultivation realm. No one was more surprised than the Flowing Wind Grandmaster. Although the Flowing Wind sect and the Azure Edge Sword sect were rivals, the Flowing Wind Grandmaster couldn't help but praise Fang Chun's potential. This kid can't be left alive. The Flowing Wind Grandmaster thought to himself. Pucci, On the stage, Pang Jin's fist reached Fang Chen first. However, in the sky, a quicksilver sword radiance appeared. The fist collided with the quicksilver sword radiance. It only lasted for a moment before it was shattered. Pang Jin's body was forced back. He was shocked. He didn't expect Fang Chen to be so strong after reaching the LV8 Qi cultivation realm. Just as Pang Jin was retreating, Yi Zi's attack arrived. Bang! She used the third move of the quicksilver sword style again. The powerful sword radiance pierced through the giant handprint in the sky. In the next moment, Yi Zi was forced back. The entire square was in an uproar. Fang Chen isn't at a disadvantage, even though he's fighting two opponents alone. He's too strong. Yeah, looking at the situation, Fang Chen has a chance to defeat the two of them. To be able to force the Flowing Wind Grandmasters to such a state, Fang Chen can be considered a top figure. Even the upper echelons of the Azure Edge Sword sect had put away their worries and revealed a smile. Fang Chen's potential is too terrifying. He reached the LV8 Qi cultivation realm in such a short time. Moreover, his combat strength is much stronger than Pang Jin's, said the sect master of the Qing Feng Sword sect. No wonder Fang Chen dared to challenge the two of them at the same time. If it was a one-on-one battle, they wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen, said the first elder. Beside the first elder, the ninth elder's face was filled with excitement. When he chose Fang Chen as his disciple, he already knew that Fang Chen was extraordinary. Back then, the ninth elders wondered if Fang Chen could reach Xie Tianan's level. But now, the ninth elders was certain. Fang Chen had already surpassed Xie Tianan when he was at the same level. On the stage, Yi Zi and Pang Jin's eyes were filled with killing intent when they heard the uproar below. At this moment, the two of them no longer looked down on Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I have to say that you are indeed a genius. To be able to reach such a level in such a short time, said Pang Jin. But you are too arrogant. Challenging the two of us at the same time, you will lose without a doubt. That's right, Fang Chen. I will let you know that you will never be able to catch up to me, said Yi Zi coldly. Hearing the two of them, Fang Chen laughed. His laughter was very arrogant. Fang Chen, it's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless, said Pang Jin. I'm telling you to admit defeat. It's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences of losing the battle, said Fang Chen. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us. After Pang Jin finished speaking, his body flashed as he once again displayed his ultimate skill. Flowing Wind Fist. Following Pang Jin's roar, a layer of light appeared on his fist. As soon as this layer of light appeared, a tyrannical aura instantly engulfed the entire stage. Fang Chen, let's see how you're going to take our attacks, Pang Jin roared. At the same time, Yi Zi once again displayed the thousand-hand seal. Her fair hands continuously formed seals, and in an instant, countless hand seals appeared in the sky. These hand seals formed an array. The thousand-hand seal combined with the Flowing Wind Fist maximized the power. Even a disciple at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm would not dare to take it head-on. Seeing this scene, the Flowing Wind sect master smiled and said, "Looks like this battle is about to end. Flowing Wind sect master, I hope you will fulfill your promise." The battle is not over yet. The winner is still uncertain, said the Flowing Wind sect master coldly. You should know the power of the thousand-hand seal combined with the Flowing Wind Fist. Don't tell me you still expect Fang Chen to make a comeback? The Flowing Wind sect master laughed sinisterly. It was as if he could already see the result of the battle and even obtain control of a portion of a Yuan meteor stone lode. On the stage, Fang Chen saw the two of them display their strongest attacks. Finally, a trace of coldness emerged in his eyes. Diffraction Sword Art. In the next moment, Fang Chen displayed the Diffraction Sword Art. Although the Diffraction Sword Art was a first-grade cultivation technique, its power was much more tyrannical than the Mercury Sword Art. The Diffraction Sword Art that Fang Chen obtained was only incomplete. It only had the first 3 levels, and Fang Chen had already cultivated the first level. Cultivating the first level of the Diffraction Sword Art allowed him to split one sword light into 18 sword lights in an instant. Crash! As soon as the diffraction sword art was displayed, a cold light shot out from the divine light sword. In the next moment, under the astonishment of the crowd, the sword light actually began to split. In a short while, the sword light turned into 18 sword lights. Moreover, the pressure contained within these 18 sword lights made even Du Zhong feel a little uncomfortable. "What kind of sword art is this?" whispered Du Zhong. When the higher-ups of the Azure Edge Sword sect saw Fang Chun display this sword art, they were also shocked. This was not the Azure Edge Sword sect's sword art. This kind of tyrannical sword art has already surpassed the ranks of first-grade cultivation techniques. "Could it be a second-grade cultivation technique?" said the Clear Wind sect master. The other elders were also shocked. They naturally knew what a second-grade cultivation technique meant. At this moment, they finally understood why Fang Chun was so confident in challenging the two of them at the same time. So this was his trump card. When the Flowing Wind sect master saw Fang Chun display the diffraction sword art, he immediately felt that something was wrong. However, he still placed his hopes on the Flowing Wind dual absolutes. Above the stage, 18 sword lights floated in the air. Under Fang Chun's control, they directly stabbed towards the fist light in the sky. Gotcha! Although there was the protection of the thousand-hand seal, the fist light was unable to withstand a single blow from the diffraction sword art. How is this possible? When the fist light was destroyed, Pang Jin's body was sent flying. He vomited blood that covered the entire stage. The moment Pang Jin's body flew out, the diffraction swordsmanship directly pierced into the thousand-hand seal array. Explode! Seeing this, Yi shouted, and the thousand-hand seal exploded in an attempt to destroy the diffraction sword art. But it was useless. The diffraction sword art was too tyrannical. Adding on Fang Chun's 8th heaven stage strength, it was enough to destroy everything. Rumble! The thousand-hand seal exploded. The diffraction sword art pierced through the thousand-hand seal and stabbed towards Yi. No! Yi felt her life was in danger. Fang Chun wanted to kill her. Fang Chun, stop! Seeing this, the sect master of the Flowing Wind sect roared in anger. His body flashed as he tried to save Yi, but it was too late. The 18 sword lights stabbed towards Yi. The Flowing Wind sect master waved his hand, and a gust of wind forced Yi's body to move sideways. Crack! Yi's body dodged 17 sword lights, but she was struck by the last one. Chapter 64. A furious roar suddenly rang out. In the next instant, the entire stage was filled with a wild aura. Fang Chun felt like he was about to suffocate. But at this critical moment, the Clear Wind sect's sect master made a move. Sect Master Flowing Wind, are you going to interfere in the competition between the younger generation? Asked the sect master coldly. Fang Chun's potential was obvious to all. The Qingfeng Sword sect definitely wouldn't let the Flowing Wind sect's sect master make a move on Fang Chun. I already said stop. This kid is actually so vicious. The Flowing Wind sect's sect master coldly said as he supported the weak Yi. At this moment, Yi no longer looked like a girl favored by the heavens. Her right arm had been pierced by the diffraction sword art, and blood was constantly flowing out. As one of the Flowing Wind dual absolutes, Yi's talent and potential were both top-notch. The Flowing Wind sect's sect master had raised her as his future successor. He originally thought that he would be able to easily obtain control of a portion of the mine. But who would have thought that such a change would occur? Sect Master Flowing Wind, Fang Chun didn't break the rules. Furthermore, he was fighting 1 against 2. There was no way he could stop, said the Flowing Wind sect's sect master coldly. That's right. If he wants to touch Fang Chun, he'll be going against the entire Qingfeng Sword sect. The first elder and the others also expressed their stance. Hearing the words of the Qingfeng Sword sect's upper echelon, the Flowing Wind sect's sect master's expression darkened. He coldly snorted and prepared to leave with Yi and the others. Drifting Wind sect master, I hope you can keep your promise, Drifting Wind sect master said. The Flowing Wind sect's sect master almost vomited blood. This time, he had really suffered a double loss. Sect Master Flowing Wind. I'll remember this grudge. After saying that, the Flowing Wind sect master's figure flashed and left. After the Flowing Wind sect's people left, the disciples of the Qing Feng Sword sect began to cheer. From today onwards, Fang Chun was the strongest person among the younger generation of the Azure Cloud County. With his own strength, he had defeated Pang Jin and Yi Zi, two top experts of the younger generation. This strength, even in the entire Azure Cloud County's younger generation, was unrivaled. Fang Chun, well done. Sect Master Qing Feng looked at Fang Chun and nodded in satisfaction. The other elders also greeted Fang Chun. Right now, Fang Chun had become the benchmark of the entire Azure Edge Sword sect. Fang Chun really did it. He defeated the dual masters of Flowing Wind by himself. He's really amazing. That's right. Even Xie Tianan back then couldn't compare to him. Another Xie Tianan. No, it should be an existence that has completely surpassed Xie Tianan. His strength is too tyrannical. In less than a year, Fang Chun will definitely reach the Qi transformation realm. Many disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect were discussing Fang Chun. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed since Fang Chun defeated Pang Jin and Yi Zi. During these 10 days, Fang Chun's courtyard was frequently visited by inner disciples. Fang Chun was very helpless. Most of the time, he was cultivating and threw all the matters to his best friends, Jiang He and Xiao Shan. And in these 10 days, the Azure Edge Sword sect's harvest was not small. Previously, they had already gained control of half of the mine. 10 days ago, with Fang Chun's strength, the Azure Edge Sword sect gained control of a portion of the mine. Now, the Azure Edge Sword sect had control of over 70% of the mine. This was a huge amount of wealth. On a certain day, the 9 elders sent 1,000 yuan meteor stones to Fang Chun. One had to know that a yuan meteor stone was already extremely expensive outside. 1,000 yuan meteor stones was enough for Fang Chun to use. When Fang Chun saw the yuan meteor stones, he was very happy. Currently, the Golden Heart could only absorb yuan meteor stones. Moreover, it was still evolving. Naturally, he would want more yuan meteor stones. After receiving the yuan meteor stones, Fang Chun allowed the Golden Heart to absorb more yuan meteor stones. After absorbing a total of 100 yuan meteor stones, the Golden Heart finally reached saturation. At this time, Fang Chun realized that the silver luster in the Golden Heart had already occupied a quarter of the Golden Heart. The Golden Heart seems to have become stronger. Fang Chun could clearly sense that the Golden Heart was giving off an indistinct aura of vicissitudes. It was slowly changing his comprehension of the way of the sword. Let's try the Mercury Sword. Fang Chun grinned and immediately began to cultivate the Mercury Sword. Not long after, Fang Chun had successfully mastered the fourth sword of the Quicksilver Sword technique. This scene made Fang Chun pleasantly surprised. After the Golden Heart evolved, the speed of sword cultivation has become much faster. If the silver luster covers the Golden Heart, I wonder what will happen. Fang Chun said softly. Now, Fang Chun had become the strongest person in the younger generation of the Qing Feng Sword sect. Even in the entire Cyan Cloud County, there was no one in the younger generation who could match up to Fang Chun. Although the Cyan Cloud County was only a small place, its population was still very large. In a short period of time, Fang Chun's name had spread throughout the Cyan Cloud County. One day, the Fang clan of Black Cloud City sent news that the Yi clan had been completely suppressed by the Fang clan. For the time being, there was no way for the Yi clan to rise again. Moreover, the Yi clan sent news that the Yi clan's daughter, Yi Zi, had returned to Black Cloud City. However, it was said that Yi Zi's cultivation had been crippled and she could no longer cultivate. The Yi clan brought Yi Zi personally to the Fang clan to apologize. They wanted to obtain the Fang clan's forgiveness and even wanted to marry Yi Zi to Fang Chun. However, this matter was directly rejected by Fang Tianyu. After hearing this news, Fang Chun's face revealed a trace of a smile. Once upon a time, the Yi clan was so arrogant. Back then, when everyone thought that he was trash, the Yi clan proposed to break off the engagement. Even Ez had never looked Fang Chun in the eye. Fang Chun remembered her cold face very clearly. Fang Chun had once said, "One day, I will make you unworthy of me." Now, Fang Chun had done it. He had become the strongest person in the younger generation of the Cyan Cloud County. Ez, on the other hand, had fallen to the point that her cultivation had been crippled. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun stopped thinking about it. Fang Chun's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He stopped cultivating and prepared to go out for a walk. However, at this moment, an inner disciple ran over, panting. He told Fang Chun that a terrifying young warrior had come to the Qingfeng sword sect and had threatened to challenge Fang Chun. What challenge? Fang Chun was a little puzzled and asked. Senior Fang Chun, that disciple is very strong. Even Senior Du Zhong is no match for him, the disciple said. Fang Chun nodded and quickly rushed to the square. When Fang Chun appeared on the square, he saw that the square was full of warriors from the Qingfeng sword sect, with Du Zhong as the leader. Du Zhong, you have already lost to me. Ask Fang Chun to come out, a man in black said with a cold face. Zhuge Tianzhao, Junior Fang Chun is cultivating, Du Zhong said faintly. I heard that Fang Chun is the strongest person in the younger generation of the Cyan Cloud County. I don't agree, unless he defeats me, Zhuge Tianzhao said coldly. Zhuge Tianzhao was a loner. He had been wandering since he was young. However, after a fortuitous encounter, his strength had become very strong. As early as last year, he was already able to challenge Du Zhong. While everyone was shocked by Fang Chun's strength, they had already forgotten that there was still Zhuge Tianzhao in the Cyan Cloud County. At this time, Zhuge Tianzhao had also heard that Fang Chun was strong, so he had specially come to challenge Fang Chun. Senior Du Zhong, Fang Chun called out. Seeing Fang Chun appear, Du Zhong's face was full of smiles. Junior Fang Chun, you've come, smiled Du Zhong. Fang Chun's arrival caused the square to be filled with laughter. All the disciples were waiting for the battle between Fang Chun and Zhuge Tianzhao. You're Fang Chun. Zhuge Tianzhao's pitch-black eyes looked at Fang Chun. Correct, I am. You are, said Fang Chun. I'm Zhuge Tianzhao. You seem pretty good, but I don't know how strong you are. Zhuge Tianzhao grinned. You'll know once you try, said Fang Chun. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Zhuge Tianzhao laughed heartily and nodded with satisfaction. I like your character. As soon as Zhuge Tianzhao finished speaking, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted. Crash! The wild aura instantly swept through the square. Everyone's expressions changed. Zhuge Tianzhao's aura had clearly reached the 9th level of qi refining. Fang Chun, as long as you can defeat me, you'll be the strongest person in the Cyan Cloud County's younger generation, said Zhuge Tianzhao. 9th level of qi refining. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes as he felt the pressure coming from Zhuge Tianzhao. 10 days ago, Fang Chun's strength was already enough to fight 2 8th level qi refining geniuses. In these 10 days, Fang Chun's Mercury sword had reached the 4th sword, and his golden heart had evolved once more. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing Zhuge Tianzhao's attack, Fang Chun's battle intent was overflowing. Just in time for me to test my strength. Fang Chun growled as the spiritual light sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he displayed the 4th sword of the Mercury sword. Good sword technique. Seeing the ripples of water in the sky, Zhuge Tianzhao could not help but praise. Crash! Under Fang Chun's control, the ripples of water condensed into a sword light. This sword light seemed to be condensed from water. With a tyrannical force, the spiritual light's sword pierced towards Zhuge Tianzhao. Crash! Zhuge Tianzhao's fist heavily hit the sword light. With a crack, the sword light shattered and Zhuge Tianzhao's body rapidly retreated. When Zhuge Tianzhao steadied himself, everyone thought that he would attack again. But what happened next surprised all the disciples. I lost. Zhuge Tianzhao's face was full of bitterness. Even Fang Chun was a little confused. How could Zhuge Tianzhao admit defeat so easily? Fang Chun, your potential is the strongest I've ever seen, said Zhuge Tianzhao in a deep voice. Zhuge Tianzhao was in the 9th level of Qi refining realm, but he was only able to fight to a draw with Fang Chun. If they were in the same level, he would definitely be no match for Fang Chun. Chapter 65. Hearing Zhuge Tianzhao's words, Fang Chun was also startled. All this time, he had been working hard to increase his cultivation, wanting to prove to others that he was not a piece of trash. But with the passage of time, Fang Chun's strength was already considered the strongest among the younger generation in the entire Cyan Cloud County. At first, Fang Chun did not think in this direction, but now that he suddenly heard Zhuge Tianzhao's words, Fang Chun fell into deep thought. Fang Chun, your talent is very good. You should not hide in this small place. There are many geniuses outside. Don't you feel excited? Zhuge Tianzhao said. Cyan Cloud County was only one of the counties in the Shengfeng country. In the vast land of the Shengfeng country, there were many other counties. If you want to see the wider world and more powerful geniuses, you must go out. The Shengfeng country has a genius ranking. Those who can enter the genius ranking are the best of the younger generation. In our Cyan Cloud County, there is no one who can enter the genius ranking. Zhuge Tianzhao continued. With your talent, if you go out, you will definitely be able to enter the genius ranking in the future, or even the wider world. Zhuge Tianzhao said. Fang Chun fell into deep thought. His thoughts had already flown out of the Cyan Cloud County. After a long time, Fang Chun cupped his fist toward Zhuge Tianzhao. Zhuge Tianzhao left. He only came here to see if Fang Chun was as strong as the legend said. After getting the answer, he naturally left. This time, he left not only the Qing Feng sword sect, but also the Cyan Cloud County. He wanted to go to a wider world. Fang Chun returned to the courtyard, thinking about this problem. He was only awakened by the 9th elders in the evening. Master! Fang Chun cupped his fist towards the 9th elders and called out. Fang Chun, I know what you are thinking. The 9th elders sat beside Fang Chun and said with a smile, if I were as young as you, I wouldn't have stayed in a small place like the Cyan Cloud County. I would have gone out to explore the world, especially the legendary imperial capital, said the 9th elders. Stick to your own choices and don't let others influence you. With your talent, you really shouldn't stay in a small place like Cyan Cloud County, said the 9th elders. However, as long as you have the Green Edge Sword sect in your heart, it's fine. After chatting with Fang Chun for a while, the 9th elders left. After hearing the 9th elders' words, Fang Chun was even more determined to go out and explore the world. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to constantly accept challenges. Of course, there was another reason why Fang Chun wanted to leave, and that was to find his mother. After his mother was taken away by her clansmen, not a single clue was left behind. Although his father didn't seem to be sad on the surface, his heart was filled with sorrow. When Fang Chun returned home, he would see his father drinking alone in the middle of the night. He was completely dispirited. Fang Chun only got a clue from his father. His mother's name was Luo Lioli. He wanted to go to the imperial capital to find out if there was any news about his mother. 3 days later, Fang Chun returned to the Fang clan in Black Cloud City. Now that the Fang clan had accumulated so much wealth, they were gradually suppressing the Yi clan and becoming the overlord of Black Cloud City. The news of Fang Chun's return to Black Cloud City spread like wildfire. When the Yi clan heard the news, they immediately paid a visit to the Fang clan. The head of the Yi clan even brought Yi Zi along. In the Fang clan's meeting hall, the 3 brothers of the Fang clan and Fang Chun were all present. On the other side stood the head of the Yi clan and Yi Zi. At this moment, Yi Zi was no longer as arrogant as before. Her head was lowered, and there was a complicated expression on her face. Back then, she had an engagement with Fang Chun. She could have been together with Fang Chun, but she had ruined it all. Now, the Yi clan was being suppressed by the Fang clan, and Fang Chun had become the strongest person of the younger generation in Cyan Cloud County. On the other hand, Yi Zi's cultivation had been crippled, and even her clan had asked her to take the initiative to curry favor with Fang Chun for the sake of the Yi clan. Brother Fang, it was our Yi clan's fault in the past. Now, I've brought Yi Zi to apologize to the Fang clan. The head of the Yi clan said with a smile. Head Yi, it was your own choice to break off the engagement. Now that you see our Chun Er's tyrannical strength, you want to curry favor with him. Fong Tianshan said mercilessly. Yi Zi, hurry up and apologize to Fong Chun, the head of the Yi clan said. Fong Chun, it was my fault in the past. Before Yi Zi could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Fong Chun. You can go back. We won't have any more interactions. Fong Chen's words undoubtedly cut off the relationship between the two clans. Yi Zi's face was full of humiliation, and her heart was full of anger. But that was the truth. Head Yi, let's go back, Fong Tianshan said. In the end, the head of the Yi clan left with Yi Zi. When he left, his face was full of regret. He hated himself for being stupid enough to force the Fong clan to break off the engagement. Ever since Fong Chun became the strongest person of the younger generation in Cyan Cloud County, who knew how many forces would visit the Fong clan every day, wanting to befriend them. Fong Chun returned to the Fong clan and stayed for 3 days. He gave the Fong clan all the things he didn't need, and then left the Fong clan. After returning to the Green Edge Sword sect and bidding farewell to the 9th elders, Xiao Shan and Jiang He, Fong Chun quietly left Cyan Cloud County. If he wanted to leave Cyan Cloud County, he had to pass through a huge mountain range called the Lianyun Mountain Range. The Lianyun Mountain Range ran through 8 counties and was very big. Moreover, there were monsters running rampant in the Lianyun Mountain Range all year round. Ordinary weak martial artists wouldn't dare to enter. Fong Chen's destination this time was the Imperial Capital. Therefore, he had to enter the Lianyun Mountain Range from Cyan Cloud County and pass through the Lianyun Mountain Range to reach the Imperial Capital. Along the way, Fong Chun could already foresee that there would be many dangers. However, this was exactly what Fong Chun wanted. Only by cultivating on the edge of life and death could he break through quickly. 3 days later, Fong Chun entered the Lianyun Mountain Range. After Fong Chun entered the Lianyun Mountain Range, the Bai clan in Chinka City received the news immediately. Chinka City, by Clan Mansion, Meeting Hall. According to the latest news, Fong Chun has already entered the Lianyun Mountain Range, the head of the Bai clan said in a low voice. We have offended Fong Chun. After the Fong clan grows stronger, they will definitely suppress us. We must find a way to get rid of Fong Chun, the first elder said. That's right. Fong Chun has entered the Lianyun Mountain Range. This is an opportunity, the second elder said. In the end, the Bai clan reached a consensus. They would send the strongest martial artist in the clan, the current head of the Bai clan, to the Lianyun Mountain Range to kill Fong Chun. Once Fong Chun was killed, the Bai clan would be safe. The head of the Bai clan was a Qi Transformation 6th realm martial artist. He was very strong. He was confident that he could kill Fong Chun as long as he made a move. The head of the Bai clan didn't dare to delay. Even he didn't dare to enter the Lianyun Mountain Range. In the Lianyun Mountain Range, Fong Chun walked carefully. From time to time, he would encounter some weak beasts. The Lianyun Mountain Range is very big. I can only be considered to be at the edge. The beasts I encounter are also very weak, Fong Chun said. However, just as Fong Chun was speaking, the roar of a beast suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, a huge beast appeared in front of Fong Chun. Good guy, a 9th realm Qi cultivation realm beast. After seeing the beast, Fong Chun's face lit up. A 9th realm Qi cultivation realm beast was just right for him to practice with. Quicksilver sword technique. Fong Chun immediately used the Quicksilver sword technique. He wanted to cultivate the Quicksilver sword technique to the perfect realm. Whoosh! In the sky, the ripple of water condensed into a sword light and pierced towards the beast. Roar! The beast roared. In the next moment, it gathered all its strength and attacked Fong Chun. Crack! The fourth sword of the Quicksilver sword technique only left a sword mark on the beast's body. Fong Chun could not help but sigh at the beast's strong defense. Bang! Bang! The battle between Fong Chun and the demonic beast was extremely intense. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chun gradually gained control of the situation. There were many wounds on the demonic beast's body. It took Fong Chun an entire hour to kill the demonic beast. Poochie! The beast was pierced by the sword light and died instantly. This beast is even stronger than Zhuge Tianzhao. Fang Chun sighed as he put away the beast's body. Beasts of the same realm were much stronger than human warriors, especially in defense. Fang Chun was able to kill a 9th realm Qi cultivation realm beast as an 8th realm Qi cultivation realm martial artist. It was enough to show how powerful he was. After killing the beast, Fang Chun quickly moved forward. After Fang Chun left for a while, a figure appeared. There are traces of fight here. It seems that Fang Chun did not go far. The head of the Bai family said eerily, and then floated away. Following the direction that Fang Chun left, the head of the Bai family soon found Fang Chun's tracks. "Kid, you will definitely die this time," the head of the Bai family said eerily. In an instant, the head of the Bai family released the aura of a 6th realm Qi transformation realm martial artist. Fang Chun, who was resting cross-legged, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura envelop him. His expression changed slightly. "Who are you?" Fang Chun asked coldly. "Fang Chun, you will definitely die today," the head of the Bai family said. "You know me?" Fang Chun asked, puzzled. "Fang Chun, you killed the best of the younger generation of the Bai family, White Ape. How could the Bai family forget this?" The head of the Bai family said in a low voice. Fang Chun felt pressure coming from all directions, and his expression changed slightly. "The Bai family," Fang Chun exclaimed, but quickly regained his composure. "Many people want to kill me, but I am still alive," Fang Chun said coldly. You're still so stubborn. This is the Lianyun mountain range. No one will know even if I kill you," the head of the Bai family said with a smile. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. "The employer who sent the assassin organization to kill me must be your Bai family. Even He Sha did not return. Do you think you can kill me?" Chapter 66. Facing the Bai family head, Fang Chun did not hesitate to release Captain Sha Zhao, the Bloody Skull, and Captain Meng Mo due to their injuries. The 3 captains were only at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. If they were at their peak, the 108 captains of the Yellow Spring sect would all be at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Yes, 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Just as the Bai family head was about to attack, he suddenly saw 3 figures appear in front of Fang Chun. His expression changed slightly. "No wonder He Sha and the others did not return when they tried to kill you. So you have helpers," the Bai family head said sinisterly. "Attack." At Fang Chun's command, the 3 captains attacked. A blood-red aura instantly engulfed the ground. The 3 captains used the secret techniques of the Yellow Spring sect to attack the Bai family head. Bang! With a loud bang, the 3 captains' fists landed on the Bai family head. Although the Bai family head was at the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he was unable to gain the upper hand against the strange trio. However, what happened next shocked the head of the Bai family. "How is this possible? It's the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect," the Bai family head said coldly, his face filled with anger. "Fang Chun, how dare you collude with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect?" Before the Bai family head could finish speaking, Fang Chun controlled the 3 captains to attack the Bai family head. At a certain moment, the 3 captains worked together to activate a formation. This formation was extremely strange, and it trapped the Bai family's head within it. Damn it! Why are the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect so strong when they work together? After a short exchange, the Bai family head realized the severity of the situation. He could not withstand the combined attacks of the 3 captains. "I can't let this go on," the head of the Bai family thought quickly. Soon, he made a decision, and that was to escape. He already knew that Fang Chun had colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. As long as this matter was made public, not only Fang Chun, but the entire Fang family would be completely destroyed. When that happened, there would be no place for Fang Chun in the entire ancient Sword Continent. He would die a horrible death. It's settled then. All of a sudden, the head of the Bai family roared indignantly. He clenched his fists and punched Captain Sha Zhao. Seeing this, Captain Sha Zhao retreated quickly. Just as Sand Skeleton Captain was retreating, the Bai family head chose to flee. Whoosh, the head of the Bai family dashed through the place where Captain Sha Zhao had just stood gliding away. Not good. He's trying to escape. Fong Chen's expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered, "Chase after him. Kill him at all costs." As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, the three captains immediately chased after the Bai family patriarch. Fong Chen pushed off the ground and followed closely behind. In a short while, the Bai family head was caught by the three captains. Once again, he was trapped in the formation of the three captains. "Fong Chen, you colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. You will die a horrible death," the Bai family head said angrily. Bang! With a loud bang, the Bai family head's body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the Bai family head's heart was filled with fear. He thought that he could easily kill Fong Chen by himself. He did not expect Fong Chen to have three such strong helpers. If they were ordinary Fourth Realm Qi Transformation Realm warriors, the Bai family head would not be afraid even if the three of them worked together. But the three in front of him were different. They were remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Their strength was monstrous. He could not resist them at all. Damn it! The Bai family head roared angrily. Just as he was about to attack, he was attacked by the three captains. Bang! Bang! The Bai family head let out a miserable cry. He was completely at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen felt relieved. Once the Bai clan's patriarch spread the news, there would be no place for him in the entire ancient Sword Continent. After 15 minutes, the Bai family head was killed by the three captains. Then Fong Chen recalled the three captains. "You asked for it," Fong Chen said softly as he picked up the Bai family head's interspatial ring. After the death of the Bai family head, Fong Chen could imagine the gradual decline of the Bai family head. Fong Chen opened the interspatial ring to check. He found that there were some spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, and elixirs in the Bai family head's interspatial ring. "There are too few things in the interspatial ring," Fong Chen said with a grin. "The wealth of the Bai family should be in the Bai family's secret chamber." But just as Fong Chen was about to put these things into his interspatial ring, his face suddenly changed. His eyes lit up. Fong Chen found a spiritual herb in the Bai family head's interspatial ring. Sword-shaped herb. It's a sword-shaped herb. Ha ha ha. Fong Chen's face was full of excitement when he found the sword-shaped herb. Sword-shaped herb was a very precious spiritual herb. It was priceless in the outside world. It was said that Qi Transformation Realm warriors could comprehend sword force through sword cultivation. If they could comprehend sword force, their power would increase tremendously. However, some geniuses could comprehend sword force in the Qi cultivation realm. Of course, to comprehend sword force in the Qi cultivation realm, one had to be extremely talented, and two, one needed a large amount of sword-shaped herbs. Fong Chen checked carefully and found that there were three sword-shaped herbs in the Bai family head's interspatial ring. This made him very excited. With the sword-shaped herbs, I might be able to comprehend sword force. Fong Chen said softly and put the sword-shaped herbs into his interspatial ring. After doing all this, Fong Chen started to look for a secluded place to comprehend sword force. After an hour, Fong Chen found a secluded mountain and sat down with his legs crossed, preparing to comprehend sword force. Fong Chen was a sword cultivator. To a sword cultivator, sword force was very important. It was also the first step in the sword cultivation realm. If he could comprehend this step, his future would be limitless. Fong Chen sat on top of the mountain, holding the sword-shaped herb in his hand, ready to swallow it at any time. Fong Chen closed his eyes slightly. His mind was filled with endless sword qi. These sword qi kept circling around Fong Chen's body. As Fong Chen was comprehending sword force, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. As the golden heart mutated, Fong Chen realized that his understanding of the sword cultivation realm had become more profound. Sword force was the force of the sword cultivation realm. If he could comprehend sword force, he would be able to form the force of the heaven and earth around him when fighting, which would make his attacks even more powerful. Fong Chen was carefully comprehending the force of the heaven and earth. As time went by, Fong Chen's understanding of sword force became more and more profound. After 6 hours of comprehending, Fang Chun decided to swallow the sword-shaped herb. When the sword-shaped herb entered his body, its medicinal effect spread out to his limbs and bones. Then, Fang Chun felt a powerful sword chi appear in his body. When this sword chi appeared, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Strands of clear energy flowed out and merged with the sword chi. Then, sword force began to appear. Right then, Fang Chun could vaguely feel the force of the heaven and earth around him. Just as Fang Chun was comprehending sword force, a man and a woman were walking in a forest not far from the mountain peak. Suddenly, the man stopped walking. His expression changed slightly as he whispered, who is cultivating the force of the heaven and earth? Senior brother, are you saying that someone is comprehending the force of the heaven and earth? The woman asked softly. Let's go and have a look. The man nodded and brought the woman to where the force of the heaven and earth appeared. After a while, the man and the woman arrived at the foot of the mountain peak. Looking at the mountain peak, they saw a young man surrounded by the force of the heaven and earth. Inside his body, there was a faint sound of a sword. Sword force. He is a sword cultivator. The man said softly. Senior brother, he doesn't seem to have reached the chi transformation realm. The woman said softly. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Some monstrous geniuses are able to comprehend sword force in the chi refinement realm. This man should also be a monstrous genius. I never expected to meet such a young talent in the Lianyun mountain range. The man was full of praise for Fang Chun. However, just as the woman was about to speak, the force of the heaven and earth on the mountain peak suddenly changed. In the next moment, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of sword light shot out from his eyes. These 2 rays of sword light seemed to be able to cut through the void. The moment Fang Chun opened his eyes, a strong and suffocating aura appeared around him. Sword force, Fang Chun said softly. After using 3 sword-shaped plants, he had finally cultivated the force of the heaven and earth sword. With the force of the heaven and earth sword, Fang Chun felt that his every move was able to attract the heaven and earth spiritual chi. It was much stronger than before. The force of the heaven and earth sword is indeed powerful, Fang Chun said. However, Fang Chun knew very well that the main reason why he could use the sword-shaped plants to cultivate the force of the heaven and earth sword was because of the golden heart. Just as Fang Chun was feeling excited, he suddenly noticed a man and a woman at the foot of the mountain. His expression changed slightly as he looked at the 2 of them. Suddenly, the 2 of them felt a piercing sword light piercing towards them. When Fang Chun looked at the 2 of them, his eyes suddenly lit up. The woman was wearing a white dress, as if she was an otherworldly fairy. So beautiful, Fang Chun exclaimed. The woman in white was even more beautiful than Yizi. She had a beautiful figure, an angelic face, and an otherworldly aura. She was just like a fairy. However, just as Fang Chun was exclaiming, the man and woman had already walked away. Let's go, the man said in a low voice. Obviously, he did not want to be enemies with Fang Chun. The woman nodded and followed the man. Fang Chun knew that the 2 of them must have been attracted by the force of the heaven and earth sword. However, looking at their backs, Fang Chun felt that they were not simple. Looking at their auras, they're not simple either. I wonder which force's younger generation is training in the Lianyun Mountains. Chapter 67. After comprehending the sword force, Fang Chun's swordsmanship became even more powerful. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun decided to leave this place. Fang Chun's destination was the imperial capital, so he didn't want to waste time in the Lianyun mountain range. Just like that, Fang Chun walked unhurriedly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days, Fang Chun stopped, because in front of him appeared a ferocious-looking man. Boy, this is my territory. If you want to pass, hand over everything you have, the ferocious-looking man said coldly. Fang Chun encountered a bandit, but this bandit wasn't very strong, only at the 9th level of the chi refining realm. What if I don't hand it over? Fang Chun asked. Then you will die. The ferocious, burly man's expression changed slightly. Immediately, He let out a furious roar, and his entire body emitted a horrifying aura. In the next moment, a battle-axe appeared in the hands of the ferocious, burly man. The battle-axe was filled with intense, killing intent. "Boy, it's time for you to die." The ferocious-looking man roared, and the battle-axe in his hand chopped towards Fang Chun. Quicksilver's sword technique. Fang Chun didn't say anything and took out the spiritual light sword and displayed the Quicksilver sword technique. The Quicksilver sword technique had reached the fourth move, and its power was incomparably strong. Pung, 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 the battle-axe and the spiritual light sword collided, and suddenly there was a crisp sound. In the next moment, the ferocious-looking man's face changed greatly, and he retreated. The 8th level of the Qi refining realm can actually explode with such tyrannical strength. At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in the ferocious-looking man's heart, because there were many disciples from big families and forces who came to the Lianyun mountain range to train. He was only in the Qi refining realm, so he didn't dare to offend those disciples. Just as the ferocious-looking man was thinking, Fang Chen's Quicksilver sword technique stabbed towards him again. Seeing Fang Chen's ferocious attack, the ferocious-looking man didn't think much and erupted with his strongest power, wanting to kill Fang Chun. However, under the attack of the Quicksilver sword technique, the ferocious-looking man was actually suppressed by Fang Chun. "Too weak," Fang Chun said faintly. Now, he hadn't displayed the sword force, and he could easily suppress the ferocious-looking man. "Die!" The ferocious man was enraged when he heard that. Once again, he unleashed his strongest attack. However, the ferocious-looking man, the sword force is as sword, the sword force. All of a sudden, the force of heaven and earth appeared around Fang Chun. The overbearing sword force was directly attached to the spiritual light sword. In the next moment, the ferocious-looking man's the eyes to the ferocious to sword force. The ferocious-looking man was terrified when he saw Fang Chen's sword force, but it was already too late, because Fang Chen's attack had already pierced the ferocious-looking man's chest. The ferocious-looking man didn't understand how Fang Chun was able to comprehend the sword force. Poochie, with a loud sound, the ferocious-looking man's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Fang Chun checked the ferocious-looking man's space ring and found that there was nothing else besides some spirit stones. "Let's go." Fang Chun nodded and then rushed into the distance. The Lianyun mountain range was very large. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had already been in the Lianyun mountain range for half a month. In this half a month, Fang Chun encountered several bandits, but they were all in the Qi refining realm, and they were all killed by him. After half a month, Fang Chun finally arrived at the heart of the Lianyun mountain range. The demonic beasts here were very powerful, and there were even some in the Qi transformation realm. Just as Fang Chun was rushing forward, he suddenly heard the sound of battle. There's a battle ahead. Fang Chun was a bit puzzled. He immediately rushed over to the battle, and soon Fang Chun saw both sides of the battle. At this time, there were 3 figures in the Lianyun mountain range. Fang Chun had seen 2 of them before. They were the man and woman he had encountered when Fang Chun had comprehended the sword force. On the other side stood a gray-robed man. His strength was at the first heaven stage of the Qi transformation realm, and he was extremely powerful. "Lu Wei, your death date has arrived." The gray-robed man's face was sinister as he icily said. "Wang Ku, you really are despicable," coldly said the man called Lu Wei. Your Lu family and my Wang family have always been hostile forces. If I kill you here, your Wang family will be heartbroken for a while." Wang Ku laughed. Lu Wei knew that he was no match for Wang Ku, so he shouted to the white-robed woman behind him, "Little sister, you go first. I will stop him. No one can leave." Hearing this, Wang Ku roared. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Wei. He then attacked Lu Wei. Heaven-covering palm. Wang Ku roared, and a large palm print instantly appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds. "Damn it!" Seeing Wang Ku use the heaven-covering palm, Lu Wei did not hesitate to use his strongest skill, wanting to block Wang Ke's attack. Bang! Wang Ke's heaven-covering palm instantly bombarded Lu Wei's body. Lu Wei did not have any strength to fight back and was sent flying. Poochie! Lu Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly stood up and attacked Wang Ke again. Little sister, go! Lu Wei shouted at the white-robed woman while attacking. The white-robed woman saw that her brother was seriously injured, and her eyes were full of tears. Brother, I won't go. Let's die together. Wang Ke sneered and once again used the heaven-covering palm. In the next moment, a majestic palm print directly bombarded Lu Wei's body. With a bang, Lu Wei's body was directly sent flying and fell to the ground, losing his fighting strength. After doing all this, Wang Ke walked step by step towards the white-robed woman. His face was full of coldness. Little sister, Lu Wei, who was lying on the ground, shouted loudly. Such a beauty! Dying like this is really pitiful. Wang Ke smiled grimly. Huh! Just as Wang Ke approached the white-robed woman suddenly waved her fist, wanting to sneak attack Wang Ke. However, her white little hand was instantly caught by Wang Ke. Smelly bitch, you are courting death, Wang Ke said grimly. Wang Ke, you bastard, don't touch my little sister, Lu Wei roared. Wang Ke ignored Lu Wei. He grabbed the white-robed woman's hand with one hand and reached for her chest with the other. Enough! At this moment, a voice rang out in Wang Ke's ears. Then he heard the sound of an attack coming from behind him. Bang! Wang Ke helplessly gave up on the white-robed woman and turned around. Rumble! After a loud explosion, Wang Ke's body was pushed back continuously. When he steadied himself, he suddenly realized that an unfamiliar man had appeared in front of the white-robed lady. It's you. Lu Wei's eyes were filled with hope when he saw Fang Chen appear, and he cried out involuntarily. This sudden change shocked the white-robed woman. But when she saw Fang Chen's figure, her heart was filled with thousands of thoughts. Kid, who are you? Wang Ke sinisterly asked. Just a passerby. Fang Chen said. Kid, do you know who I am? You're just a passerby, yet you dare to ruin my business? You're really courting death. Wang Ke attacked as he spoke. The aura of a first-level Qi transformation cultivator instantly erupted. No matter who you are, you will definitely die today, Wang Ke said. Fang Chen smirked when he sensed Wang Ke's aura. This is a good opportunity to test how strong my strongest attack is. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he used the fourth sword of the Quicksilver sword art. A ripple of water appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the ripple of water turned into a sword light that pierced towards Wang Ke. Insignificant skill. Wang Ke sneered and used his heaven-covering palm to attack the sword light. His heaven-covering palm collided with the sword light, and the sword light shattered. You're just an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator, Wang Ke sneered. Heaven-covering palm. Wang Ke used the heaven-covering palm in an attempt to kill Fang Chen. However, in the next moment, Fang Chen performed the diffraction sword technique. Immediately, a sword light appeared. Then, the sword light split into 18 sword lights. What kind of attack is this? Wang Ke felt a sense of danger and asked in a low voice. Heaven-covering palm. Wang Ke still used the heaven-engulfing palm, but this time, it was different from the previous one. Wang Ke used the ultimate move of the heaven-covering palm in an attempt to kill Fang Chen. However, just as Wang Ke's heaven-covering palm collided with Fang Chen's diffraction sword art, a powerful force suddenly appeared around Fang Chen. Sword force. Fang Chen activated his sword force. A majestic aura swept across the entire area, causing Wang Ke's expression to change drastically. Sword force. Wang Ke exclaimed, a trace of fear in his heart. Fang Chen was able to fight him without using his sword force. Now that he used it, the power of his sword force was much stronger. Damn it, heaven-covering palm. Wang Ke roared and increased the power of his heaven-covering palm. In an instant, it collided with the diffraction sword art. Boom, boom, boom. After a loud explosion, Fang Chen took a few steps back, his face pale. On the other side, when the spiritual qi dissipated, a sinister laugh came from Wang Ke's mouth. At this moment, Wang Ku was battered and exhausted, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. Kid, even your sword force was blocked by me. What else do you have? Wang Ku asked coldly. Fangchen glanced at Wang Ku and sighed softly. Although he had sword force, there was still a gap between him and a Qi refinement cultivator. If he could reach the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, he would definitely be able to crush a Qi refinement realm disciple. Chapter 68. If Fang Shan wanted to rely on his own strength to defeat Wang Ku, it would be a bit difficult, so he wasn't prepared to do anything. Crash! Suddenly, a blood-red figure appeared. The next moment, Wang Ku let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he slowly fell to the ground. Wang Ku was only at the 1st layer of the Qi transformation realm. The Blood Skeleton's combat power had already recovered to the 4th layer of the Qi transformation realm. Killing Wang Ku was very easy. After killing Wang Ku, the Blood Skeleton returned to the special spatial ring. This sudden scene shocked Lu Wei. Wang Ku had died just like that. After a long time, Lu Wei reacted and hastily thanked Fang Chun. Thank you. The white-robed woman also smiled. It was nothing, said Fang Chun. He has a grudge with you. Hearing Fang Chen's question, Lu Wei struggled to stand up and explained, the 3 of us are from Tianfeng City. Wang Ku is a disciple of Tianfeng City's Wang family, while my sister and I are disciples of the Lu family. Fang Chun had heard of Tianfeng City before. It was very close to the capital. Our Lu family and the Wang family are mortal enemies. This time, I brought my sister out to gain experience. I didn't expect to run into Wang Ku. If it weren't for brother, the 2 of us would have already died at his hands. Fang Chen nodded. So the 2 people in front of him were actually disciples of Tianfeng City's Lu family. And Wang Ku, who had been killed by the Blood Skeleton, was a member of the Wang family. I still don't know brother's name? Asked Lu Wei. Fang Chun, said Fang Chun. Lu Wei nodded. His sister, Lu Xiang, also nodded at Fang Chun. Brother Fang, are you going to the Lianyun mountain range alone to gain experience? Asked Lu Wei. I'm going to the capital, said Fang Chun. So that's how it is. Then we can go there together. Lu Wei smiled. Fang Chun nodded. If he wanted to reach the imperial capital, he had to pass through Tianfeng City. Therefore, going with Lu Wei and his sister would save him the trouble of taking detours. Subsequently, Fang Chan followed Lu Wei and his sister towards Heavenly Phoenix City. This time, Lu Wei and Lu Xiang entered the Lianyun mountain range to gather strength. The distance they traveled was also relatively far. Therefore, the 3 of them would not be able to return to Sky Phoenix City in a short period of time. Time passed by slowly. After traveling for half a month, the 3 of them finally left the Lianyun mountain range. We've finally left the Lianyun mountain range. Lu Wei smiled. Brother Fang, Heavenly Phoenix City is not far ahead. You are our savior. Why don't you come visit our Heavenly Phoenix City's Lu family? Hearing Lu Wei's words, Fang Chun nodded. Of course, the reason Fang Chun entered Heavenly Phoenix City was to inquire about a matter. Although the possibility of the Luo family being in Sky Phoenix City was very small, Fang Chun did not want to miss out on any place. Not long after, the 3 of them entered Heavenly Phoenix City and headed towards the Lu family. Lu Wei, does your Heavenly Phoenix City have a family surnamed Luo? Asked Fang Chun. Lu Wei nodded. Our Heavenly Phoenix City does have a Luo family. I don't know if it is the Luo family that Brother Fang is looking for. Fang Chen's eyes slightly changed. He immediately asked for the Luo family's specific location. After returning to the Lu family, Fang Chen was arranged to rest in a courtyard while Lu Wei went to report what had happened in the Lianyun mountain range. The next day, Fang Chen left the Lu family and went to the Luo family. According to the address Lu Wei gave him, he soon arrived at the Luo family. However, he was stopped by the gatekeeper. This is the Luo family. Who are you looking for? Asked the gatekeeper. I'm looking for Luo Lioli, said Fang Chen. Luo Lioli? The gatekeeper was a bit puzzled. But then he shook his head. There is no Luo Lioli here. Hurry up and beat her up. Fang Chen was a bit disappointed. In the end, he left the Luo family's residence. Heavenly Phoenix City's Wang family's residence in a meeting hall. The Wang family's higher-ups were all in the meeting hall. Their expressions were a bit gloomy. "Just who killed Wang Ku?" asked an elder icily. "Wang Ku entered the Lianyun mountain range. With his strength, there's no way he would die to a demon beast," said another elder. "In the past few days, I heard that the Liu family's Liu Wei and Liu Xiang also came from the Lianyun mountain range," said the Wang family head. "Family head, you're saying Wang Ku was killed by Liu Wei? That's impossible. With Liu Wei's strength, there's no way he could kill Wang Ku," said another elder. "That's right. If Wang Ku had encountered Liu Wei, the one to die would have been Liu Wei." The Wang family head shook his head. When Liu Wei and Liu Xiang returned, they brought an unfamiliar man with them. "Could it be that unfamiliar man?" asked another elder. "I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go," said the Wang family head. On the way back to the Liu family, Fang Chun walked to a remote area and was surrounded by a group of masked men. "Who are you?" Fang Chun's expression didn't change. He looked at the 5 people in front of him and asked in a low voice. The 5 of them had powerful auras. They were most likely Qi transformation experts. This was his first time in Heavenly Phoenix City, so he couldn't afford to offend anyone. "The people who will kill you." As soon as the 5 masked cultivators finished speaking, they attacked Fang Chun one after another. Facing 5 martial artists of the first realm of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chun did not dare to be careless. He immediately released the blood skeleton. In the next moment, the blood skeleton used its powerful attack to kill one of the martial artists. Not good. Seeing this, the other 4 wanted to escape, but it was too late. The blood skeleton exploded with tyrannical power and killed the other 4. After the 5 masked martial artists were dealt with, Fang Chun hurriedly put away the blood skeleton. He didn't want others to see him together with the Yellow Spring sect members. This place was very remote. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here. After Fang Chun destroyed the corpses, he hurriedly returned to the Liu family. After returning to the Liu family, Fang Chun said goodbye to Liu Wei and Liu Xiang and left Heavenly Phoenix City. For Fang Chun, there was nothing in Heavenly Phoenix City that was worth him staying for. On the contrary, Heavenly Phoenix City was very dangerous to him. Fang Chun had just realized that in Tianfeng City, only the Liu family and the Wang family would be able to deploy 5 martial artists of the first LV of the Qi transformation realm. It was impossible for the Liu family to assassinate him, so it could only be the Wang family. After Fang Chun left the Wang family, the upper echelons of the Wang family discovered that the 5 martial artists they sent out had been killed. They were furious, but when they looked for Fang Chun, they found that Fang Chun had already left. After leaving Heavenly Phoenix City, Fang Chun walked all the way to the Imperial City. The Imperial City, Divine Wind City, was the core of the entire Divine Wind Nation. It was very prosperous. When Fang Chun saw the Divine Wind City in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh. "This Divine Wind City is really glorious," Fang Chun said. When Fang Chun neared the Divine Wind Nation, he discovered that there were countless martial artists lining up at the city gate, waiting to enter the city. You have to line up to enter the city, and you also have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. Fang Chun understood the rules of Divine Wind City. Immediately, Fang Chun followed the crowd and lined up. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. At this time, it was finally Fang Chun's turn. "Next," the gatekeeper said loudly. Suddenly, a martial artist walked in front of the city gate. "You have to pay 100 spirit stones to enter," the gatekeeper said. The martial artist paid 100 mid-grade spirit stones and entered the Divine Wind City. The surrounding martial artists were speechless. They didn't expect that it would cost 100 spirit stones to enter the city. Ordinary weak martial artists simply didn't have that many spirit stones. Next, hearing the gatekeeper's words, Fang Chun walked forward. However, just as Fang Chun was about to pay the spirit stones, suddenly a roar came. "Make way, make way." After hearing the roar, countless martial artists panicked. They quickly moved to the side and made way. After a while, a large number of horses quickly arrived at the city gate. Behind the large number of horses, there was a carriage. The carriage was very luxurious. At a glance, One could tell that there was a noble sitting inside. You are courting death. The speed of the horse was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed behind Fang Chun. Before Fang Chun could get out of the way, he heard an angry roar. Then, the rugged man on the horse suddenly waved the long whip in his hand and attacked Fang Chun. If an ordinary person was hit by the long whip, they would be seriously injured. However, Fang Chun wouldn't just watch the long whip hit him. When the long whip was close to him, Fang Chun's palm suddenly exerted force and directly grasped the long whip. In the next moment, the rugged martial artist on the horse fell from the horse. Who dares to block the path of the eighth prince? Seeing this scene, a large number of guards roared and wanted to attack Fang Chun. Stop! Just as a large number of guards were about to attack Fang Chun, a gentle voice suddenly came from the carriage. Hearing this gentle voice, the guards immediately stopped in their tracks and glared angrily at Fang Chun. Let's go. Another voice came from the carriage. The carriage immediately moved forward slowly. When the carriage entered the city, the gatekeeper also gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. Young man, you are really bold. The gatekeeper said, Yes, I didn't expect that you would dare to attack the eighth prince's convoy. I really admire you. Another gatekeeper said. Fang Chun slightly shook his head and didn't speak. He entered the Divine Wind City. He didn't know who the eighth prince was. He only knew that if he didn't block the attack, he would have been injured. This kid is a martial artist from a small place. He actually dared to attack the eighth prince's guards. He is really courting death. Yes, the eighth prince is famous for his bad temper in the Divine Wind Country. I didn't expect him to be safe. Humph, maybe the eighth prince is in a hurry. Otherwise, he would have died. Chapter 69. After arriving in the capital, Fang Chun first found an inn to stay in. When Fang Chun had left the Qingfeng sword sect, the 9 elders had told Fang Chun to look for a cultivator called Duan Muan. The capital was the core of the Divine Wind Nation. All of the Divine Wind Nation's experts were gathered in the capital. When Fang Chun arrived in the capital, he discovered that Qi refinement cultivators were everywhere. Even Qi transformation cultivators could be seen everywhere. So this is the capital. Within a room in the inn, Fang Chun couldn't help sighing emotionally. He had just arrived in the capital and was unfamiliar with the place. So he needed to first inquire about Duan Muin's whereabouts before he could go find him. Thump thump. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, a waiter knocked on the door. Fang Chun said, Come in. Sir, these are the dishes you ordered, the waiter said respectfully to Fang Chun as he brought in a tray. Fang Chun nodded. The waiter prepared to leave when Fang Chun's eyes brightened. Hold on, I have a question for you. Sir, how may I be of service? Asked the waiter. Do you know if there's a person called Duan Muin in the capital? Asked Fang Chun. Hearing the name Duan Muin, the waiter's expression changed. He immediately said, Sir, why are you asking about Duan Muin? Seeing this, Fang Chun took out 10 middle-grade spirit stones from his space ring and handed them to the waiter. He said, If you tell me more about Duan Muin, these spirit stones are yours. The waiter was an ordinary person. He had never seen so many spirit stones in his life, and they were even middle-grade spirit stones. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the waiter's eyes lit up. Soon after, he said, Sir, the Duan Muin you want to inquire about is a prince of our Divine Wind Nation. Duke Duanmu's strength is tyrannical. When he was following the Empire's emperor, he made great contributions. In the end, the Empire's emperor conferred him the title of Protector King. After the waiter explained a little, Fang Chun understood. It seemed like this Duanmu Wang's status in the Divine Wind Nation was not simple. How can I see him? Fang Chun asked. The waiter shook his head and said, It's too difficult to meet Duanmu. Ordinary people can't meet him at all. Is there any other way? Fang Chun asked doubtfully. 3 days later, Duke Duanmu will be leaving the residence. This is your only chance, the waiter said. Fang Chun nodded. The waiter smiled and left the room where Fang Chun was. 3 days later, Fang Chun said, Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Fang Chun left early in the morning. Soon, he arrived outside Duan Muin's residence. The entrance of Duan Muin's residence was heavily guarded. Let's wait, Fong Chun said. About 10 minutes later, the door of the Duanmu mansion opened and a large group of guards appeared. In the end, Fong Chun saw a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes. He emitted the aura of a superior. "You should be Duanmu Wang," Fong Chun said in a low voice. Duanmu Wang's face was full of smiles as he slowly walked out of the Duanmu palace. At this moment, Fong Chun quickly walked out of the shadows and walked towards Duanmu 1. Seeing Fong Chun appear, a large number of guards were on alert and directly blocked Fong Chun. "I want to see Duanmu Wang," Fong Chun said loudly. There were too many people who wanted to see Duanmu 1. He had seen all kinds of situations. Therefore, he was not surprised by Fong Chun's actions. Duanmu ignored Fong Chun and sped off into the distance. "Duanmu Wang, I am the disciple of the 9th elders of Qing Feng Sword Sect," Fong Chun said loudly when he saw that Duanmu was about to leave. Indeed, when Duanmu heard Fong Chun's words, he stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Fong Chun. "Let him come over," Duanmu said in a low voice. Hearing Duanmu's words, the guards opened up a path for Fong Chun to walk in front of Duanmu 1. "Duanmu Wang, I am the disciple of the 9th elders of Qing Feng Sword Sect," Fong Chun said to Duanmu Wang. "You are Fong Chun?" Duanmu asked. Hearing that, Fong Chun was a bit surprised. However, he immediately understood. His master, the 9th elders, must have informed Duanmu 1. If he had known earlier, why would he have asked to see Duanmu 1? "That's right, it is me," Fong Chun said. After confirming Fong Chun's identity, a smile appeared on Duanmu Wen's face. He immediately said, "Your master and I are old friends. Before you came to the capital, he mentioned you to me. Since you've come today, follow me to Prince Huqing's mansion." "Yes," Fong Chun said. After that, Fong Chun followed Duanmu Wen's group and arrived at Prince Huqing's residence. Prince Huqing was also a vassal of the Shengfeng nation. Like Duanmu 1, he was also a prince with a different surname. Fong Chun didn't know much about the Shengfeng nation situation, so he didn't know much about Prince Huqing. He just arrived at Prince Huqing's residence in a daze. As soon as they arrived at the Prince Peace Manor, Fong Chun followed Duanmu 1 into the manor. "Ha, Duanmu, what took you so long?" Prince Huqing's rough voice was heard as soon as they entered the residence. Duanmu grinned and said, "You old fart, you're always so impatient." Duanmu 1 and Prince Huqing greeted each other. Then, Prince Huqing said, "Duanmu, are you ready?" "I'm ready," said Duanmu 1. Fong Chun followed behind Duanmu 1. Although he was very confused, he didn't say anything. After a while, Duanmu 1 and Prince Huqing finished their discussion. Then, everyone arrived at the plaza of Prince Huqing's residence. "Since you're ready, let's begin," said Prince Huqing after sitting down. "Okay, let's begin," said Duanmu 1. Hearing the words of the two princes, two young warriors walked up to the center of the plaza. They were both in the Qi refining realm. "What are they doing?" Fong Chun was a little confused. He asked a disciple of the Prince Huqing's residence next to him. Prince Duanmu and Prince Huqing are preparing for the younger generation of the two manors to exchange pointers. However, the chosen disciples are all in the Qi refining realm. "No one has surpassed the Qi transformation realm," said the disciple in a low voice. Fong Chun nodded and didn't say anything else. At that moment, the battle between the two martial artists in the square was extremely intense. Fong Chun could tell at a glance that both martial artists were at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, they were considered ordinary 9th level Qi refinement realm disciples. Fong Chun pursed his lips. This action was seen by the disciple beside him. He said, "Don't look down on the manners. What you see now are only young warriors in the Qi refining realm. The true elites of the manor's younger generation are all in the Qi transformation realm." "So that's how it is," said Fong Chun. Time passed by slowly. In a short while, 8 matches had already taken place. The Prince Huqing's residence had won 4 out of the first 8 matches. They were evenly matched. However, Fong Chun hadn't seen a single disciple that surprised him after watching for so long. Some of the disciples of the manors had been spoiled since they were young. They had never experienced life and death situations. Therefore, there was no killing intent in their moves. Although most of these disciples are in the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, their strength isn't too strong, Fang Chun thought to himself. Unknowingly, the 9th match had begun. Bang, bang, bang. In the plaza, the two disciples were fighting fiercely. The spectators were dumbfounded. However, when the final result was out, Duanmu Wen's face revealed a trace of helplessness. After losing this match, they fell behind their opponent. Ha ha ha, Duanmu, it looks like our Prince Huching's residence is going to win this match. Prince Huching laughed heartily. Duanmu Wen's expression changed slightly when he heard Prince Huching's words. Although winning or losing an ordinary match didn't matter much, this concerned his reputation. He also wanted to win. We must win the last match. Duanmu Lei, you go, said Duanmu Wen. The man called Duanmu Lei nodded heavily and prepared to enter the arena. However, at this moment, Fang Chun spoke. Duke Duanmu, may I take your place in this match? Fang Chun had a faint smile on his face as he spoke. Oh, only now did Duanmu Wen carefully size up Fang Chun. Do you think you can win? At least I won't lose, said Fang Chun with a smile. Hearing Fang Chun's words, many of the manor's disciples were displeased. However, due to Duanmu Wen's status, they didn't get angry on the spot. Duanmu Wen carefully looked at Fang Chun. He was surprised to find that he couldn't see through this youth. This last match is very important. I don't want anything abnormal to happen, said Duanmu Wen. Duke Duanmu, do you dare let me fight? Asked Fang Chun. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Duanmu Wen laughed heartily. It had been a long time since someone of the younger generation had spoken to him like this. Why wouldn't I dare? After receiving Duanmu Wen's confirmation, Fang Chun slowly walked to the center of the plaza. Duke Duanmu Lei wanted to say something, but Duanmu Wen stopped him. When Fang Chun's opponent stood in the center of the plaza, the Duanmu Palace's disciples let out startled cries. How is this possible? Isn't he in seclusion? Li Yu is unrivaled under the Qi transformation realm. With him here, are we going to lose? Damn it. Li Yu actually came out of seclusion. No wonder Duke Duanmu was so confident. When they saw Li Yu, they all shook their heads at Fang Chun. They all thought that Fang Chun would definitely lose to Li Yu. Duke Duanmu, you've really hidden yourself well, said Duanmu Wen. Chapter 70. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Fang Chun walked to the center of the square. At the same time, a man with an indifferent expression walked out from Prince Huching's area. Li Yu said to Fang Chun with narrowed eyes. Fang Chun carefully sized up his opponent as he announced his name. Li Yu had a natural aura about him. Fang Chun could sense that Li Yu was an extremely dangerous person. However, although Fang Chun was only at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm, he was almost invincible against anyone below the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, Fang Chun was still very confident in himself. Although you are at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm, you give me a different feeling, Li Yu said in a low voice. Fang Chun was stunned. He couldn't help but marvel at Li Yu's keen senses. Fang Chun looked at Li Yu calmly. I hope you can give me a little surprise. As soon as Li Yu's voice fell, he suddenly let out a low roar. Then, a huge amount of energy suddenly emerged from his body. This energy surrounded Li Yu's body, causing his aura to become even stronger. When Li Yu released his aura, countless disciples around the square felt a wave of pressure. Duanmu Wen's face was calm, but deep down, he felt very bitter. It seemed like Fang Chun wouldn't be able to win the last round. Although this was only a battle between two Qi refinement realm disciples, Duanmu Wen's reputation would be tarnished if he lost. Furthermore, the Prince Huching's palace was famous for being extremely powerful in the Shengfeng nation. If their disciple lost to the Prince Huching's palace, many other princes would laugh at Duanmu Wen. Li Yu's strength has improved again. Give him a little more time, and he will definitely be able to break through to the Qi transformation realm, Prince Huching said with a nod. We'll only know who wins and who loses after we fight. Although King Protector believed that Fang Chun could not defeat Li Yu, he refused to admit defeat. At this moment, after Li Yu unleashed his powerful aura, he waved his hand. Immediately, the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth in the sky gathered above his head. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Mountain-splitting fist. Liu growled and clenched his fist. Then, the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was sucked into his fist. In the next moment, Liu swung his fist. Rumble in the sky, the air seemed to be frozen. There was an extremely oppressive aura in the air above the square. No wonder he is invincible below the chi transformation realm. Fang Chun said in a low voice as he looked at the fist radiance in the sky with his dark eyes. Mercury sword style, fourth sword. Seeing the incoming fist radiance, Fang Chun suddenly performed the fourth move of the Mercury sword technique. Suddenly, rippling water appeared in front of him. Then, under the control of the spiritual light sword, the rippling water transformed into a sword radiance. This sword radiance was very strange. It could actually change shape at will. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Mercury sword radiance and the fist radiance collided fiercely, producing a deafening sound. Hiss, hiss, hiss in the square, the spiritual chi raged wildly. When the spiritual chi dissipated, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the scene in the square. Heavens, this kid actually blocked Liu's mountain-splitting fist. How is this possible? Although Liu's mountain-splitting fist is not his strongest attack, how could a martial artist in the 8th realm of the chi transformation realm block it? This kid's attack is a bit strange. Many disciples of Prince Hutching's residence were shocked. In their hearts, Liu was invincible below the chi transformation realm, but he could not defeat Fang Chun in one move. On the other hand, in King Protector's area, many disciples had grave expressions at the beginning. They thought that Fang Chun was definitely inferior to Liu, but the current situation made their eyes light up. Fang Chun's strength. King Protector was a veteran expert. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that Fang Chun was extraordinary. What exquisite swordsmanship. This kid is not simple. King Protector thought to himself. After one move, Fang Chun and Liu both retreated a few steps. After Liu stabilized himself, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. I never thought that King Protector's residence would produce such an outstanding disciple like you, Liu said. To be able to display such tyrannical strength at the 8th realm of the Chi transformation realm, even an ordinary 9th realm disciple would not be a match for you. Speaking up to this point, Liu paused for a moment. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, I, Liu, am not an ordinary 9th realm disciple. You have surprised me. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he suddenly used the mountain-splitting fist again. However, this time, the attack was very swift and fierce. Of course, Fang Chun would not sit still and wait for his death. Once again, he used the fourth move of the Mercury sword technique. However, because he already knew about Fang Chun's Mercury sword technique, when he used it again, it was not as surprising as the first time. Boom, boom, boom. The two instantly clashed. Fang Chun used all his strength to use the fourth move of the Mercury sword technique, but he was still unable to resist Liu. As time passed, Fang Chun gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Diffraction sword. Suddenly, Fang Chun used the diffraction sword. The diffraction sword was one of Fang Chun's trump cards. Fang Chun always felt that this swordsmanship was not simple. At this moment, being suppressed by Liu, Fang Chun had no choice but to use the diffraction sword. When Fang Chun used the diffraction sword, a dazzling sword radiance suddenly erupted from the divine light sword. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Even Liu, who was attacking, had a slight change in his expression as he thought to himself. At this moment, the Lord Hu and Prince He both discovered the extraordinariness of Fang Chun's swordsmanship. Their expressions changed slightly. It was not until this moment that they truly looked at Fang Chun seriously. Crash! In the sky, the diffraction sword instantly turned into 18 sword radiances, carrying an incomparably tyrannical aura, and directly pierced towards Liu. Mountain opening fist, earth splitting. Seeing this, Liu suddenly roared and used an even more tyrannical punch. On his fist, there was a layer of yellow halo, as if it was poured out of gold. It was very oppressive. Boom, In the midst of everyone's shock, the two collided. Suddenly, above the sky, the sword radiance shot out in all directions, and the golden fist radiance rumbled. Not good. Seeing the pressure in the sky, Prince He and the Lord who shouted at the same time. The two of them instantly took action and directly sealed the center of the square to prevent the tyrannical power from affecting the surrounding disciples. This kid is too mysterious. The Lord Hu thought to himself. Fang Shun had given him too many surprises. A disciple of the LV-8 Qi cultivation realm was actually able to resist Li Yu, who was at the peak of the LV-9 Qi cultivation realm. Can he really defeat Li Yu? The Lord Hu made a bold guess. In the center of the square, as the 18 sword radiances clashed with the golden fist radiance, there were continuous cracking sounds. One after another, the sword radiances were instantly shattered. However, when the last sword radiance shattered, a small crack appeared on the golden fist radiance. Crack! The broken golden fist radiance was as if it had been poured with lava, and its temperature was extremely high. You have given me too many surprises. However, it's time for this battle to end. Li Yu waved his hand, clenched his fist, and threw out another punch. When Li Yu threw out this punch, Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he used the diffraction sword technique again. However, under Li Yu's tyrannical attack, the diffraction sword technique was unable to withstand Li Yu's mountain-splitting fist. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body rapidly beat a few times. A clear stream of energy appeared and spread to his limbs and bones. In the next moment, the power of heaven and earth appeared around Fang Chen's body. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Chen's every move was able to cause the power of heaven and earth to change. What? At this moment, not only Li Yu, but even Prince He and the Lord Hu were shocked. Sword power. It's actually sword power. Prince He said excitedly. He comprehended sword power at the LV-8 Qi cultivation realm. And from the looks of it, his understanding of sword power is very thorough. The Lord Hu Duanmu 1 looked at Fang Chen with golden eyes as if he had found a treasure. At this moment, in the Lord Hu's area, the disciples who didn't think highly of Fang Chen and knew Fang Chen started to respect Fang Chen. Such a monstrous genius was worthy of their respect. On the square, after Fang Chen activated his sword power, his mind suddenly became clear. In the next moment, the fifth sword of the Quicksilver sword technique was formed. Splash! In the sky, 5 ripples of water appeared. Immediately after, the 5 ripples of water turned into 5 sword lights. Finally, the 5 sword lights merged into one under the influence of the sword power. When a merged sword light appeared, an extremely tyrannical sword power gushed out from Fang Chen's body. At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in Li Yu's eyes. A martialist who had comprehended sword power was really too terrifying. If possible, Li Yu would definitely not want to be Fang Chen's enemy. Mountain-splitting fist, sky-shaking. Although Fang Chen's sword power shocked Li Yu didn't just sit there and wait for his death. He roared into the sky and executed the last move of the mountain-splitting fist. Sky shaking. The sound of the fist shook the sky. A huge golden fist radiance appeared in the sky. In the next moment, it blasted towards Fang Chen's mercurial sword radiance. The success of the 5th sword of the Quicksilver sword technique meant that Fang Chen had cultivated the Quicksilver sword technique to the perfection realm. The perfection realm of the Quicksilver sword technique was twice as powerful as before. Even if you have sword power, I will still defeat you. Li Yu roared. In the beginning, everyone, including the Lord Hu, thought that Li Yu would win. But now, after seeing the sword power around Fang Chen, their hearts began to waver. Chapter 71. At this moment, a suffocatingly powerful sword aura surrounded the Mercury sword light in the sky and attacked Li Yu. Li Yu was not to be outdone. He used the strongest move of the mountain-splitting fist, the sky-shaking fist. All the disciples in the square were shocked. They stared at the 2 rays of light in the sky. When the 2 rays of light collided, the whole square shook. The sound of the collision echoed through the sky. Rumble! When the Mercury sword aura collided with the golden fist aura, the sword aura suddenly exploded. The Mercury sword aura directly pierced the golden fist aura. No! Seeing this, Liu seemed to have sensed something. He roared loudly and immediately gathered all the strength in his body, trying to break the Mercury sword aura. However, under the tyrannical sword aura, the Mercury sword aura was invincible. It directly shattered the golden fist aura. Dong! The ground shook. When the golden fist aura was shattered, the Mercury sword aura suddenly pierced towards Liu. Liu desperately tried to dodge, but it was too late. The Mercury sword aura pierced his arm, and his body flew out. This sudden change caused all the disciples in the square to be extremely shocked. Liu, who was invincible under the Qi transformation realm, had actually been defeated by Feng Chun. This was such a shocking scene. When Liu's body fell heavily to the ground, the noisy square instantly quieted down. Liu wanted to get up, but he was seriously injured. He vomited blood and directly fainted. After a long time, the silence in the square was broken by the crowd. Heavens, this kid actually defeated Liu. How is this possible? This kid is only at the 8th level Qi cultivation realm. This kid's talent is too tyrannical. If he can defeat Liu at the 8th level Qi cultivation realm, his future will be limitless. In the square, countless disciples stared at Feng Chun in shock. At this moment, Feng Chun put away the divine light sword. He looked at Liu and nodded slightly. Soon after, he walked over to the King Protector's area. Seeing Feng Chun walk over, the King Protector laughed and stood up to greet Feng Chun. Ha ha ha, good job, Feng Chun. The other disciples of the King Protector's residence also greeted Feng Chun. At this moment, their hearts were filled with respect for Feng Chun. Duanmu, the King Protector's residence, has a good talent. Prince He stood up and said slowly. At the same time, he waved his hand and signaled the crowd to take the unconscious Liu away. Hearing Prince He's words, the King Protector smiled. Prince He, it's a draw this time, said the King Protector. Yeah, it's a draw. As Prince He spoke, he squinted his eyes and stared at Feng Chun. It was as if he wanted to see through Feng Chun. After a long while, Prince He nodded at Feng Chun and said, not bad. Feng Chun had helped the King Protector's residence to win back a point. Furthermore, he had defeated Liu, who was invincible under the Qi transformation realm. This was definitely something that made the King Protector proud. When the battle ended, the King Protector hurried back to the King Protector's residence with Feng Chun. However, this was nothing to Feng Chun. Moreover, during the battle with Liu, his Mercury sword technique had reached the perfection realm. This was considered good news. After returning to the King Protector's residence, Duanmu Wen brought Feng Chun to his study. Although Duanmu Wen looked like a martial artist, there were many books in his study. It was obvious that Duanmu Wen often came here to read. Feng Chun, have a seat. Duanmu Wen sat on an armchair in the study and said with a smile. When Feng Chun heard this, he nodded and found a seat. He immediately sat down and looked at Duanmu Wen. Feng Chun, you really gave me a big surprise. Duanmu Wen said with a hearty laugh. Feng Chun knew that Duanmu Wen was talking about the battle. He shook his head slightly and said, it's my honor to be able to help King Duanmu. Feng Chun, your master and I are close friends. You don't have to treat me like an outsider. Just call me Uncle Wen. Duanmu Wen said. Uncle Wen. Feng Chun did not act pretentiously and directly called out. After chatting with Feng Chun about the Qingfeng sword sect for a while, Duanmu Wen knew the purpose of Feng Chun's visit to the imperial capital. I know all the big and small families in the imperial capital. However, I don't know the Luo family you mentioned. I'm afraid that the Luo family you mentioned is not in the Qingfeng nation. Duanmu Wen thought for a moment and said. When Feng Chun heard this, he was a little disappointed. However, although the Luo family you mentioned doesn't exist in the Qingfeng nation, it might be in some other nation. You should know that the entire ancient sword continent is very big. If you have enough strength, you can go out and take a look. Duanmu Wen said. When Feng Chun heard this, his eyes lit up. Since he could not find his mother and had no clue where to go, he might as well work hard on his cultivation. When his strength reached a certain level, he would definitely be able to find his mother. Uncle 1, I came here to find the Luo family and increase my strength. Since I didn't find the Luo family, I won't disturb you any further. Fong Chen said. Fong Chen, your master told me that you have great talent. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, after seeing your battle with Liu, I realize that your name will definitely shake the entire Xingfeng nation in the future. Duan Muwen said. That's why your master told me to recommend you to a sect or a school, continued Duan Muwen. Fong Chen was startled. He hadn't expected his master to tell Duan Muwen such a thing. Before coming to the imperial capital, Fong Chen had asked around. Within the imperial capital, there were many powerful sects and schools. Those places were the gathering places of the Xingfeng nation's younger generation's elites. Those places were the true heavens for martial artists. However, it was extremely difficult to enter these places unless one was a monstrous genius with tyrannical talent or had some connections. Sects or schools, said Fong Chen. Correct. As the Protector King, recommending a disciple to enter one of those places is very easy. Just tell me where you want to enter, said the Protector King Duan Muwen. Fong Chen thought for a moment and finally chose Kamikaze Kenbu. The Divine Wind Sword Mansion, to be precise, was a place that was different from a sect and a place that was different from an academy. The martial artists that could enter the Divine Wind Sword Mansion were all geniuses of the sword principle. The reason why Fong Chen chose Kamikaze Kenbu was because he was a sword cultivator and he majored in the way of the sword. Any martial artist who could come out of Kamikaze Kenbu were geniuses of the way of the sword. They would all eventually become almighty swordsmen. I want to enter Kamikaze Kenbu, said Fong Chen. Hearing this, Duan Muwen nodded. With Fong Chen's achievements in the way of the sword, even without his recommendation, Fong Chen could probably enter Kamikaze Kenbu. One had to know that a 15-year-old who could reach the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm and even comprehend the sword force was definitely very popular. I happen to have a recommendation for Kamikaze Kenbu. I can recommend you to enter, said Duan Muwen. In fact, Duan Muwen only had one recommendation for Kamikaze Kenbu. It was a very precious recommendation. However, Duan Muwen did not hesitate to use this recommendation for Fong Chen. It was enough to show how much Duan Muwen valued Fong Chen. Thank you, Uncle 1, said Fong Chen with a smile. If he wanted to find his mother, he needed to be powerful. Therefore, the best place to cultivate at the moment was Kamikaze Kenbu. Go back and rest first. I'll make a trip to Kamikaze Kenbu. I'll have news in 3 days at most, said Duan Muwen. Fong Chen nodded and left Duan Muwen's study. While waiting for news, Fong Chen went out to stroll the streets of the imperial city from time to time. On this day, Fong Chen walked in the busiest market in the imperial city. Anyone who came to this market was a martialist who wanted to find treasures. Fong Chen was also casually strolling around. Suddenly, a burly martialist walked directly to Fong Chen's side. When he passed by Fong Chen, he bumped right into Fong Chen. Don't you have eyes? Can't you see that I'm walking? Suddenly, a male duck's voice was heard. Then, a burly man stared coldly at Fong Chen. Fong Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. This person was clearly the one who had pretended to be him, yet he was actually scolding him. It seems like you bumped into me, said Fong Chen in a low voice. Little brat, you didn't even find out who I was. How dare you block my path? You must have a death wish, said the burly man angrily. Fong Chen no longer paid any attention to the burly man and turned to leave. However, the burly man blocked Fong Chen's path and cursed loudly. Kid, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will make sure you die without a burial place, the burly man threatened Fong Chen. Fong Chen snorted coldly and left directly. The burly man watched Fong Chen's back as he left. A trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he immediately followed Fong Chen. When Fong Chen walked to a remote street, the burly man suddenly appeared. Fong Chen sneered when he saw the burly man. He didn't say anything because he had already sensed that the burly man was secretly following him. However, Fong Chen didn't understand why the burly man wanted to kill him. Kid, open your eyes wider in your next life. Don't offend people you can't afford to offend. After the burly man finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he directly attacked Fang Chun. You must have a death wish. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a golden light as he spoke coldly. After a minute, Fang Chun cleaned up the scene and turned to leave. Just a moment ago, Fang Chun had released the blood-colored skeleton and killed the burly man. The blood-colored skeleton's strength had now recovered to the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. It was not something the burly man could compare to. The only pity was that Fang Chun didn't know who was targeting him. Chapter 72. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Muin arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard early in the morning. Uncle One, Fang Chen asked upon seeing this. Fang Chun, there's news from Kamikaze Kenbu. I'll bring you there today. Duan Muin smiled. Fang Chen nodded, then followed Duan Muin and left the Protector King's residence. They headed towards Kamikaze Kenbu. Kamikaze Kenbu was no longer in the imperial capital. Although many people knew of the existence of Kamikaze Kenbu, very few people knew of the actual location of Kamikaze Kenbu. Of course, some of the nobles and powerful warriors in the Shangfeng nation naturally knew of the location of Kamikaze Kenbu. When Duan Muin brought Fang Chun out of the imperial capital, Fang Chun was a little surprised. Could it be that Kamikaze Kenbu is no longer in the imperial capital? Fang Chun had just arrived at the imperial capital. Although he knew a little about Kamikaze Kenbu, he was still unfamiliar with it. When he realized that Duan Muin had brought him out of the imperial capital, he guessed. As if he knew what Fang Chun was thinking, Duan Muin explained as they walked, Fang Chun, you guessed right. Kamikaze Kenbu is indeed no longer in the imperial capital. Fang Chun nodded when he heard this. Kamikaze Kenbu is a very famous sacred place for sword cultivators in the Shangfeng nation. However, many people don't know the actual location of Kamikaze Kenbu. In fact, Kamikaze Kenbu is in the Holy Wind Mountain Range. Duan Muin said. Fang Chun was startled and had an incredulous expression on his face. The Holy Wind Mountain Range was the largest mountain range in the Shangfeng nation. Even the Lianyan Mountain Range was not as big as the Holy Wind Mountain Range. The Divine Wind Mountain Range ran through all the counties of the Divine Wind Nation. One of the entrances was in a valley outside of the imperial capital. Inside the Holy Wind Mountain Range, it was incomparably mystical, and there were many formidable monstrous beasts. Under normal circumstances, only those who hunted monstrous beasts to earn spirit stones would choose to enter the Holy Wind Mountain Range. Other martial artists were simply unwilling to enter the Holy Wind Mountain Range. At this moment, Fang Chun learned that Kamikaze Kenbu was actually in the Holy Wind Mountain Range. Naturally, he was very surprised. The reason why the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu are so tyrannical is because they often fight with the demon beasts of the Holy Wind Mountain Range. Their combat experience is very rich. Duan Muin explained. Kamikaze Kenbu's tyrannical power is something you will gradually discover once you enter it. After Duan Muin finished speaking, he led Fang Chun forward quickly. After half an hour, Fang Chun and Duan Muin arrived outside the Divine Wind Mountain Valley. This is the Divine Wind Valley, and also the entrance to the Divine Wind Mountain Range. Let's go in, Duan Muin said. Soon after, both of them entered the Divine Wind Valley. After passing through the Divine Wind Valley, they entered the Holy Wind Mountain Range. As soon as they entered the Holy Wind Mountain Range, Fang Chun felt the vicissitudes of life blowing against his face. This place was like a primeval forest. It was very quiet, so quiet that it made people afraid. Is this the Holy Wind Mountain Range? Fang Chun faintly said. He could clearly feel that the heaven and earth spirit Qi in the Holy Wind Mountain Range seemed to be much more tyrannical than the outside world. Yes, this is the Holy Wind Mountain Range. It is only the edge of the Holy Wind Mountain Range. There is no danger here. Duan Muin said. Fang Chun looked around and immediately nodded. Under Duan Muin's guidance, they rushed towards Kamikaze Kenbu. If it was an ordinary warrior, even if they entered the Holy Wind Mountain Range, it would be impossible to find Kamikaze Kenbu. However, Duan Muin was different. Duan Muin was a prince with a different surname from the Divine Wind Country. Naturally, there was nothing to say about his power and influence. Moreover, Duan Muin also had a recommendation for Kamikaze Kenbu. Naturally, he knew the safe path to Kamikaze Kenbu. Under Duan Muin's guidance, they walked for about 2 hours. Finally, they could faintly see a mountain peak. On top of the mountain peak, smoke curled up. It was like a paradise on earth. That is where Kamikaze Kenbu is located, Duan Muin faintly said. With a tap of his foot, he stepped onto the mountain peak. Fang Chan followed closely behind. On the way here, Fang Chan learned from Duan Muin that Kamikaze Kenbu was very strict when it came to recruiting disciples. Under normal circumstances, the disciples that were recruited had to be below the age of 18. Moreover, they had to be warriors with the combat power of the Qi transformation realm. If it had been at the beginning, Duan Muin would definitely not have given this precious recommendation to Fang Chen. However, after seeing Fang Chen's battle with Liu, Duan Muin already knew that although Fang Chen was a warrior at the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm, his true combat power was definitely comparable to a warrior at the 1st realm of the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, Duan Muin was willing to give the Kamikaze Kenbu recommendation to Fang Chen. The two of them quickly arrived at the mountain peak. Suddenly, they heard a shout. "This is Kamikaze Kenbu. Halt!" Hearing this shout, Fang Chen saw 2 figures outside the mountain gate in the distance. These 2 figures were the warriors guarding the mountain gate. "I am King Guard Duan Muin. I am here to pay my respects to Elder Li," Duan Muin said loudly. Hearing the words King Guard Duan Muin, the 2 guards' expressions changed. Shortly after, one of them said, "So it is King Duan Muin. Please wait a moment. I will go and ask Elder Li to come out." One of the guards quickly left and returned in a short while. Following him was an old man with a white beard. "Ha ha, King Duan Muin, you are here." Elder Li saw Duan Muin from afar and laughed heartily. "Elder Li, you should know why I am here this time, right?" Duan Muin asked. "Of course I know. You have a recommendation for Kamikaze Kenbu. Is he the disciple that you want to recommend?" Elder Li looked at Fang Chen and asked. Duan Muin nodded and said, "That's right. He is the disciple that I want to recommend." Hearing Duan Muin's words, a strange look flashed across Elder Li's eyes. Shortly after, he shook his head slightly and said, "This person's cultivation is only at the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm. He is a little weak. However, since he's recommended by you, King Duan Muin, I will naturally not reject him. It just so happens that some other factions have also recommended some genius disciples. Our Kamikaze Kenbu is preparing to test them. Let him participate as well," Elder Li said. Duan Muin turned his head to look at Fang Chen. The latter nodded slightly. Duan Muin then said, "Since that is the case, thank you, Elder Li." After that, Duan Muin chatted with Elder Li for a while before leaving. After all, as the King Guard, Duan Muin naturally had many things to attend to. It was not appropriate for him to stay for long. Before Duan Muin left, he carefully reminded Fang Chen that if he had any problems in Kamikaze Kenbu, he could look for Elder Li. Elder Li had a good relationship with Duan Muin. When he saw that Duan Muin had taken a liking to a young man, he was very surprised. After Duan Muin left, Elder Li brought Fang Chen to a courtyard. "You will stay here for the time being. Wait for the notice when the test will begin." After Elder Li finished speaking, he turned and left. Fang Chen nodded. Although he did not understand the rules of Kamikaze Kenbu very well, he had made some observations on his way here. The place he was staying at now could only be considered the outer area of Kamikaze Kenbu. They were not considered official disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu, so it was impossible for them to enter Kamikaze Kenbu. There were a few ancient martial art practitioners living around Fang Chen's courtyard. It was obvious that they had also been recommended. Kamikaze Kenbu would recruit disciples every year, but it was almost never open to the public. Those who wanted to enter Kamikaze Kenbu were basically recommended. Just as Fang Chen sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard, a cultivator stuck his head out of the door and walked in. "Brother, are you also here to take part in the Kamikaze Kenbu test?" the martial art practitioner asked. Fangchen nodded and said yes. Haha, my name is Yang Hong. I'm also here to take part in the test. I will be staying next door to you. Yang Hong grinned. I am Fangchen. Fangchen nodded. Yang Hong's personality was very cheerful. He was very friendly and chatted a lot with Fangchen. Brother, do you know? In Kamikaze Kenbu, there are 8 kings and 4 heavenly kings. Yang Hong laughed and said, Oh, 8 kings and 4 heavenly kings. Fangchen didn't know much about Kamikaze Kenbu, so he was a bit puzzled. It seems you still don't understand Kamikaze Kenbu. Yang Hong said, Kamikaze Kenbu is a special existence within the Divine Wind Nation. The disciples of the Sword Mansion are all monsters. Amongst the countless disciples of the Sword Mansion, there are 12 monsters. There are the 8 kings and 4 heavenly kings. It is said that the 8 kings are all peak experts within the Qi transformation realm. As for the 4 heavenly kings, they are even more terrifying. The 4 of them have all entered the Qi ranking. Yang Hong's expression was rich as he said this. So strong? Fangchen was shocked. The 4 heavenly kings of Kamikaze Kenbu were all able to enter the Qi ranking. From this, it could be seen just how strong they were. Fangchen had heard of the Qi ranking before. The Qi ranking was a ranking created by the upper echelons of the Divine Wind Nation to encourage young martial artists. To enter the Qi ranking, one had to be at the Qi transformation realm. Furthermore, one had to be within the age of 25. There were a total of 20 spots on the Qi ranking. Anyone who could enter the Qi ranking was basically a peak genius of the Divine Wind Nation. These things are too far away from us. Right now, let's first enter Kamikaze Kenbu. Fangchen pondered for a moment before speaking. If only I could enter the Qi ranking one day, that would be great. Yang Hong grinned. Experts on the Qi ranking were peak geniuses of the younger generation. As long as you work hard, you will definitely enter the Qi ranking. Fangchen said. Hearing this, Yang Hong let out a sigh. After chatting with Fangchen for a while, Yang Hong left. Looking at Yang Hong's departing figure, Fangchen was lost in thought. In the end, his eyes narrowed and he said to himself, There will be a day when I will enter the Qi ranking. The current Fangchen was only 15 years old. His cultivation time was very short. There was still a large gap between him and the experts on the Qi ranking. Chapter 73. Fangchen waited in Kamikaze Kenbu for 3 days. One after another, many major factions and lords sent their recommended disciples over. After 3 days, no more disciples came. Finally, on this day, Elder Li appeared again. Elder Li was the elder in charge of the assessment of these disciples. He gathered all the disciples in the square. All disciples, come to the square, Elder Li shouted. In a short while, a large number of disciples came to the square. When Fangchen arrived, he saw a black mass of warriors. Seeing that all the disciples had arrived, Elder Li signaled for everyone to be quiet. You are all recommended disciples from various major factions. Although you have a recommendation quota, if you want to be recognized by the Sword Mansion, you need to prove it yourself, Elder Li said. This time, there are a total of 72 disciples. Only if you pass the assessment can you be considered a true disciple of the Sword Mansion and enjoy all the resources of the Sword Mansion, Elder Li said again. Elder Li, what kind of assessment is there? A disciple in the crowd asked. Each of the 72 disciples had the combat strength of a Qi transformation realm martial artist. They thought that they were geniuses, so they were arrogant and thought that no assessment could stop them. There are a total of 3 tests. The first one is a test of combat strength. Do you see the stone tablet in the middle of the square? Everyone has to use their strongest punch to attack the stone tablet. If the stone tablet lights up, you will pass. Elder Li said. As soon as Elder Li finished speaking, some disciples were eager to give it a try. I'll go first. The first disciple to make a move was a fatty. He stood in front of the tablet and roared. He clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body into his fist. Then he punched the tablet. Boom! A deafening sound came from the stone tablet. Then the stone tablet suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Crash! In the next moment, the warrior retracted his fist with a smile on his face. The tablet is shining. You pass, Elder Li said. Following that, one martialist after another participated in the first assessment. Actually, the first assessment was very simple for these martialists. That was because the Sword Mansion's recruitment criteria was to have a combat strength at the energy transformation realm. It didn't matter if you were a disciple at the energy transformation realm, but so long as you had a combat strength at the energy transformation realm, you could still pass the test. The stone tablet test was to test the combat power of the disciples. When the 72 disciples finished the test, all of them passed the test. The first assessment is over. Next up is the second assessment. The content of the assessment is the control of swordsmanship, Elderly said. Elderly, what are the requirements for one's swordsmanship control to pass the test? Asked a martial artist. Elderly smiled and said, no matter what sword technique it is, as long as you can master a sword technique to perfection, you'll pass the test. Hearing Elderly's words, some of the 72 disciples' faces changed. If they specialized in one swordsmanship, it should be easy to reach the perfection realm. However, there were some disciples who didn't specialize in just one sword technique. There were many different types of sword techniques, and it was impossible for them to reach perfection. All right, let's begin. Following Elder Lee's words, the disciples immediately began to participate in the test. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in the first disciple's hand. In the next moment, he performed an inferior sword technique. Swish! Sword light flashed in the sky. Yes, although it's an inferior sword technique, it has already reached perfection. Elderly nodded with satisfaction. Time slowly passed, and soon it was Fong Chen's turn. Fong Chen chose the most basic sword technique. It was the first sword technique he had learned in the Azure Edge Sword sect. One Chi sword, an inferior sword technique. Swish! The One Chi sword had a total of 3 levels. Each level was extremely simple and could be considered an introductory sword technique. When the disciples saw Fong Chen use such a simple sword technique, they all began to laugh. Some disciples even mocked Fong Chen. He actually used such a weak sword technique. This is probably an inferior sword technique. How could a clown like this be recommended by the kamikaze Kenbu? Truly embarrassing. Cultivating an inferior sword technique is truly a waste of time. I want to see if he can cultivate it to perfection. Elderly was also a bit astonished when he saw Fong Chen's sword technique. However, he didn't say anything. After all, Fong Chen was recommended by King Hu. King Hu's reputation in the Divine Wind Nation was extremely high. Since he had recommended Fong Chen, he shouldn't be simple. Whoosh! Fong Chen instantly used the first level of the One Chi sword. A faintly discernible sword light suddenly appeared in the sky. This was followed by the second level and the third level. When all 3 levels of the One Chi sword were used, the 3 sword lights in the sky actually resonated with each other. How is this possible? He can even cultivate an inferior sword technique to perfection. Some disciples couldn't believe their eyes. Just where did this brat come from? He actually managed to cultivate an inferior sword technique to perfection. An inferior sword technique. Even if he cultivated it to perfection, it wouldn't be a waste of time. They believed themselves to be geniuses and definitely wouldn't cultivate such a trashy sword technique. To them, it was simply a waste of time. However, at this moment, Elder Lee's eyes faintly lit up. That was because Elderly felt something unusual. Sure enough, just as Elderly was carefully sizing up Fong Chen, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the 3 sword lights that resonated with each other. Buzz! This sound was extremely weak. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't have heard it. However, when Elderly heard this sound, his face was filled with excitement. His eyes shined as he looked at Fong Chen. The hyperfocus realm. It's actually the hyperfocus realm. Elder Lee's heart was filled with excitement. As an elder of the Kamikaze Kenbu, Elder Lee's strength was extraordinary. Naturally, he knew that after the perfection of sword techniques, there was another realm, and that was the hyperfocus realm. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for a martial artist to cultivate a technique to perfection. Fortunately, even if it was difficult, there were still martial artists who could achieve it. However, to cultivate a technique to the hyperfocus realm was too difficult. Even among the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, only 1 out of 100 could do it. Of course, after the hyperfocus realm, there was still the transformative realm. Perfection, hyperfocus, and transformative realm. These were the 3 major realms of a technique. Every time one advanced to the next realm, the technique would become countless times more powerful, as expected of the disciple recommended by the Protector King. Truly amazing. At this moment, Elder Li's heart was filled with admiration. It was extremely difficult for Fang Chun to cultivate a sword technique to the hyperfocus realm. Fang Chun has passed the test. Elder Li tried his best to calm his heart and announced loudly. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded his head and returned to his original position. After Fang Chun passed the test, there were many disciples who passed the test one after another. However, there was also a portion of them who were eliminated. Kamikaze Kenbu had an iron-blooded rule that did not allow anyone to trample on it. Therefore, even if the eliminated martial artists were extremely powerful, they would not be able to join Kamikaze Kenbu. The second test has ended. A total of 68 disciples have passed the test, and 4 have been eliminated. Elder Li said. After that, the 4 eliminated disciples left Kamikaze Kenbu dejectedly. The remaining 68 disciples all had smiles on their faces. They had already passed 2 tests. As long as they passed the 3rd test, they would be able to become an official disciple of the Sword Mansion. To them, becoming an official disciple of the Sword Mansion was a great honor. Brother Fang, you are really amazing. Yang Hong unknowingly walked to Fang Chen's side and said in a low voice, "Didn't you pass the test too?" Fang Chen said disapprovingly, "Brother Fang, you are really good at hiding your strength. You have actually trained your swordsmanship to the minute subtlety realm." Yang Hong said in a low voice. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. He did not expect Yang Hong to be able to see through it. Among the many disciples present, almost none of them were able to see that Fang Chen's swordsmanship had reached the minute subtlety realm. Fang Chen turned his head to look at Yang Hong and nodded his head thoughtfully. "Brother Fang, with your talent, you shouldn't be a nobody," Yang Hong said with a smile. Just as Yang Hong was speaking, Elder Li suddenly opened his mouth again. "Next will be the 3rd test. As long as you pass the 3rd test, you will be able to become an official disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu." Elder Li said, "Elder, what is the 3rd test?" Some of the disciples could not wait and asked. Elder Li waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said, "The 3rd test tests your talent in the way of the sword." After Elder Li finished speaking, he pointed at the center of the square. There was a stone tablet beside the combat strength stone tablet. This stone tablet is called the Talent Stone Tablet. It is specially used by the Sword Mansion to test a sword cultivator's talent in the way of the sword. Elder Li said the stone tablet has a total of 5 grades. As long as you can reach the 2nd grade, you will pass the test. Hearing Elder Li's words, many of the disciples became restless. "I will go first." The first disciple went forward. He closed his eyes and extended his hand, placing it on the stone tablet. Immediately, the stone tablet started to shine. When the stone tablet stopped shining, 2 words appeared on top of it. "2nd grade talent in the way of the sword passed." Following that, the 2nd, 3rd, and countless disciples started to take the test. Most of the disciples were at the 2nd grade talent in the way of the sword. However, there were a few outstanding geniuses who reached the 3rd grade. To be able to reach the 3rd grade talent in the way of the sword, you are already considered a genius. In the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, the highest talent in the way of the sword was at the 4th grade. Chapter 74. Unknowingly, half of the disciples had already taken the test. Most of them were 2nd grade swordsmanship talents, and only a few were 3rd grade swordsmanship talents. To be able to reach rank 3 Sword Dao talent, it was imaginable that after they entered the Divine Windsword Mansion, they would definitely have a meteoric rise. In a short period of time, they would be able to become outstanding figures in the Divine Windsword Mansion. "Haha, it's finally my turn." Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out. Fang Chun turned his head and saw a martial artist dressed in gray. This martial artist looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. "It's him." Fang Chun had noticed this martial artist during the first test. His name was Yuan Batian, and he had reached the 3rd grade of the Qi transformation realm. He was the strongest among this batch of disciples. I wonder what level his swordsmanship talent has reached, Fang Chun thought to himself. After the 1st and 2nd tests, Yuan Batian had already become the king of the newcomers. He was very popular among the new disciples. It's Yuan Batian. I wonder if he has a 4th grade swordsmanship talent. Not necessarily. Although he is the strongest among this batch of disciples, strength does not represent talent. I heard that Yuan Batian came from a county in the Shengfeng nation. He reached the Qi transformation realm at a young age and is obsessed with swordsmanship. His swordsmanship talent is at least 3rd grade. Let's see. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Yuan Batian make his move. They wanted to see if Yuan Batian could break the record. Hiss! Yuan Batian closed his eyes, a confident smile on his face, and placed his palm on the talent steel. Suddenly, the talent steel let out a roar, and in the next moment, a blinding light exploded from the steel. Crash! The blinding light on the steel grew brighter and brighter, shocking countless disciples. When the blinding light on the steel gradually dissipated, a number finally appeared on the talent steel. At first, the number was 1, but in the blink of an eye, it jumped to 2. But before anyone could react, the number became 3. Level 3. Yuan Batian's sword talent has reached level 3. How heaven-defying. 3rd grade sword Dao talent. Even in the kamikaze Kenbu, he can be considered to be one of the more heaven-defying warriors. As expected of the newcomer king, his talent is so strong. In the future, his talent in sword Dao will definitely be very high. The light hasn't completely dissipated. Could it be that his talent in the way of the sword has reached the 4th level? The disciples stared at the talent boulder with their eyes open wide. Even Elder Li was slightly startled. In the next moment, the 3 words on the talent stone tablet turned into 4 in an instant. 4th grade. Yuan Ba really has reached the 4th grade of sword Dao talent. Aha! Grade 4 sword Dao talent. In the history of kamikaze Kenbu, this can be considered the strongest talent. As expected of Yuan Batian. Too powerful. The moment the number on the talent stone tablet turned to 4, the entire square was filled with cheers. Grade 4 sword Dao talent. That's an extremely high level of sword Dao talent. In the history of kamikaze Kenbu, the highest level of sword Dao talent was only grade 4. Among this batch of disciples, there's an amazing seedling. Elder Li's body was trembling. He naturally knew what it meant for kamikaze Kenbu to have a grade 4 sword Dao talent. Crash! When a number on the talent stone tablet turned to 4, the light dissipated. Yuan Batian slowly opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He then left the talent stone tablet. Everyone looked at Yuan Batian with eyes full of respect. Grade 4 sword Dao talent. Everyone could predict that in the near future, Yuan Batian would definitely become an influential figure in kamikaze Kenbu. After Yuan Batian, there were many warriors who participated in the assessment. However, most of them were only grade 2 talents. Occasionally, there would be a grade 3 sword Dao talent, but no one would be surprised. This was because Yuan Batian's grade 4 sword Dao talent had overshadowed all the others. Time passed by slowly. When the 50th warrior participated in the assessment, a grade 1 sword Dao talent finally appeared. Eliminated kamikaze Kenbu didn't need a grade 1 sword Dao talent. Although such a warrior's sword Dao talent wasn't bad, he still didn't meet the requirements of kamikaze Kenbu. After another hour, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. When Fang Chen went up, Elder Li's eyes widened again. He wanted to see if Fang Chen would give him a surprise as well. Fang Chen walked up to the talent stone tablet and closed his eyes. His mind was suddenly filled with a large amount of sword qi. He placed his palm on the talent stone tablet, and the sword qi instantly entered it. Suddenly, a large amount of dazzling light appeared on the talent stone tablet. Crash! The numbers on the talent stone tablet started to change. 1, 2, 3. When the number turned to 3, it finally attracted the attention of many disciples. Crack! When a crisp sound was heard, The number 3 on the talent stone stele suddenly turned into a number 4. This sudden change caused an uproar in the entire square. Yuan Batian looked at Feng Chen thoughtfully. He hadn't expected that there would be another disciple in this batch who had a grade 4 sword Dao talent other than him. How is this possible? He actually reached grade 4 sword Dao talent. Heavens! 2 grade 4 sword Dao geniuses have appeared at once. Am I dreaming? This kid's true cultivation hasn't even reached the Qi transformation realm. How can he have such a heaven-defying sword Dao cultivation? How terrifying! Grade 4 sword Dao talent is comparable to Yuan Batian's. Many disciples were discussing. Elder Li's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Feng Chen was much more outstanding than he had imagined. This kid isn't simple, Elder Li said to himself. At this moment, in the center of the square, Feng Chen's palm was placed on the talent stone tablet. His eyes were slightly closed, and his mind was filled with sword qi. Grade 4, sword Dao talent. Feng Chen thought to himself, if I use sword force, I might be able to reach grade 5 sword Dao talent. After pondering for a moment, Feng Chen stopped the test. Although he wanted to try to reach grade 5 sword Dao talent, he knew that it was better to keep a low profile in the kamikaze kenbu, especially before his strength increased. After Feng Chen's test ended, many disciples looked at Feng Chen. Even Yuan Batian had a trace of interest in Feng Chen. The following tests were much faster, and it didn't take long for the third test to be completed. In the end, 8 disciples were eliminated, leaving 60 disciples. Overall, the overall standard of this batch of disciples was pretty good. Very good. You 60 disciples are now official disciples of the kamikaze kenbu, Elder Li said with satisfaction. The eliminated disciples had already left. The disciples who had passed the test had all entered the kamikaze kenbu. Elder Li explained the rules of the kamikaze kenbu to everyone and left in a hurry. Many disciples returned to their residences one after another. Of course, since they had become official disciples of the kamikaze kenbu, their residences were definitely not the same as before. The previous residences were only for disciples who had not joined the kamikaze kenbu. Now, Feng Chen and the rest were living in the beginner disciples area. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was much thicker here, and there were more resources. In the kamikaze kenbu, the division of ranks between disciples was very strict. You would receive the same amount of resources based on your strength. The kamikaze kenbu disciples were divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced disciples. The beginner disciples were all disciples below the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. As long as they reached the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, they would be promoted to the intermediate disciples area. Feng Chen and the rest had just entered the kamikaze kenbu. Naturally, they were all beginner disciples. The 8 great kings and the 4 great kings were all advanced disciples. Moreover, they were the cream of the crop among the advanced disciples. In a mysterious ancient building in the kamikaze kenbu, Elder Li hurried to the ancient building and entered a large room. This ancient building was where the upper echelons of the kamikaze kenbu resided. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for disciples to enter this place. At this moment, in the large room, there was a large table. Around the table sat a few old men. These old men were the upper echelons of the kamikaze kenbu. Elder Li, why are you in such a hurry? Seeing Elder Li hastily barge in, one of the old men said with a hint of displeasure between his brows. That's right, Elder Li. As an elder, why are you so reckless? Another old man asked. Elder Wang, I'm here to tell everyone something important, Elder Li said. What is it? The old man called Elder Wang asked. In this year's disciple assessment, a 4th grade sword Dao prodigy has appeared, Elder Li said. Hearing that he was a 4th grade sword Dao talent, the old men's expressions changed drastically. They were shocked beyond words. What? You said that a 4th grade sword Dao prodigy has appeared in this year's disciple assessment? Elder Wang asked anxiously. A 4th grade sword Dao prodigy. A 4th grade sword Dao prodigy has actually appeared. After so many years, the Sword Mansion has finally produced a 4th grade sword Dao prodigy. The old men said happily. Elder Wang, it's not just one fourth-grade sword Dao prodigy, but two, Elderly added. What? Elder Wang, who had always been calm, was shocked. However, after receiving Elder Li's confirmation, Elder Wang's face was filled with joy. Chapter 75. There were many disciples in the beginner-disciple area. Most of them were in the Qi transformation realm, and only a few were in the Qi refining realm. After this batch of disciples joined the Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chun became the warrior with the lowest cultivation in the beginner-disciple area. After thoroughly understanding the rules of the Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chun began to try to integrate into the Kamikaze Kenbu. After all, this was where he would be training for a long time in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to raise my cultivation, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Although he could fight against a first-realm Qi transformation realm warrior, his cultivation was still too low. If he encountered a second-realm Qi transformation realm warrior, he would definitely be defeated. Therefore, he needed to raise his cultivation. Fang Chun walked on the road. From time to time, he would hear the sounds of discussion. Did you guys see that? That guy is Fang Chun. Among this batch of new disciples, he is one of the two most talented in the way of the sword. I really don't understand. How can an 8th realm Qi transformation realm warrior have a 4th grade sword Dao talent? What a freak. Sword Dao talent does not represent strength. Although his sword Dao talent has reached the 4th grade, his cultivation is still too low. Any beginner disciple would be able to defeat him. That's right. Talent is talent, and strength is strength. Although he may achieve great things in the future, right now, he is still an 8th realm Qi transformation realm warrior. Many disciples were pointing and laughing as they discussed Fang Chun. Some of them were respectful, while others were envious and jealous. Fang Chun did not care about these discussions. He quickly left the square. However, just as Fang Chun was about to leave the square, a rough voice suddenly blocked his path. Fang Chun. Hearing the voice, Fang Chun turned to look. It was Yuan Batian, dressed in a gray robe. Yuan Batian's cultivation had reached the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. Among this batch of new disciples, he was the strongest. Even among the beginner disciples, he was above average. Coupled with his terrifying 4th grade sword Dao talent, it would not be long before he could stabilize his position among the beginner disciples. Yes, Yuan Batian blocked Fang Chun's path with a smile on his face. Yuan Batian squinted his eyes and said, "It's nothing. I'm just curious as to why your talent in sword Dao has reached the 4th level." No one knew what Yuan Batian was thinking. When the surrounding disciples saw Yuan Batian, their faces changed, and they quickly retreated, afraid of provoking Yuan Batian. If you can have a 4th grade sword talent, why can't others do the same? Fang Chun said calmly. From Yuan Batian's eyes, Fang Chun could see that Yuan Batian disdained him, thinking that he couldn't be compared to him. Since others disdained him, why should he be friendly to others? Sometimes talent doesn't represent strength, Yuan Batian said thoughtfully. Fang Chun shook his head slightly, then turned around and left. Fang Chun, although you and I both have 4th grade talent in the sword Dao, I'll let you know that you'll never be able to catch up to me, said Yuan Batian arrogantly. None of the surrounding disciples thought that Yuan Batian's words were arrogant. They also believed that Fang Chun would never be able to catch up to Yuan Batian. Fang Chun clenched his fists, but he didn't turn back. That was because the current him was truly not Yuan Batian's match. But he believed that one day he would surpass Yuan Batian. In the pitch-black night, Fang Chun stealthily walked out of the Kamikaze Kenbu and arrived at the outer plaza. I wonder what level my talent in the sword Dao will reach if I use my full power, said Fang Chun. During the day, Fang Chun had been very curious as to what level his talent in the sword Dao would reach if he used his full power. Now that there was no one here, Fang Chun was prepared to give it a try. Crash! Fang Chun's palm gently pressed against the talent steel. The talent steel immediately emitted a dazzling light, and in the next moment, a word appeared on the talent steel. The word constantly jumped, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 4. When the 4 appeared, Fang Chun felt that the numbers change had slowed down. Sword force. Fang Chun shouted inwardly. In the next moment, the power of heaven and earth revolved around his body. Boundless sword force suddenly surged out of his body. When the incomparably tyrannical sword force passed through his palm and entered the talent steel that was about to dim suddenly became incomparably dazzling once more. Fang Chun was pleasantly surprised to see the talent steel's change. That was because the number on the talent steel had turned to 5 as his sword force was fully released. The talent steel was a steel specially used by Kamikaze Kenbu to test a warrior's sword Dao talent. There were a total of 5 levels. In the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, the highest level of sword Dao talent that a disciple had achieved was level 4. A level 5 sword Dao talent had never appeared before. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword Dao talent had actually reached the terrifying level 5. Level 5 sword Dao talent, Fang Chun said. However, just as Fang Chun was about to withdraw his palm, his heart suddenly started beating rapidly in his body. Then, a clear stream appeared. Boom! Fang Chun felt a roar in his head. Then, he was shocked to discover that the light on the talent steel was too strong. At this moment, Fang Chun suddenly realized that the 5 words on the talent steel had disappeared. What's going on? Why did the 5 words disappear when the golden heart started beating? Fang Chun was shocked and puzzled. Hiss! The dazzling light continued. Fang Chun felt that his mind was filled with endless sword momentum. It was as if he was in a sea of sword Dao. After a long time, Fang Chun thought of a possibility. Could it be that my talent in the way of the sword has exceeded the limits of the talent steel? A very bold thought appeared in Fang Chun's head. Crash! Fang Chun withdrew his palm. The talent steel slowly dimmed and finally returned to normal. Fang Chun pondered carefully and came to a conclusion in the end. His talent in the way of the sword had already surpassed the limits of the talent stone steel. What a magical golden heart! Fang Chun said in a low voice. Then, Fang Chun looked around and quickly left the square. The square once again fell into darkness and silence. The moment Fang Chun left, a soft sound of surprise suddenly came from a hidden place in the deepest part of Kamikaze Kenbu. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the square out of thin air. And why did I feel a tyrannical sword Dao aura just now? The figure was a little puzzled and asked. At this moment, the square was very spacious. The talent steel was dim and calm. The figure stood in the sky and carefully looked at the talent steel. After a long time, the figure sighed and disappeared again. Of course, Fang Chun did not expect that just wanting to test his sword Dao talent would actually alarm a powerful person in Kamikaze Kenbu. On the 7th day after coming to Kamikaze Kenbu, Yang Hong came to Fang Chun's residence. Fang Chun, how have you been these few days? Yang Hong asked. Before joining Kamikaze Kenbu, Yang Hong was very close to Fang Chun. Ever since he found out that Fang Chun had a terrifying rank 4 sword Dao talent, Yang Hong was even more determined that Fang Chun's future was limitless. He wanted to be friends with the future king. From Fang Chun's point of view, Yang Hong was not scheming and was just a chatterbox. It's all right. How about you? Fang Chun asked. I've been cultivating these few days, but was alarmed by a big matter today. Yang Hong said. Oh, what big matter? Fang Chun asked. You don't know? Yang Hong was astonished and asked. How would I know? Fang Chun was also astonished. All the martial artists in the primary disciple area know. I'm afraid you're the only one who doesn't know. Yang Hong looked at Fang Chun as if he was looking at monster. What is it? Fang Chun asked. Today, Yuan Batian challenged the 10th ranked primary disciple. He successfully defeated his opponent and entered the top 10 of the primary disciples. Yang Hong said. Fang Chun was slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded his head. This was within his expectations. Yuan Batian was already at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. Furthermore, he had a 4th grade talent in the way of the sword. Defeating the 10th ranked disciple was not a big deal. With Yuan Baishan's strength, entering the top 10 is nothing. Fang Chun said indifferently. Fang Chun, you also have a 4th grade sword talent. Don't be left behind by Yuan Batian. Yang Hong said. After chatting with Fang Chun for a while, Yang Hong left. Fang Chun closed his eyes and began cultivating. Fang Chen's cultivation had already reached the early 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Moreover, he had already completely stabilized his realm. The Quicksilver sword art had already reached perfection. Fang Chen wanted to try and break through. Hiss, hiss, hiss within Fang Chen's body. A clear stream of energy appeared, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a much faster rate. After half an hour, Fang Chun opened his eyes in satisfaction. I've directly skipped the middle stage and reached the late 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Fang Chun smiled with satisfaction. After reaching the late 8th level of the Qi refining realm, Fang Chen's strength had become even more tyrannical. However, due to his disadvantage, he was still unable to compete with the primary disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu. Kamikaze Kenbu is indeed a sacred place for sword cultivators. As long as I have some time, I will definitely be able to break through again, Fang Chun said. Just as Fang Chun broke through, his expression suddenly changed. Master, my cultivation has recovered to the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. The bloody skeleton transmitted to Fang Chun. The bloody skeleton and the other two were now Fang Chen's trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would not use them easily. Continue to recover. Fang Chun nodded his head. However, at this moment, Fang Chun sensed something strange. He discovered through the special space ring that a trace of killing intent had actually flashed through the eyes of the 3 skeletons. Chapter 76. Could it be that they wanted to break free from the control of the mind control technique? Fang Chen's expression changed drastically when he thought of this. The 3 skeletons were completely under the control of the mind control technique. Once they broke free from the control of the mind control technique, they would definitely kill Fang Chun. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to resist the encirclement of 3 Qi transformation realm experts. Therefore, Fang Chun was very worried. No, I have to find a stronger control-type cultivation technique. Fang Chun made a decision. Although they were still being controlled for the time being, there was no guarantee that they would break free from the control of the mind control technique one day. Kamikaze Kenbu's skills library should have a control-type cultivation technique. Let's go take a look, Fang Chun said. In the beginner area's skills library, there were only a few first-grade cultivation techniques. There were also very few second-grade cultivation techniques. However, for Fang Chun and the others, Kamikaze Kenbu's skills library was already luxurious enough. When they arrived at the entrance of the skills library, Fang Chun was stopped by the gatekeeper elder. If you want to choose a cultivation technique, you must have enough spirit stones, the gatekeeper elder said. The cultivation techniques in the skills library were not free for warriors to cultivate. Instead, they required spirit stones. After all, Kamikaze Kenbu had so many disciples and needed a huge amount of resources. It was also a good choice to collect some spirit stones from the disciples. Fang Chun nodded and entered the skills library. The beginner area skills library only had 1 floor, and it was not very big. After Fang Chun entered, he roughly looked around and began to look for a control-type cultivation technique. After a while, he found a control-type cultivation technique. There are very few control-type cultivation techniques here. Most of them are low-level. Only this one is more powerful. Fang Chun held a bronze-colored book and said, Spirit Seed. This control-type cultivation technique was called Spirit Seed. As for what level it was, Fang Chun did not know. He only knew that it was very powerful. Fang Chun flipped open the Spirit Seed and took a look. He found that the Spirit Seed was actually an incomplete control-type cultivation technique. This book only had 2 layers, and the rest was not enough. The Soul Seed is a special control-type technique. Cultivating to the 1st level will allow you to control Qi refining realm martial artists. Cultivating to the 2nd level will allow you to control Qi transformation realm martial artists. After reading the introduction of the Soul Seed, Fang Chun was overjoyed. If I can master the 2nd level, I'll be able to completely control the 3 skeletons, Fang Chun said. After that, Fang Chun chose the Soul Seed. However, The price made Fong Chun speechless. Although the soul seed was an incomplete control-type technique, its price was ridiculously high. It was priced at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. One had to know that an ordinary first-grade cultivation technique would cost 100,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. However, an incomplete control-type cultivation technique actually cost 100,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Forget it. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing to me, Fong Chun said. When Fong Chun walked out of the cultivation technique hall with the soul seed, he handed 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to the gatekeeper elder. When the gatekeeper elder saw the soul seed, he was a little surprised and immediately said, "I didn't expect you to choose the soul seed. This cultivation technique is very evil. You have to be careful when cultivating it." "Thank you, Elder," Fong Chun said and then left. After purchasing the cultivation technique in the cultivation technique hall, one could only read it for a month. After that, they had to return it. Therefore, after Fong Chun took it back, he immediately began cultivating it. Because he cultivated the mind control technique, Fong Chun was very proficient in cultivating the soul seed. It did not take long for him to complete the first level. However, Fong Chun encountered some difficulties in cultivating the second level. It took him half a month to complete the second level. After completing the cultivation of the second level, Fong Chun returned the soul seed to the cultivation technique hall. Many people who just come to Kamikaze Kenbu will choose the soul seed. However, it is very difficult to cultivate. It's not a big deal that you can't cultivate it. Don't think too much about it. Work hard and cultivate it, the gatekeeper elder said to Fong Chun. In the gatekeeper elder's opinion, Fong Chun had only read it for half a month before returning it. Therefore, he definitely could not cultivate it successfully. However, he did not know that Fong Chun used half a month to cultivate the incomplete soul seed to the second level. If the gatekeeper elder knew about it, he would definitely be shocked. After cultivating the soul seed, Fong Chun could not wait to try it out. As soon as he returned to the room, Fong Chun let the three captains out. The three of them stood side by side with strange expressions. "Let's start with the blood skeleton," Fong Chun said softly. Then, he formed a complicated seal with his palm. If he wanted to use the soul seed to control the blood skeleton, he had to remove the mind control on it first. Therefore, he could not be careless. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Hiss! Fong Chun ended the mind control on the blood skeleton with ease. Suddenly, the blood skeleton's eyes turned scarlet and its face became ferocious. It wanted to attack Fong Chun. "Soul seed," Fong Chun growled. The soul seed was instantly released. A thin black line appeared in Fong Chun's mind. This thin black line penetrated the blood skeleton's mind with lightning speed. In an instant, the blood skeleton stopped rioting. Crack! The black thread continued to revolve around the scarlet skeleton's mind. Wisps of black aura surrounded the scarlet skeleton's body. "Master!" The scarlet in the blood skeleton's eyes dissipated as it spoke respectfully to Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded in satisfaction. The soul seed was indeed more powerful than the mind control. Next, he began to control Captain Sha Zhao. Because of his experience with the first one, Fong Chun was very familiar with the following steps. In a short while, the three captains were all controlled by the soul seed. At this moment, Fong Chun smiled knowingly. Finally, the hidden danger has been removed. Fong Chun grinned. Fong Chun looked at the three captains carefully. He found that their cultivation had recovered to the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. However, they were still some distance away from the peak of the Qi transformation realm. One had to know that the 108 captains of the Yellow Spring sect were at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Whoosh! After regaining control of the three captains, Fong Chun stored them in a special spatial ring. Unknowingly, a month had passed since he entered Kamikaze Kenbu. In this month, Fong Chun had been cultivating. Unknowingly, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. One day, while Fong Chun was cultivating, Yang Hong suddenly came. "Fong Chun, you are still cultivating," Yang Hong said while panting. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Fang Chen woke up from his cultivation and asked curiously. "Today is the first month since we new students entered Kamikaze Kenbu. Some of the new students want to have a gathering. Didn't you receive the news?" Yang Hong asked. Fang Chen was stunned. He nodded and said, "I was cultivating and forgot the time." Fang Chen had also received the news of the gathering. After all, he was one of the 2 rank 4 sword Dao geniuses. However, Fang Chen had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had forgotten about it. If not for Yang Hong's reminder, Fang Chen wouldn't have remembered it. Seeing Fang Chen nod his head, Yang Hong's face had a complicated expression. He immediately said, "Fang Chen, all the freshmen have arrived, but you are not here. Many of the freshmen have a lot of opinions about you, thinking that you are too arrogant and unwilling to meet with them. There are even some freshmen who want to denounce you. That's why I anxiously called you. Let's go quickly. We might still be able to make it in time." Yang Hong didn't say anything else and pulled Fang Chen away. In a mountain range where Kamikaze Kenbu was located, there was a very beautiful mountain peak. On this peak, there were many martial artists. They were all new students of Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen is too much. Just because he has a rank 4 sword Dao talent, he thinks he can look down on everyone. Damn that Fang Chen. Even Yuan Batian is here. Why isn't he here? Is he looking down on us? He's just a Qi refining realm martial artist. Just because he has a rank 4 sword Dao talent, he's #1 in the world. How ignorant. On the mountain peak, many disciples were complaining. They were furious that Fang Chen didn't come. At this moment, in the center of the mountain peak, Yuan Batian was sitting quietly with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, 2 ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Everyone noticed that Yang Hong and Fang Chen had arrived. Our gathering is already over. He's only here now. He's obviously looking down on us." A new student saw Fang Chen and said angrily. Not long later, Fang Chen and Yang Hong arrived at the mountain peak. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I was so engrossed in my cultivation that I forgot about the gathering," Fang Chen said apologetically. However, no one was willing to listen to Fang Chen's explanation at this moment. "Fang Chen, you think you can look down on everyone just because you have a rank 4 sword Dao talent? Let me teach you a lesson, you arrogant martial artist." Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a martial artist jumped out, wanting to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Fang Chen's face was gloomy. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yuan Baishan's sinister smile and said in a low voice, "I've already explained. Arrogant, truly arrogant. I, Chu Xiao, will teach you a lesson." Chu Xiao stepped forward, standing in front of Fang Chen. Chu Xiao could only be considered average among the new students. His cultivation had reached the Qi transformation realm, but his potential wasn't high. He only had rank 2 potential. "Fang Chen, I'll let you know that talent doesn't represent strength. Chu Xiao, we're all new students. If you have something to say, we could talk it out." Seeing that Chu Xiao was about to make a move, Yang Hong hurriedly stopped him. "Scram, you don't have the qualifications to talk to me." Chu Xiao waved his hand, pushing Yang Hong to the side. Seeing Yang Hong being pushed, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. "Yang Hong doesn't have the qualifications to talk to you," Fang Chen said. "That's right. Not only him, you also don't have the qualifications to talk to me." Chu Xiao sneered. "According to your logic, those who aren't as strong as you aren't qualified to talk to you," Fang Chen retorted. The weak will never have the initiative," Chu Xiao said. Chapter 77. Fang Chen's words were like a sledgehammer, pounding on Chu Xiao's heart. The mocking smile on Chu Xiao's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. "You said I was not qualified to talk to you?" Chu Xiao asked coldly. "The weak will never have the initiative." Fang Chen repeated what Chu Xiao had just said. However, it sounded very harsh to everyone's ears. Hearing this, Chu Xiao's face turned ferocious, and he was furious. "Fang Chen, you said I was weak? Haha, very well. Let me see how strong you are," Chu Xiao roared angrily. Many of the newcomers looked at the two of them. They did not know where Fang Chen's confidence came from. Chu Zhao's cultivation had reached the first realm of the Qi transformation realm, and his combat power was shockingly strong. No matter how talented Fang Qian was, he was only an 8th realm warrior. How dare he challenge Chu Xiao? Does he have a trump card? This was what many people were thinking. Yuan Batian, who was sitting on the stone bench, did not speak from beginning to end. He stared at Fang Qian, as if he wanted to see through Fang Qian. Fang Qian, you are so stupid. After saying this, a long sword appeared in Chu Zhao's hand. His body's strength surged, and a wild aura emerged from his body. Startling sword technique. Suddenly, Chu Xiao roared and displayed the startling sword technique. The long sword in Chu Zhao's hand suddenly shot out a startling sword light. In the next moment, the startling sword light carried a majestic aura and quickly attacked Fang Qian. Quicksilver sword technique. Seeing that Chu Xiao had made his move, Fang Qian quickly performed the Mercury sword technique. After the Mercury sword technique had reached the Great Perfection realm, its power had increased by a lot. Although it was only a Tier 1 cultivation technique, its power was definitely comparable to a peak Tier 1 cultivation technique. Crash! In the sky, ripple of water appeared. In the next moment, the ripple of water turned into a quicksilver sword light and collided with the startling sword light. Crack! The fleeting sword light clashed with the quicksilver sword light, producing a cracking sound, following which the two sword lights shattered. Chu Xiao could not help but take a few steps back. His face darkened as he stared at Fang Qian. Fang Qian, I have underestimated you. But even if your battle prowess has reached the first tier of the Qi transformation realm, it will not help. Swoosh! As soon as Chu Xiao finished speaking, the long sword in his hand once again displayed the fleeting sword technique. The fleeting sword technique was a peak grade 1 cultivation technique. Chu Xiao had already cultivated it to the perfection stage. Earlier, he was merely testing the waters. The grand perfection stage of the startling sword art was comparable to a 2nd grade cultivation technique. What? Chu Zhao's startling sword art has actually reached the perfection stage? How terrifying! Fang Qian is no match for the Jinghong sword art at the perfection stage. Fang Qian is asking for trouble. It's too difficult to fight against Chu Xiao. Many disciples on the mountain peak believed that Chu Xiao would definitely be able to defeat Fang Qian after discovering that the startling sword technique had reached the perfection stage. However, the truth was beyond their imagination, because at this moment, Fang Qian suddenly understood with the help of the Golden Heart. The Quicksilver sword technique had reached the intricate realm. Crash! The might of the Mercury sword art, which had reached the arcane realm, was more than twice as powerful as when it was at the perfection stage. At this moment, the Quicksilver sword technique was no weaker than Chu Zhao's startling sword technique. In the sky, the 5 water ripples quickly turned into 5 Mercury sword lights. Finally, the 5 Mercury sword lights fused together. The intricate realm, Fang Qian's face revealed a faint smile. After the single-breath sword had reached the intricate realm, Fang Qian had been trying to bring the Quicksilver sword technique to the intricate realm. Now the Quicksilver sword technique had finally reached the intricate realm. Of course, this was all thanks to Chu Zhao's startling sword technique. Hiss! Hiss! The Mercury sword technique at the intricate realm was too powerful. A Quicksilver sword light that carried a strong sword chi directly pierced the startling sword light. Crack! Without any pause, the Quicksilver sword light pierced through the startling sword light and attacked Chu Xiao. How was this possible? Chu Xiao saw this scene and cried out involuntarily. His startling sword technique had reached the perfection stage, and its power was comparable to a rank 2 cultivation technique. Unexpectedly, it could not withstand Fang Qian's attack. Although Chu Xiao was shocked, he still chose to use all his strength to resist. He frantically activated the startling sword technique in an attempt to resist Fang Qian's attack. Unfortunately, Fang Qian was like a god of war at this moment. He was incomparably powerful. Bang! The startling sword light in front of Chu Xiao suddenly shattered. His body was exposed in front of the Quicksilver sword light. Chu Xiao's expression changed greatly. His body flashed, wanting to dodge. No. Although Chu Xiao had dodged a little, he still did not completely dodge. Pucci, the quicksilver sword light pierced one of Chu Xiao's arms. Immediately, his arm exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! A cry of agony instantly echoed throughout the mountain. Enough! Seeing Chu Xiao's miserable appearance, the silent Yuan Batian finally opened his mouth. Hearing Yuan Baishan's voice, many disciples turned to look at Fang Chun. At this time, Fang Chun was holding his spirit light sword and coldly looking at Yuan Batian. Fang Chun, don't you think this is very cruel? We are all newcomers. We should take care of each other. Not only do you not put the other newcomers in your eyes, you actually want to kill a newcomer, said Yuan Batian. Hearing Yuan Baishan's words, many of the newcomers began to denounce Fang Chun. Fang Chun, you've gone too far. How can you be so cruel? That's right. Crippling one of Chu Xiao's arms is equivalent to crippling his cultivation base. Even if he can rely on medicinal pills to regrow his arms in the future, his strength will be greatly reduced. Cutting off someone's path of retreat is the most shameful thing. We disdain to associate ourselves with you. Fang Chun, you arrogant fellow, if you have the ability, go challenge the seniors. Many disciples began to angrily curse. They wanted to stand up for Chu Xiao. Fang Chun coldly looked at this scene and sneered. If the one lying on the ground right now was me, would you stand up for me? But the one whose arm is crippled is Chu Xiao, said Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian was the king of newcomers. He naturally had to stand up for the newcomers. Otherwise, who would listen to him in the future? How laughable. Only others are allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to attack others. What kind of bandit logic is this? Retorted Fang Chun. No matter what, you've gone too far. I'll teach you a lesson in Chu Xiao's place. Yuan Batian was silent for a moment before speaking. Fang Chun, hurry up and leave. You can't afford to provoke Yuan Batian. Yang Hong anxiously said as he walked in front of Fang Chun. Yuan Baishan's cultivation base had reached the third level of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was incomparably tyrannical. The current Fang Chun simply couldn't compare to him. You want to leave under my Yuan Baishan's eyes? Dream on. Yuan Batian sneered. Fang Chun's pitch-black eyes stared at Yuan Batian. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. What do you want? Asked Fang Chun. Chu Xiao's strength isn't as good as yours. He can only blame himself. But you were too heavy-handed. If I let you go, how will I be able to stay in Kamikaze Kenbu in the future? Said Yuan Batian. I'll only use 3 moves. After 3 moves, if you're safe and sound, you can leave. Hearing Yuan Baishan's words, the surrounding disciples all nodded. Fang Chun looked at Yuan Batian without saying anything. Could he still refuse at this point? First move. Yuan Batian didn't give Fang Chun any time to think. He suddenly clenched his fist and punched at Fang Chun. Quicksilver sword style. Fang Chun directly used the Quicksilver sword style, which had reached the refinement realm, to block Yuan Baishan's fist. Crack! Even the refinement realm Quicksilver sword style was unable to block Yuan Baishan's fist. With a loud bang, the Quicksilver sword style shattered. But at the same time, the Quicksilver sword style also blocked a portion of the fist's power. When the fist landed on Fang Chun's body, it didn't cause much damage to Fang Chun. Cough, cough, Fang Chun lightly coughed and slowly stabilized his footing. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that he was no match for Yuan Batian, he definitely wouldn't be sitting there waiting for death. The moment you're alone will be the moment you die, thought Fang Chun. When he used the 3 captains, he had to do it when no one was around. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the charge of colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Right now, he could only rely on his own strength to block Yuan Baishan's attack. Not bad. You were able to block my first move. After Yuan Batian finished speaking, he continued to use his second move. The power of this second move was clearly much stronger than the first. When Fang Chun saw Yuan Baishan's second move, his expression changed greatly. He immediately used the diffraction sword style. Crack! The diffraction sword style shattered, and Fang Chun's body was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. However, Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun still managed to get up. Fang Chun, are you all right? Yang Hong asked worriedly. I won't die. Fang Chun spat out a mouthful of blood and said. At this moment, Yuan Batian looked at Fang Chun with interest and said, I didn't expect that an 8th-level Qi refining disciple would have such tyrannical strength. It really exceeded my expectations. The current you should be able to escape unscathed if you face a 2nd-level Qi refining disciple, right? Asked Yuan Batian. Of course, he would only be able to escape unscathed. I won't hold back for the 3rd move. Whether or not you can block it will depend on your luck, said Yuan Batian sinisterly. The surrounding disciples were all shocked as they looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun's eyes were cold. His face was filled with stubbornness. He clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. Chapter 78. Fang Chun's threat caused Yuan Batian's face to darken even more. In his opinion, Fang Chun was just a weak martial artist with nothing but talent. There was no way he could compare to him. Trampling me under your feet? Ha ha! This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Yuan Batian laughed sinisterly. Since you said you wanted to trample me under your feet, then I'll let you see who's the one trampling who under their feet. Yuan Batian said coldly, changing the topic. As soon as he said that, a wild aura emanated from his body. All the disciples knew that Yuan Batian was angry. He had fully activated the power of the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm to teach Fang Chun a lesson. Fang Chun, be careful. Yang Hong anxiously shouted from the side. No matter how strong Fang Chun was, there was no way he could withstand the full power of Yuan Batian, who was at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. But right now, Yang Hong had no other choice. He could only pray that Fang Chun could withstand it safely. Rumble after rumble of thunder sounded in the sky. Yuan Batian clenched his fists tightly. His fists shone with a brilliant light. The light contained a tyrannical power. Even a 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm martial artist would not be able to withstand this punch of mine. Let's see what you have to block it, Yuan Batian said coldly. Whoosh! Yuan Batian controlled his fist and punched out. Instantly, the air was scattered and the space was slightly distorted. Seeing the fist coming at him, Fang Chun's eyes turned serious. In the next moment, Fang Chun displayed the diffraction swordplay. Crash! After the diffraction swordplay was displayed, a sword light appeared in the sky. This sword light quickly divided into 18 sword lights. Humph! You want to block my attack with this level of swordplay? What a joke! Yuan Batian sneered. Rip! After displaying the diffraction swordplay, Fang Chun closed his eyes. Suddenly, a majestic force of heaven and earth appeared around him. And what is that? The surrounding disciples exclaimed one after another. The power that appeared around Fang Chun made their hearts palpitate. The sword force is actually the sword force. Seeing the sword aura surging around Fang Chun, Yuan Batian's face finally darkened, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. If a LVHE refinement realm cultivator with level 4 sword Dao talent was considered a super genius, then a Qi refinement realm cultivator who could comprehend sword force was definitely a monster. He actually comprehended sword force. At this moment, Yuan Batian had mixed feelings. They were both sword Dao geniuses, but Fang Chun was clearly much more talented than him. Even if you've comprehended the sword force, it's useless. Suddenly, Yuan Batian's expression froze as he said coldly. In the next moment, he increased the strength of his fist and directly punched towards Fang Chun. Hiss above the diffraction swordsmanship. There was a majestic sword aura that directly bombarded Yuan Batian's fist. Crack! However, although Fang Chun had the sword force, his cultivation was still too low to withstand Yuan Batian's punch. With a crack, the diffraction swordsmanship was instantly shattered. In the next moment, Yuan Batian's fist light paused for a moment and directly bombarded Fang Chun's body. Sword force! Fang Chun roared, and the sword force around his body was incomparably wild. When the fist light came into contact with the sword force, it fiercely collided with the sword force. However, the sword force only lasted for a moment before it was shattered. After the sword force was shattered, Fang Chen's body was exposed to Yuan Beishan's eyes. The tyrannical fist light heavily bombarded Fang Chen's body. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed in his heart. Yuan Batian obviously wanted to cripple his cultivation. His thoughts were too vicious. Fang Chen struggled with all his might, but the power of the fist light was too tyrannical. He couldn't withstand it at all. However, just as the fist light was about to destroy Fang Chen's body, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly. Following that, Fang Chen felt a hazy sword chi appear in his mind. This sword chi carried a suffocating aura. In the next moment, the hazy sword chi directly covered Fang Chen's body, repelling Yuan Beishan's fist light. Bang! Fang Chen's body directly smashed into the mountain peak. His whole body was battered and exhausted. His face was as white as paper, and he vomited blood. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly stood up, looked at Yuan Batian, and coldly said, "Yuan Batian, today's hatred will be repaid 100-fold in the future." After finishing his words, Fang Chen staggered away from the mountain peak. Yang Hong followed closely behind. Seeing Fang Chen limping away, Yuan Beishan's face constantly changed. He didn't understand how Fang Chen was able to withstand his attack at the last moment. The surrounding disciples didn't know what happened. They thought that Yuan Batian went easy on him. Fang Chen might have comprehended sword force, but if Yuan Batian didn't go easy on him, he would have died without a doubt. That's right. To dare challenge Yuan Batian, he's really courting death. Next time, he won't be so lucky. So what if he comprehended sword force? Which disciple that can enter kamikaze kenbu doesn't have the potential to comprehend sword force? Many disciples were discussing, looking at Yuan Batian with a fawning expression. After walking down the mountain peak, Yang Hong caught up from behind and worriedly asked, "Fang Chen, are you all right?" "I won't die." Fang Chen spat out these 3 words and continued walking. This was the most bitter battle that Fang Chen had encountered since his rebirth. If his cultivation could reach the Qi transformation realm, he would definitely be able to suppress Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian, just you wait. You will regret this. Fang Chen thought to himself. After this battle, Fang Chen was filled with hatred for Yuan Batian. He wanted to work hard to raise his cultivation and increase his own strength. The news of Fang Chen and Yuan Beishan's battle was only spread in a small circle. Those who knew were the newcomers. The other seniors didn't know. The disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu continued as usual. Those who needed to cultivate cultivated, and those who needed to go out to do missions continued to do so. Fang Chen used the day to recover from his injuries. Of course, this was all because of the Golden Heart. If it wasn't for the Golden Heart, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to withstand Yuan Beishan's final punch. After recuperating from his injuries, Fang Chen began to work hard on his cultivation. Within the Divine Windsword Mansion, there were many cultivation grounds. These cultivation grounds were filled with abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth. For sword cultivators, it was definitely a cultivation holy land. Of course, if one wanted to cultivate in such a place, they would have to pay a certain amount of spiritual stones. Today, Fang Chen left his residence and appeared in a certain place in the primary area. The Sword Art Palace was a famous palace in Kamikaze Kenbu. There were many phantoms in this palace. These phantoms were all proficient in sword arts. Many disciples would pay a certain amount of spirit stones to enter the Sword Art Palace to train their sword arts. Fang Chen was naturally no exception. He chose to enter the Sword Art Palace to train his sword arts. If he could cultivate the Mercury sword art to the transformation realm, his strength would definitely increase. There were many disciples in front of the Sword Art Palace. These disciples were all primary disciples. There were both newcomers and seniors. When Fang Chen appeared, many of the new disciples pointed at him, recognizing him. "It's Fang Chen. Is he also going to enter the Sword Art Palace to train his sword arts?" A disciple asked. "Probably. He was provoked by Yuan Batian. He must be working hard to cultivate." Fang Chun ignored the discussion and entered the Sword Art Palace. The Sword Art Palace in the primary area only had 3 levels, corresponding to the first 3 tiers of the Qi transformation realm. To enter the first level, one had to pay 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The second level required 2,000, and the third level required 3,000. Fang Chun paid 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and entered the first level. As soon as he entered the first level, Fang Chun found himself in a small, independent space. There was no one here, and the air was filled with Ling Qi. "It's not a bad choice to cultivate here," Fang Chun said. However, just as Fang Chun finished speaking, an attack suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chun. Fang Chun quickly drew his sword and used the Mercury Sword Art to counter the attack. Whoosh! When Fang Chun used the Mercury Sword Art, a sword light flashed, and a shadow was immediately destroyed by Fang Chun. "Is this a shadow that is proficient in sword arts?" Fang Chun said faintly. He had just sensed a very exquisite sword light attacking him. Just as Fang Chun defeated the first shadow, 2 more shadows appeared in the air. Both of them were at the first tier of the Qi transformation realm. 2. Fang Chun used the Mercury Sword Art, which was at the nuance realm, and began to fight. The 2 phantoms held virtual swords in their hands and constantly brandished their exquisite swordsmanship. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The phantom's control of swordsmanship was too perfect. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Fang Chun had been fighting on the first level. In just an hour, the number of shadows in the small space had reached 64. As time passed, Fang Chun understood that the number of shadows that appeared each time was twice as many as the previous time. Just now, Fang Chun had painstakingly killed 32 phantoms. Now, 64 phantoms had appeared. 64 Qi transformation realm shadows were fighting against Fang Chun. Fang Chun was a little overwhelmed. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Chun continuously executed the Quicksilver sword technique. Streaks of exquisite sword light pierced towards the illusory figure.